PKA 746, one of our favorite guests, Harley. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Prize Picks, Lock and Load, and of course our wonderful merchandise. Harley, you're looking fit. You're looking
Sexy
ready to
as
fight
fuck.
someone.
You have a fight coming up, right?
I'm fucking ready to get my ass beat right now.
No, we need a better attitude than that. You know, positivity.
I'm gonna fuck him. I'm gonna hold him down and fuck his ass in front of everyone for charity.
Yeah. He's going to have to ride public transport when you're done with him. They won't let him drive. You're going to fuck him up so bad. They're going to have to make public transport wait as that slow elevator raises his wheelchair up to the level, and then he can get on the transit.
I'm not sure I like either one of these directions.
Yeah, I was thinking in my head, I was like, God forbid.
You're going to cripple him. He's going to be giving speeches through a speak and spell to middle schoolers when you're done talking about motivation.
Nah, he'll have Harley put him down. It'll be just like $1 Million Baby. You'll have to kill him in the hospital. He'll be like, do it.
How does your confidence impact your performance?
How much does my confidence impact my performance?
Yes.
The thing is, on the night of fights, always, I become actually unintentionally a different person. Like I tap into like when I grew up, I played football for 15 years, so I was really like aggressive and everything. But that's not my soul. My soul isn't that guy. So that's been gone for a long time. But then when it's like game day, I tap into him a little bit. But the problem is those are my old stats. Like I did a starting character as a warrior, but then I put everything into being a bard. So now I'm fully a bard with some leftover like barbarian stats.
I'm loving this.
And then when I get in the ring, it's actually a lot of the bard stuff that kicks in. And I'm like, I don't need this right now, dude. I'm not trying to be gay in the ring right now.
Put the ukulele down.
Yeah, literally. I'm like, my brain is like, do a spin. Spin for the crowd.
Okay, don't do that.
I'm like getting punched out of the ring. I'm like lying on the table outside the ring, and it's like they clap for us. I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up. We just got punched out of the ring, you fucking idiot. I don't even know what the rules are in boxing.
That was the Mayor of Slamtown fight, right?
Yeah,
that happened. You left the ring and came back.
Yeah, I was like, when I was lying on the table outside, I was like, what are the rules here? And I like looked at the ref, and he was like, 15, and I was like, oh, I guess I have 20 seconds to get into the ring. I should probably get in the ring.
Well, now you know you can take little 20-second like adventures out of the ring.
Yeah, if you want to
spin for the crowd,
dude.
Can you exit the ring? That's a great point.
Do a little lap. Do a little
you
lap.
exit
Raise
the ring
your
on
hands up.
purpose.
I'm not tired. I don't need a stool. Like raise your hands up. I do a little lap around the outside of the ring. Point at the crowd, little finger guns to the camera.
You lose the round.
Then you jump over the rope and go back to work.
He's right. He's right. You lose the round, I bet. But like, maybe you're allowed one or two ring outs.
I bet you lose the round. You got hit out of the ring.
No. I'm saying what he's saying, like purposefully, like the round starts, and I lie on my tummy and roll out onto the bottom rope, and I walk around. I dap up the people in the sound. 5 rounds, 2 minutes.
So if you're up like 3 or 4 rounds. You know, you could.
It's boxing, so you never know. They decide what they want.
You have a vibe for how it's going.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen some boxing matches where I had a vibe for how it was going, and then it just went the complete other way with the judges, and I'm like, oh, it is like what's the word? Like it is like a fixed sport. Like it is like
it's an easy to fix sport.
Yeah. Well, because
there's
like you have 3 guys that are like, that's my feelings. It's my feelings.
It's hard to say this going into it, but I felt like you were pretty confident going into your first fight and not your second, right? Your second guy was really tough. Where does this one fit on the spectrum?
And that's something that I'm trusting on the day of the fight, the second fight, I was very confident in the locker room.
Okay.
Like I was like so ready. And I felt no pain. Nothing hurt me in the ring. Nothing bothered me. In fact, it made me throw away the match because I was like overconfident and I was like skipping around and moving when I was like, I should have just planted my feet, taken some punches and thrown a punch back. But I was overwhelmed mentally because deep down I'm gay. Deep down I'm a little gay boy and I'm not really a boxer.
The only lie there is deep down.
When you were out of the ring, did you know, like, were you still confident or not anymore? What made you get back in?
I was like, yo, I just had a gamer moment. I'm like, this is crazy. I should play this up. And I literally played it up. Like I was literally like consciously like,
yeah, that was the Bard. The Bard came to the surface and saved you from that.
yeah, he was like, performance time. I was like, what abilities do I have right now? He's like, spin. That was good.
Use your bonus action to get back in the ring.
I would have crouched and tried to stealth out of that one.
Yeah.
I would hit under the ring. Like, this isn't my night. Maybe no one saw me get under here.
Yeah.
Retreat. Imagine I got punched out and I just ran out of the ring.
Dude,
that would have been really funny. No, but that would have been really funny if I bolted to the locker room.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, and I left and I abandoned the whole show.
That would be so great. People would
like, why'd you do that? I'm like, because it's funny.
See that?
Things were hurt.
A thing that I really admire in fighters is the courage that it takes to do it, right? Everyone thinks they will. Bro, it's super scary to know that you have a fight looming. And oh my gosh, you must have those butterflies for like weeks leading up to the fight. It has to be a thing. And then you're in the fight. It's not going your way. You find yourself literally outside the ring. And then something in you said, you know what? I didn't hear no bell. And you go back. I'm like, fuck, dude's a gamer.
It was the money.
I was like, take it from
well, the money called to me. Like everything's all dizzy.
I forgot he's Jewish. That's the source of their courage.
Yeah, it's not Mickey. It's not Mickey. It's like it's a lot of money, Harley. You gotta get up. Get up, Harley.
That's funny.
I got for that entire
we didn't
endeavor.
say we probably should say who are you fighting this time and when are you fighting them?
LA Beast, June 28th in Tampa. And he posted on his TikTok videos of him punching the heavy bags. And he's like, it's like his 8th day boxing and he's punching the heavy bag. And I'm like, oh, I could see how strong he is. He's much scarier of an opponent to me than the mayor of Slamtown. He's a much stronger guy. He like bench presses like 450 pounds. He's sonically powerful. Like he learned to break champagne flutes with his voice. Like he can scream. I know it won't, but just to think that like that's like the kind of lungs he's got. He did a YouTube video where he walked for 24 hours. That's retarded.
Is he?
He's 6'1".
Are you guys in the same weight class? Like
anything over 200 is heavyweight.
Okay.
So it's like when people are like, how tall is he? Oh, so you have that. I'm like, oh yeah, that's true. I have my weak arm to defend me and keep him at bay. My weakest arm fully extended to prevent him from coming in here. This guy. And he ate cactus with the spines still on it. Like blood on it. Yeah, blood all in his mouth.
You can tell he's a strong guy, barrel chested.
Yeah.
So you've got your work cut out for you, but I have faith. You don't have enough faith. I think you're going to take this one home.
Oh, I got faith. I do.
Good.
I do. I'm like, well, he can't spin as good as I can.
I bet he doesn't fight nearly as hard. Yeah, there's a video there of him hitting the heavy bag.
Oh yeah, let me take a look.
Yeah, that is like that's a guy you could tell right up from the back. You're like, oh, he's strong.
Yeah, he's big too. He's heavy. He's carrying a lot of weight, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. It's not, Well, that'll be interesting. I'll definitely watch. How do we watch? What's the best way to watch? How would you prefer people to watch?
You go to thecreatorclash.com and you can get tickets to it, to the pay-per-view. You could buy it there. You could buy tickets to the event. If any of you guys are any of you three, if you are in Tampa on June 28th, I'll get you into the event physically, 100%. Definitely a lot of people that I don't know. See, one thing is like I don't know if this one will sell compared to the last one was like quote unquote a failure in terms of a charity. So I don't know if this time it'll sell. And all I'm thinking is I was like, I boxed in Amalie Arena when it was packed and it was like really so surreal. Worst case scenario, the tickets don't sell. Boxing in Amalie Arena when it's empty will also be so surreal.
Yeah. Like it's COVID times.
I bet they'll fill it up. They'll do something. And besides, it looks like a fun card. I'm scrolling through it now, looking at
Freddie Wong. Freddie
I
Wong
see that
is on
now.
there.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Freddie
What?
Wong is fighting.
Freddie Wong, 6'5'7", 175, going up against someone called Ginger Pale, who is 5'9", 175. I like Freddie's chances. Freddie's flexing in his photo, and he's got. Look, all right. So let me say this before. It's very possible that Freddie W made his arm look that big because if anyone could, it's him.
He's pushing his arm up. No, he's pushing his.
I was going to say he'd use like some computer graphics to turn himself into a mini Hulk.
What picture are you looking at?
I'm on creatorclash.com scrolling. I'll link it. But
I get it.
Too slow. I got it.
Even if he is pushing it up, it's fucking big.
So he's
He's actually like Freddie's like a guy that works really hard and does shit like back in the day, like when like in LA, like Machinima would hold these like gamer gathering type things when the new Call of Duty game would come out, and like a couple of guys who were like old friends of the show, like X Jaws and Optic dudes and all these guys like FaZe Clan dudes, they would come to these events, right? To play Call of Duty when it came out. But like Freddie would also get invited to these events, and Freddie would fuck them up, and like it's not his job. Freddie, do you know Freddie was the first pro gamer before there was like pro gaming? He was a pro Guitar Hero. Yeah. And he like got paid to go around with like Guitar Hero, like on a world tour, like playing Guitar Hero in various places. Anything the guy does, he like kills it. And I saw a video of him like preparing for the fight, and it's so funny because they filmed it, and I guess maybe they didn't want like his opponent to know what he was really doing. So they showed his coach. His coach was like, yeah, you really want to spar a couple times a week, but we thought that we don't want to cause any damage before the fight, so we've been training him exclusively in VR so he could spar like 40 times a week. And it cuts to Fred, and he's got the VR headset on, and he's like just waiting for it to update. And he's like, and then you see him doing all these drills in VR.
Do you
and
know
his like
who
coach is
these,
watching.
Do you know who all these other fighters are?
No, dude, I'm straight. I watch straight YouTubers.
Are these all gay YouTubers?
How do you think I got there?
There's a guy named Dad. There's a guy. I saw the guy named Dad at the bottom, and then there's a guy named Tubbo.
Tubbo, he's apparently like the biggest. Tubbo and Sapnap are like the most famous people on the card.
They're both 147, 5'6", and 5'7". I thought you were going to say they were like actually both the most experienced fighters, which I would have believed you because you can't tell looking at someone if they're like.
Y'all better be careful. Wait, one of these like Asian gamers is going to actually be a Thai kickboxing champion, and he's he's going to go under the radar. Those guys could pass under the radar, and they're killers.
See, the thing about Tubbo's picture I don't like is everybody else has like hands up, and he's like.
I'm a little
hands
boy
behind his back, like he's like selling you popcorn in the Boy Scouts. Like
I'm a little boy.
He needs it. Maybe that's part of his strategy.
Well, those two guys are Minecrafters. They were like friends with Dream, that big time Minecrafter guy, and so like they got this whole like they were friends apparently, and then there was like a beef or something. I don't really know, but they have a crazy history type thing going on. There's like some bullshit.
So do these two guys have Tubbo and Sapnap don't like each other, and so it'll be a good fight?
There's a history there that a lot of people are aware of. Odd Ones Out versus Will Neff. Like Odd Ones Out, he was in Creator Clash 1, and he was an animator, and he got fucked up by I Did a Thing, who looked really good that day. And he Odd Ones Out was like, it wasn't even close. But it's funny, when he came in the locker room, I was like, hey, man, you went out there and you gave it your all and you tried. And that's what really counts. And he was like pissed. He was like, fuck this fucking shit, man. Fucking. And I was like, damn, he's really mad that he lost. And like, it wasn't really close. So like, I'm like wondering, I'm like, damn, he had like a couple years to really put that anger to work right now. But now he's going against Will Neff, who I think was a wrestler in high school.
Will Neff looks pretty fit in his photo. Also, this chick, Ali Spagnola.
Yeah, I know her. She's been around for a while.
Yeah, very defined abs. She looks like she could get in a tussle.
Yeah, Jayla Ray is too. She's 1-0. She won her last match, and she works really hard. So it will be interesting.
Ooh, something's going on. It sounds almost like you're sticking your mic into a PC fan. And it's going.
Can you hear me now? Is it fucked up?
Woo, it's so bad.
Yeah, that was really loud.
I don't know what that is.
I don't know. Is there someone doing metal work near?
No, it's Mike doing a thing, but it does
Yeah.
sound like a grinder, like grinding metal. Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll
It's
get
when
it
he's
figured
louder,
out.
I think. Right? Did you associate it with him being a little louder?
I think so. Which, if that's the case, we got to get this fixed.
It was not fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a loud boy. I like that. But yeah, these man, I just must be out of the
What
culture
about
because I
now?
don't recognize most of these people.
I think your gain is too low, but I thought high gain might have been what caused it.
What about now?
I mean, that was good right there. So
That sounds good.
it's a
yeah.
short mic
Okay.
test. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird, dude. I can't believe that happened. And anytime if my mic ever fucks up, do you know how many fucking retards that watch this show like get mad at me? Dude, they like write me the longest messages. Anytime my mic's fucked or I'm loud, they're like, "You ruined my fucking week, dude. This is all I have, and you fucking came in with a shit mic, and you were so fucking loud the whole time."
That doesn't sound like our fans. I disagree.
No, but you mean a bunch of cool guys showed up with constructive
Yes.
criticism? That's what it
With
sounds like.
big loads.
A bunch of big load cool guys.
Oh, I was at the gym here recently, actually. You know, I'm in Florida, right? You guys know that?
Okay.
Yep.
I'm fucking Patriot, dudes.
You're like living full time in Florida now?
I'm in fucking Florida, dude. I'm a Patriot. Let's fucking
Hell yeah.
let's fucking
You
kill
are
Canada
minutes
before they
from
kill
getting
us.
deported.
Let's get Canada before they get us. So
What are you
true.
on? A visa?
What are you fucking ice, bro? Let me chill, dude.
You're not on jack
Wait a
shit,
goddamn
are
minute. You know, there's a reward out for any renegade Canucks that are down here south of the freedom line.
That would I can't imagine a funnier outcome than like ICE sending you home. That would be the funniest fucking
you? I would report myself to ICE shortly before the fight to get out of it. Oh man, wish I could. Gotta go.
Now, if that actually happens, that'll be the thing. They'll be like, yo, he did it. Nah, dude, he was eating 5 almonds because Woody eats 5 almonds, and then he got deported by ICE because Woody says it was a good idea.
I am recently back on that wagon. When I said it on your show, it was true. And then there was a lax in discipline. 5 turned into 8, which turned into something else, which turned into, listen, no more almonds than would fit in one hand.
They're not even good.
and now we're back. It's real recent, like since yesterday. Back down to the minimal almond.
I'd rather have nothing. I hate almonds so much. They're just
well, that's
not
what it
good.
is. You just don't
You
like
are
almonds.
incorrect.
Like, they're too hard, and they're. I mean, like we said earlier, like those almonds that are the smokehouse almonds, or what's the brand? It's something Eagle. or
Diamond, blue diamond.
Yeah, blue. Those are great. All the flavors are delicious.
Very good.
But you're not eating an almond anymore. You're eating a thing that's been
You're eating
covered
chips,
with
bro.
all
We're
sorts
eating
of heck.
salt.
You're
Yeah.
eating
Salt.
chips. You're eating
Salt and flavoring.
bigger chips, bigger, fatter, tastier chips.
Yeah, that's true.
And almonds are just fat. Like that's what they're made of. They're made of fat. So I'd rather eat something that's made of carbs. At least they're not as calorie dense. Like that. It's
But
like,
they're good.
you know what I mean?
Well, I have a diet now that I'm on, so you guys can tell me what you think about this.
Well, you
Because
need some fat.
I eat exactly. So I have no fat during the day. The almonds are my fat. That's how I consume fat. I could have it either in almonds or I could have like in avocado, you know? So I have in the morning I have oats with 2 scoops of protein and like
There's some
almond
milk
milk
in
or
there?
whatever. Yeah, I put
See, you get a little fat in there. Kyle
almond
said
milk.
you need
I put
some
almond
fat.
milk though. I put almond milk.
And Kyle's right. You do need fat. However, even at my strictest, I never struggle too much with coming close to my fat macros. My fat and carb macros, they come for free. I dodge those motherfuckers as best I can and still have bruises all over me.
Yeah.
It's the protein macro and the calorie deficit. That's the challenge. Everything else takes care of itself. And micronutrients, that's a conspiracy by Big Vegetable. That's not really a thing.
Yeah,
That's
with
a
with micronutrients, gut health, stuff like that, I am concerned with it. I do some things that do help it, but I'm not going to bend over backwards for it. You know what I mean? I'm not, I need my microgreens. I'm not going to get a new kitchen implement. I'm not going to go to town. I'm not eating the cold potatoes. I'm not eating them.
cold potatoes? Why would you?
What is this cold? Yeah, what is the cold potatoes?
I'm almost positive it's gut health stuff. I've been told to eat those before. But I eat enough like
What is it
yogurt.
though? Like it's a type of potato?
Yeah,
No,
we're
it's a
mad. We're
potato
mad
that's
about
cold.
the cold potatoes. You got to tell us what's going on.
It's nothing. It's a potato that's cold that you eat.
So
But
like
has
an
it ever been cooked, or is it a raw potato?
It's
Like,
a
not a
cooked
potato
potato,
salad.
but it is now cold.
Currently cooked. Yeah, if you want to look good, you hit your protein macros and a calorie deficit. If you want to feel good, move your bullseye. You're aiming at the wrong thing. You want to look good.
Yes, that's true.
The whole almonds, the whole nut part of it is like literally for like your hormones and stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
you
it
need some
literally
fat
is-
or you get fucked up with like your body's testosterone and everything. But like Kyle and Woody are both right about almonds in that like I accidentally bought like a bag of onions in the raw, or not onions, almonds in the raw, like just like unsalted regular almonds. And I was going to have some as a snack at night. And I ate like 3 and I'm like, oh, these are just awful. And so I like threw those away. And then I bought, oh, you like the plain almond? I
put them
but I have
between
to
my
have.
molars and squeeze the juice out of them, and I get
What
a lot
the
of joy
fuck?
out of it.
Yeah, you're ruining
Oh.
almonds for me.
I don't get the joy out of that.
Oh, the juice.
Oh, we're getting it again, Harley.
It happened
Oh,
again,
fuck,
Harley.
what the hell?
I don't know what it could be.
How did it do
What
that?
the hell?
I think you're getting a little too loud.
What?
It doesn't sound like the phone thing, but Zach's asked it twice. You're not getting messages at the
It's
same
not
time.
the phone thing.
I agree. That goes like almost like SOS or Morse code.
Sure. Yeah. It's a different thing. It sounds to me like he's getting too loud and it's trying to gate it or change it in some way. And it's coming out like roboticized, like it's like it went in, got processed digitally, and they gave us 70% of the audio back fragmented.
Maybe he can lower his gain and Zach can crank it back up.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good call. Yeah.
He better get back here. He's got a lot to answer for. Well, his people have a lot to answer for this week. Yeah, right. You know, as you're the biggest one I know, so you're the king of them.
That I think
I
so.
won't say who they
Hello?
are.
Yeah.
The Jews.
And, oh man, and Kanye.
Are we
Oh,
good?
my God. Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
We are, but like I think
He's
it's,
like boop.
I think it's maybe when you get loud or something. I don't know exactly what it is.
Okay, well that's
Yeah.
pretty
You're fine
rare,
right
so,
now at
yeah,
the
we won't
moment.
have a problem. I just
You don't get loud. Yeah. What were you saying, Kyle? Not about the.
said
Not
something
about the
about-
gays.
about Harley's
He said
people.
something about that fat, mentally ill black man.
Yes.
Which
He
one?
is fatter than you think. Kanye. He's getting a
Kanye.
little tubby.
Oh, okay. So let me tell you what I saw Kanye do this week, and if you saw him do more extra stuff, let me know, because I want to hear about it. I saw Kanye do an interview dressed as a Klansman, and he had the full black Klansman outfit
Mhm.
on, and it was pressed. It wasn't wrinkled, so you know, like this is a good one. And he
Just
went
like
on
the
this
white one, but black.
just but black, yeah,
Yeah.
and like tall, pointy hood, and he's going on this whole rant. Lots of anti-white stuff, lots of like he was attacking. I don't know the interviewer. He's probably like big in the hip hop community.
Academics.
Okay, I don't know what that even means, but that guy, he was attacking him. He was like, "Look what you wearing. You got a black shirt made by a white man. You got black shoes made by a white man. Black pants made by a white man." And it's like, who made your Klan hood, bro?
Yeah.
How does he know who made it? I'm pretty sure my clothing are made by Chinese children.
The problem with Kanye is if he was being funny,
It
it
worked.
would be a good bit. Like I thought it was very funny when he was like DEFCON 3 on all Jews, DEFCON 3
Yeah,
on all
DEFCON.
Jews, and then like 2 weeks later he was like, "No, I watched 21 Jump Street and Jonah Hill was funny. Jews are all right." I'm like, that's a hilarious long con bit.
That is very
His-
funny.
his
Good one.
Twitter,
To think that he was just laughing so hard at their hijinks that he looked it up and was like, "No, it
And I
can't be." He's Jewish.
And I don't know how this one snuck by, because it was a tweet, and I was pulling it up to read it exactly what it says. Oh yeah, it says, "I have a bigger dick than Drake. He has a longer, but I have more girth, which is more important."
He tweeted that.
Yeah, he tweeted that. That's funny
We gotta pop
if
over
you're
there.
being funny.
he tweeted like, "What would be a better album name? Ninja Cock," and he didn't say ninja, or White Rape. and then he posts like this edit that he clearly made of like some clips from Roots edited with BDSM porno and a white lady getting bullwhipped in the porno.
Mhm.
And then he tweeted like, I don't care what anybody says. Last of Us is goated. And it's like a screenshot of him playing Last of Us.
I hate that I agree with him on that Last of Us shit.
That's so funny.
Like, I hate that I have to see all this, and then he tweets the Last of Us thing, and I'm like, okay, now he's cooking. It's like
he
someone
seems
covered
to-
themselves in
It
shit.
wasn't even his screenshot. What'd you say about covering with shit?
Oh, he covered himself in shit and walks in the kitchen with that Last of Us goated shit. I'm like, wait, let him cook.
yeah.
Let him cook on this one.
He seems to have
Yeah.
a lot of animosity toward Jews and white people, and a lot of this is
Yeah.
just backward engineering.
Oh,
into
boo-hoo.
it.
Welcome to the
Yeah.
fucking club. Every fucking mentally ill person blames Jews first, bro. You went crazy, dude. The Jews didn't make you crazy. You
I'm sorry.
went fucking crazy.
So you're suggesting that anyone who has an issue with the Jews is mentally ill?
There's a couple bad apples, I'm pretty sure.
You know who we thought was a bad apple that we need to get back out on the streets is Weinstein, because the women in movies are getting too ugly. We need him back out there finding the hotties.
That's a
Yeah.
crazy point. I don't like how much sense that point makes. That's fucked up. And I'm
It's
not
true.
a fan
He
'cause,
was-
like, you look up Harley Weinstein, like you
No
do
better
get some
half-
Harvey Weinstein shit just on
Yeah.
the name alone.
It's close enough that you get mixed up. Yeah.
Heck
Who
of
are
a
the
talent
ugly
scout.
chick? There's the Last of Us girl, who I hate to call ugly because I really enjoy her work, but
I very much enjoy her as well.
The who's the Zendaya?
she's not ugly.
No, she's not ugly, but
She
she's
fits
not
every role.
she's not superstar hot. She's not Sydney Sweeney hot.
She's not blonde with big tits. I know what you mean.
She doesn't have big tits. That's big.
No, I think she's great. She's just a replacement for Emma Watson.
I bet she has great peripheral vision. And I know because I have great peripheral vision.
Those predator eyes.
Real
Those
recognize
shark
real.
predator eyes.
Does
Yeah.
she? I
She's
never
got,
noticed.
like, yeah, she's just not
Okay.
like it looks
Zach,
like
show
Kyle's
us
agreeing.
Zendaya with no makeup, Zach. Show
Yeah,
us that
she's
picture
not
of her on
like,
the street, like making that pouty face where she looks like she's waiting for the bus.
Yeah.
Like
She
show
is
us
not
that picture.
Hollywood. She's not Hollywood hot, and she's
When her
in
hair's
everything.
natural, when she has her natural hair on her head, and we can and her natural skin on her face, then show me that person.
Well, everybody has that.
Well,
Yeah,
I-
with makeup
we're like,
hair.
no, she's hot. I've seen her wearing a mask and a wig. It's wild.
Is this the ugly picture you were looking
Of course,
for?
it's not. This is a professional photographer.
Well, your standards are too high if this is ugly. She looks terrific, and for no makeup,
That's not it either.
all in.
She's on the street. This is a
This is a
photograph.
very pretty girl.
No one is saying she's
Okay.
not pretty, but like that's not Hollywood hot. Or
Well,
at
you
least
know,
I
I-
like
like the
different
whole-
bullseyes. I
That's-
like it.
I feel like that's changed. The like star quality is
Mhm.
definitely different. And I think it's like even like YouTube and stuff is to blame because you get like a lot of regular people, regular looking people. I mean, like I look at like I will actually watch a lot of Asmongold, and no
Okay.
part of me is like, this guy's a star. He must have been in school and people looked at him and were like, hey, that kid, he's gonna be a star one day. Look at him. You know?
Yeah.
Like,
So impressive.
but I get a lot of like I watch a lot of his content. Like that's just like you get
Yeah.
normal. Also, like in the early 2000s, like mid 2000s, you got a lot of like Seth Rogen. So it was like, hey, ugly, hairy beta male could be a star. So
Mhm.
it's like we've shifted like what makes star quality. Because in the 90s, if you wanted to be a star, it's like you were Stallone or Schwarzenegger. You were like
Yeah.
jacked or you were like fucking ripped, dude. And we don't get that much. And that's why I like Reacher so much. I haven't watched season 2, but I like Reacher because I'm like, hell yeah, big, super muscular white man who's mad smart. And it's like,
Beats people
like
up.
they go to
Yeah.
like they go to run him over at one point. And he like picks the tail up of the car. And then they're also like, oh, it's password locked. And he's like, oh, encrypt the password. And he like guesses the password. And it's like, well, how did he do that? And it's like, shut up, you fucking bitch. He's Reacher, bro. He handles business.
He's
He's
Reacher.
the
He knows
world's
how to get
greatest
the
detective.
dude. That
Like
it was like
Batman.
that scene where he like
He-
takes 2
Batman.
seconds to guess a password correctly.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if there's a better example of like in Hollywood of like what a stupid writer's idea of what a smart person would do.
Yeah.
Like them writing like, oh, he just
And I
remembered this
miss
one
that.
little thing.
I
That's
missed that
when I
about
just
the
accepted
90s.
that Reacher was a TV show about a superhero. Like they don't call him a superhero; they act like he's not.
Mhm.
But I watched this man beat up a car by kicking its front bumper, dude.
Yeah.
You know,
all they need to do is slip in that while he was in the military service, they gave him some serum. And now he's not a superhero, but my God, is he resilient, fast, and strong. Just 10% more than he ever should have been. And he was already incredibly resilient, fast, and strong. Like, we took the best of the best we had, and we made him 10% better. Tell me that. And then I won't mind when you punch a car out.
And then in
You know what? You could
season
just do it. I could look at it and be like, look how fucking strong he is. Of course he did that. Just look at him, dude. But if Zendaya did that, but this is fucking
Get out of here.
Okay, so I don't mind when Zendaya punches a hole in a wall, as long as it's a story about how a little ugly girl got a serum that makes her strong. About how, like, the ugliest Scraggle muffin in the class got some acid poured on her, and it made her pretty and able to punch through walls.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Scraggle muffin. What a kindergarten insult. That's great.
Well, I don't mean too
Scraggle
mean. She's
muffin.
clearly a pretty girl. She's just like, it's just, I just like having a good time.
Yeah, she is clearly pretty.
And they're much prettier girls.
Make the joke.
Tom Holland, you could do better.
Did you you were talking about the Kanye outfit?
What if I was just gay for Tom Holland and this was all about jealousy?
Right.
Yeah. What
that Spider-Man suit cut that he's got.
It's like, oh, all these gifts he sends us make sense now, Woody. Did you see Kanye like 2 days after he was all clanned up, he was walking around somewhere in Europe in a kippa? Like I don't know the difference between a kippa and a yarmulke.
same thing.
But they look the same. Okay, so they're the exact same.
Different
Okay,
word,
well, he
yeah.
was walking around in like his normal clothes, which are like big baggy all black clothes, in a yarmulke, like 30 hours after he's like, I'm the new clan. And so he's just throwing
which was
noodles
20
at a
minutes
wall.
after. Which was 20 minutes after. My dick's bigger than Drake's. His is longer, but mine is thicker, which is more important.
Anyway, back to Last of Us.
I saw him streaming live, making beats or something, like mixing.
Really?
Like he was. It looked like he was in a factory or something, like a huge open space, and he had a keyboard, and he was like sampling and mixing and like doing a thing, and the chat was going wild. I saw that last night. I don't know where he was even streaming it. Maybe on X.
All right, Kyle, question for you. Where do you think Kanye's story is actually going? Not a joke, not
Suicide.
a bit. Suicide?
I would guess suicide. Most likely he just does
By
his
nitrous
thing and
oxide or
continues.
And
something.
who
The fact-
gets blamed
Well, I
for
just think-
that? And who's gonna get blamed for that when he kills himself?
I'm not going to say. We know who's going to get blamed, Harley. We know.
I mean, y'all just keep doing it over and over. And so I think he probably meets an untimely end of some kind, but just because he's clearly mentally ill, and the fact that he's a billionaire means nobody will like call him on his shit because they can't. I mean, the public is constantly saying, "Hey, you're mentally ill." His
I think
wife,
Deutsche Bank called him on his shit.
well, that's something different. That's Harley stuff. But his wife left him again because of his mental illness. Another wife has left him because of his mental illness. That's why Bianca left him. She wanted him to check into a facility, and he refused. And also the Nazi stuff, which is mixed in with the crazy. It's a big part. It's how he's expressing his crazy.
How about this, Kyle? For a conspiracy. Kanye doing all this is a Jewish op to make anti-Semites look bad.
It
worse
is.
than they did before?
They're always gonna. It's always gonna. You can always bend any.
I would say that if Hollywood
That
were to
guy-
make anti-Semites look bad, they wouldn't have
Yeah.
to lean on Kanye.
No, listen. If that guy drove through like the Christmas market in Germany, saying like Allahu Akbar, and
Mhm.
had like a Saudi passport,
Mhm.
and like I forget how it was on that day on Twitter, but it was instantly like he's a Jew. He's
Really?
It was like instantly.
Well, a lot of these
And that's
people
when
are
I was
just
like,
yeah.
oh, no matter what,
They're-
you could spin it that way
Yeah.
if you want. And it is a little fun mental exercise. Like if you go warm up your lunch and like for some reason it's like fucked up, or if you get your favorite sandwich and it tastes weird that day, or if you miss the bus, you could sit down and do a little exercise, and within like a minute, you could kind of creatively blame it on the Jews to an
Yeah.
extent. It is a very easy thing to do.
That is a good thought exercise just to keep your mind limber. Like if I wanted to blame them for this frozen pizza burning because I forgot about it, how would I do that?
They're like, first of all, it was in the oven, and they obviously have a huge disdain for ovens. Secondly, like,
Yeah, that I don't think the Kanye story is going to end well. Like, is there? I mean, I guess one day he could wake up and just be normal again and pretend it didn't happen. but that doesn't seem to be his trajectory.
Not after he was treated.
And also, you don't
say what you
spend
want
like
about
half
how
of,
he acted horribly, but he's been treated horribly as well. And that's real stuff that mentally ill or not, he knows he got debanked for some stuff he said. And he knows that he keeps losing his wives because of what he sees as expressing the truth about a grand conspiracy against himself. So he's going to feel very self-righteous at this moment. He's not going to think, oh, maybe my path is leading me astray. He's going to say, all right, we're on our own again. We're on our own again. I'm a king, though. I'm Black Jesus. I know the way. I'll follow. You follow, I'll lead. That's what's going on in his mind. He's crazy.
I think
I think it's pretty evident he is.
Yeah. No, it's far more interesting than if he just like faded away as an artist.
Yeah.
Far more interesting tale that's unraveling right now.
I can't believe I wasn't following him on Twitter with all these hilarious updates.
It's good stuff. His Twitter's wild. It's crazy that he literally went Clayton Bigsby with it. Like he genuinely did the Dave Chappelle character, the Black Klansman he's wearing the hood. I would have never thought that like it seems like we're in an alternate silly reality where because there's a black man wearing a diamond swastika and a Klan hood. And if I told you that 15 years ago about Kanye, you would not have believed me. If I told you I was writing a story about an alternate reality, I'm like, oh, and also in my alternate reality, Kanye wears a diamond pendant that's a swastika, and he dresses up as a Klansman. He's like, hey, you got to stay grounded. I like your
that's also like a good evidence he's not gonna heel turn back, or I guess he already heel turned. I don't know wrestling vernacular, but he's not gonna turn back to his normal one because like if any of us spent $40 million on a swastika diamond necklace, you're in. Like you can't. No one's gonna buy that back. And now you've got 40. What did he? I don't actually know, but it's like remember we looked at it and it was a girthy neck. Like you could swing that and really fuck someone up.
It's this fucking big. It's like it's bigger. It's as big as your hand, and it's fucking diamonds on both sides. But I would imagine that like the materials there are a big part of the cost. Like I don't know anything about $1 million piece of jewelry, but I'm looking at it and I'm thinking like, I bet we could pluck all those diamonds out and get our money back.
What's so crazy? He went to go to jeweler to get that diamond.
Yep. And
you know who made the necklace, right?
The Jews.
You know who got offered enough money to make that swastika diamond was the Jewish jeweler. He obviously goes to the best jewelers. He went to go see a Jewish guy.
Obviously.
And that Jewish guy is a jeweler before he's a Jew. Jeweler first, Jewish second, and he made that.
What a weird coincidence those words sound alike.
He made that picture. He made that picture with Nick Fuentes, both of them, and like where they're standing there together. And like one thing that I think about if you're Kanye West or if you're Nick Fuentes is like, and you're like, yeah, the Jews. What's got to be so insulting or like kind of a reality check is like you got to at some point realize you're not a threat. Because if you were really a threat, you'd be eliminated.
They probably ice you.
They'll get you. They'll fucking kill you. So sometimes I see people that are like, oh yeah, dude, the Jews are scared of Nick Fuentes. The Jews are scared of Kanye. And I'm like, I don't think so. I think if they were, they would be targeted and they would be eliminated.
Yeah. If anything, like the ADL is watching Kanye being like, he did something else outrageous. Now we have a precedent to insist on some other speech law.
The ADL, though, and I know you stand on a different point of it because we spoke about it on my podcast, but the ADL, when Elon did the thing that could be interpreted as a Nazi salute to some people,
and
like
pretty much no other way.
But yeah, Taylor was like, I don't know. And my dad even was also like, I don't know. And the ADL was like, definitely not.
Yeah, I wasn't sold on the Elon one. I'm 100% sold on the Steve Bannon one. Like that one seems like it's pretty cut and dry, and all because I don't think that guy has any weird tisms. But
he said "Hell Hitler" when he did it. What are you talking about?
That would get rid
of. That's how you know.
You just say the word doesn't count. If you don't say the word, it doesn't count.
That's right.
Yeah, if he did it, he should have done it loud and proud. And then it would have just
like Bannon did it like he was afraid of the repercussions.
Yeah, it's like, what is there someone behind the stage with a gun making you do this? Like, just do it if you're gonna do it. Like, what's this little namby-pamby Nazi shit?
It just seems like a stupid dog whistle to me because there isn't a large group of people who saw that and went, oh, Elon's with me. Good. I'm gonna buy one of those electric vehicles now. I'm gonna drag somebody behind a Tesla now. That's gonna do it well.
This idea that like Southerners have a connection to Nazis, as in if they're like, yeah, that fella over there in the 40s, he represented me. It's like, no, Hitler probably would have, like, if Hitler had to walk around like the deep South, he would have been one of those guys like with like a thin napkin before he touched things. He'd be like, yes, well, perhaps not all white people are so great. Like,
there's definitely like Klan history down here. Like, this is where it's from, and this is where it was active back in the day. And even my dad's got invited to a Klan rally when he was a teenager. He's like, yeah, everybody.
My dad's been to a Klan. My dad's been invited to a Klan rally.
No, he went. He was a kid. He's like, yeah, they invited everybody. They said there was free beer. We all went. They got
punch.
Oh, so dude, that's fibbery. If I'm running a Klan meeting and I'm like, come to my meeting, there's free beer and chicken wings, and then people show up and I'm like, look at us, 2,000 strong. It
was a tailgate.
No, they're here for the wings, you motherfucker.
They just went and tailgated in a field, and some guy talked he's like, he said a bunch of crazy shit, and we all left and went and had a good time. We didn't want to wear those stupid hoods. That was ridiculous. But I think of neo-Nazis as like a Boston thing. I think of neo-Nazis as as like that white supremacist
police department
to like have a lot of connections to the IRA and to Irish Americans and the Northeast. That's what I think of when I think of neo-Nazis. Like, I bet
IRA being connected to Nazis, is that?
Well, the neo-Nazis, yeah. I'm almost positive if you look up neo-Nazi symbology, you'll see one of them that's a swastika and a clover leaf, like transposed together.
I wouldn't think that, because like the IRA is like hardcore Irish nationalism, right?
I think they wanted weapons, and they had a common foe, but I could be wrong. I don't know. They didn't teach us shit about the IRA and the and all that stuff in school.
Yeah, the Troubles. I didn't know what that was till I was an adult. They spent no time on it at all.
Yeah, there's an episode of Star Trek that was banned because Data's like, oh yeah, in the year 2024, Ireland like did this and that, and like it formerly became part of England or something like that. Like they predicted that it would all end. That got removed by BBC back in the day. But they didn't teach us anything about that, so I don't quite understand the background and the hate. But it
makes me feel bad for you learn about it, and like, the Irish were getting bullied for a good long while up there, and so I can see them wanting to be like, nah, we're not part of England. We're not, like, we're our own shit. To each their own. Thumbs up, Irish people. Have fun over there. I don't know what they're up to. It's just one of those countries where it's like
they're never with us.
They have a cool culture. It's fun.
They're super anti-Israel.
They're funny.
I've seen that. Yeah, they're super anti-Israel. They're
Israel took their embassy out of like Afghanistan, Iraq, and Ireland.
Really? Ireland?
Recently, Ireland. Like, Ireland is like one of the most anti-Israel countries that's ever existed. Online, people call it Palestine because it's like they look at this entirely different scenario with Israel and Gaza, and they're like, that's just like us. No, it's not, but sure. And they're like, that's like us, and we're them, and that's like us. And so they've really like taken a stance. And now then when Trump came in and Trump was like, we're going to turn it into a casino. They were like, Israel was like, oh, okay, great. So Ireland, you're going to take all these Palestinians, right? They're yours now. Like, you're going to step up and you're going to take anyone who is a refugee. You're going to welcome them in, right?
No.
And they have a crazy Islamic population now. Like, Ireland is very Islamic in terms of compared to how many Irish people are in there, and that's actually quite a few countries out there that's happening.
A lot of those countries not so stoked on it. Yeah,
I don't know why everyone's always like, oh yeah, colonizers, Israel's like this big. It's this tiny thing, and it's surrounded by like hardcore Islamic countries, and I'm like, I feel like those are the colonizers. That's like what colonizing looks like to me. When you look at a map and you lay it out on a map.
No, Woody, that's a
No.
misnomer. All of those nations and people moved there after 1948.
Oh.
Lebanon,
Yeah.
Lebanon.
People
was
say
like,
Iran, it was Persia. There's thousands and thousands of years of history there. That sounds like propaganda to me.
Yes.
What are there? Archaeological digs that prove it? Doubt it.
Who do you think built the pyramids? Egyptians?
Egyptians? No. The Egyptians looked around and they were like, we need the hardiest, best manual laborers available to humankind, Jews.
No, I don't.
We need a lot of guys with asthma to get over here.
All
and
these
start lugging-
accountants with abacuses in tow.
Yeah, just-
I don't think it would have. They gotten the project done on time. No, I think we're
They'd have
about to
a
go
bunch
to
of new
war with
labor
Iran, though. I think that we in Israel and the Jordanians are about to dogpile on old Iran and do some bombing because they've been moving assets to the region for weeks and weeks. And I think Trump wrote a letter to the Iranians a couple weeks ago, and it was something like he wants the nuclear deal back, but a new nuclear deal. And there was a threat. It was like, or this, it was like, do this or. And it wasn't received well by the Iranians. And the Iranians are at the UN. They're like, we don't want war with America, but we'll hit back hard if they hit us. Please no war. And like meanwhile, we're flying a third of the B-2 fleet to the Indian Ocean, moving another aircraft carrier strike group into the region from the Pacific. And I've seen all the assets they've moved. They moved a THAAD missile system. They moved some Patriot missile systems over there.
I haven't heard many
a lot
ground
of stuff.
assets, just airstrikes.
Yeah,
but well, you say of course not. I've lived through several ground wars in the last like 20 years.
We're not going to send ground forces to Iran under any circumstances.
That would be really, that would be bloody. So hopefully it doesn't kick off at all.
We're there. They're there for the nuclear sites. They're there to hit those underground nuclear sites where they're enriching uranium. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to blow them up.
Hope not. Hope they don't get a war.
Israel and USA hacked Iran. They hacked into Iran's like nuclear systems a while back.
Stuxnet.
Yeah, and it was like that thing where it's like they don't realize that they were hacked. And then like Israel, of course, got a little too aggressive with the hack and like it ended up revealing itself, but like it set them back for quite a while because they weren't able to do things because their calculations and computation wasn't working. And this had to happen because like a USB or something was physically put into a computer. I'm just like, man, that's a different Jew from
the way those
some sick Jew to pose in as Iranian and get into the nuclear reactor and fucking plug in a virus.
Dude, Kyle, you're mentioning the like I didn't know until you told me last week that Missouri has so many of our planes and whatnot in a field here or whatever. And it was sometime a week and a half ago that like 3 days in a row, like the loudest planes I've ever heard in my life were like going over my house, and I don't live anywhere near an airport. And so I was just like, what the fuck is this? Like my windows are almost shaking from how loud and sustained this is. And then you mentioned that they were moving planes around.
150 C-130s went to the Middle East this week. You know what one of those carry? Those giant cargo planes. They could fill them up with tanks. They've been moving a lot of stuff.
That must have been what it was, because there's no other planes that would have made that noise.
Kind of wish we had more allies.
I don't think we have any allies that are capable of the mission that we're about to perform. They're about to go in through an integrated air defense network with S-300 missile systems stealthily and hit targets that are 200 feet below the desert that they're going to detect, I suppose, with some intelligence or satellite thermal shit or magic for all I know, and then blow those up. Nobody else can do what we're doing. That's why they're using $2 billion airplanes. Nobody else has any of those.
I just feel isolated. That's all. Like I don't know.
The Jordanians will be there with their F-16s. The Israelis will be there with their 35s and 22s.
Israel, but like I meant like Europe.
What if your allies?
That's why we're doing this. That's what that signal thing revealed, is that Israel's going to sit on its hands and get fucked in the ass. We have to go rescue them and fix the trade routes. That's what would happen though, as far as the Houthis go with the trade route stuff.
If your allies were Russia and China, how would you feel?
What do you? How would I? How would I feel like philosophically? Or how would I feel as far as like?
Who are you asking?
Woody, because you said that you wanted allies, and you're like, what about Europe? But I was like, what about Russia and China?
Historically, Russia and China have not been reliable allies. Like America and Europe, until this presidency, had a reliable relationship where we would be there for one another. But
did you
Russia,
feel like your country was doing heavy lifting in that relationship?
I do feel like we were doing the heavy lifting, but I also thought they'd do their best if the chips, were on the table. Probably fuck that metaphor up. But China, Russia in particular, will lie through their teeth. They will tell lies that we know they're lying. They know we know they're lying. They're not a reliable ally. China has never been an ally of America. If we had a brand new relationship and we had to put that to any kind of test, they wouldn't be what, for example, England, probably our best ally, is always there for us. Canada was one of our best allies. They're not our ally anymore. So no, I don't think that Russia and China are reliable allies, even if they're strong countries.
I don't know what we would hope that France would do for us in this moment, or England or Australia would help us in this moment. They don't have the assets to do the job. It's not as if they were our friends. We might be like, hey, oh, you're joining the team? Oh, we can fill you in. Hey, you set up the chairs. Yeah, you're the guy that sets up chairs. and France, you got a cooler, right? A big red one. Oh,
you don't? Okay, well, we'll give it to you.
Canada's got one.
We'll give it to you.
Talk to Canada. Here, borrow our cooler, and you can get some ice from Canada. No ice? How much are you charging us for ice, Canada? Jesus.
I can't go toe-to-toe with whose submarines are quieter when it comes to weapon systems with you, Kyle, because this is a hobby of yours and you're a subject matter expert. But I do know that Europe has good weapon systems as well. And they're more than just bringing snacks to the table.
Not for this, though, and not enough numbers, and they can't get them there. That's the other thing. Like, our ability to get our shit there to where the fight actually is, like, the fight's not in France. Like, what's that Raphael's range radius? Is it 1,500 kilometers? Is it 3,000? It wouldn't matter. You're nowhere near Iran. You need something that can land on that island in the Indian Ocean that's 2,400 miles from Iran or something like that. And then it takes off, this B2, and we're going to refill that thing like 3 times before it comes back. They don't have those capabilities. Like all
they
of the
can't
things
do mid-air refueling.
They don't have the refueling we could refuel them, sure, but then they don't have the planes. They could. I don't even know if they have the F-18s that we would send in tandem with the B2, sending out electronic jamming. They would send like 2 B2s because each one carries like 2 of those bunker busters, those crazy, ridiculous bunker buster bombs. And then they'd be flanked by like 8 or a dozen F-18s or something, like screaming, signal jamming shit everywhere. I just don't know how Europe can help us with that fight. And it's not even like shitting on Europe. It's just if I was putting this war together, it's like, okay, how can Europe help? Thoughts and prayers,
Well, when I was when Trump mentioned something about annexing Canada, like casually, like 2 or 3 weeks ago or something like that, France had a nuclear submarine surface like off the coast of Canada, and I was like, wow, that's so like cool, an ally, and they brought their nuclear submarine. I'm like, that's so cool. I think the US has 100.
Yeah, that's
so like what are we doing?
No, this is a purely a PR, as you say.
I watched a
we cannot take
YouTuber.
the United States.
The Navy allowed a YouTuber aboard one of their nuclear attack submarines, and he had to film very carefully because so much of the components and screens are classified. But there was a part where they're going into their dive, and he's like not a tech YouTuber. He's like an information and like tech YouTuber, I guess. So he was like, all right, so we're descending at 8 degrees, and we're going that speed. And he's looking at his watch. He's like, we're deep. We're really deep. And he's like, but I can't tell you how deep I even think we went because it's classified.
It's classified.
Yeah,
that'd be spooky. I wouldn't want to be on a sub.
Exactly. I always thought being on a submarine would be scary as hell, and it'd be like rough living. But he lived with them for, I don't know, it seemed like several days, maybe a week, and you completely lose track of your day-night cycle, and pizza night becomes the thing. He's like, pizza night is how he glued his time frame and his whole week together. He's like, I was like, all right, it's been 3 days since pizza night. Okay. But they had like great food, a decent amount of space. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't cramped. And like their mess hall, like where they would eat, there's like TVs in there, and
Yeah,
The
I ate
guys
on
are,
one of those.
he's like, we play
Really?
Magic the Gathering and cribbage every night, and I'm like,
Sick.
that's amazing.
That sounds pretty fun. How big was the mess hall you ate in, Harley?
There are parts of it that I can't fully stand up.
That's
There
what I
are like
wondered.
parts of it, but like the mess hall was one of the higher ceiling building places like in that I had gone on. It wasn't a submarine. It was a like the big ass ships that you can like have planes fly off of and stuff like a carrier.
Carrier. Okay.
Yeah. But there are so many doors and walkways and places that are so cramped and tight, like crazy cramped and tight. And I spoke with a guy who was in the Navy and he worked on like a battleship. And I was like, oh, like tell me some crazy shit. And he was like, you want to know something crazy? He was like, when we go out in the water, he's like, sometimes like we pass a Chinese ship and they're allowed to be there too, but we're allowed to be there. And like, so we all man our stations and they man their stations probably. And like we coast by each other and we just look at each other and like pass. And he's like, but I've been doing this for years. And he's like, what's been happening recently is like, we don't know a Chinese ship is there until we see it. He's like, and when you could see the ship, that's a problem. You're already too close.
Mhm.
You're supposed to know before you visually can see it. He's like, so there have been a couple times where we physically see a ship and then we're rushing to our stations and they kind of like just materialize out of nowhere. And he's like, and I don't know if like, he's like, maybe like my ship doesn't have the capabilities, or maybe the higher ups on my ship are aware and they're not telling us. He's like, maybe back home, the brass knows about this and there's something there. He's like, whatever. He's like, I'm just saying that like there is some technologies out there that are like making great strides forward that we may or may not be aware of. When I think of like Trump and how much he likes power and how much he seems to be a fan of Russia, and how much he's changed on China compared to like his first time in office, I'm like, I think he's trying to do like a China-Russia maneuver. I think he wants to be like China and Russia. I think he wants to like hopscotch over Europe, bypass Europe, and be friends with China and Russia instead, and be like big three dominators of the world. And like, I mean, if I were playing
Big
Ritz,
three, I like that. That sounds like a
Ooh.
basketball team.
Oh, we get to be number one
Where's
thing is-
of the
thing, though.
triumvirate. We have to be the clear one. That's the
what's
deal.
weird. What's weird though is like right now, like in the time that it takes the U.S. to build a ship, like China builds 10.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
like if you are number one, and that's like the alliance, like, well, how long are you number one for? And like, well, like I know China doesn't build things as well as the USA, but they have gotten better at their whole method of like copying things. Even if you buy shit from China, like I mean, I do action figures, so I'm about to get real gay on y'all.
Yeah.
The car.
The-
I saw a car review the other day, and it was like,
Mhm.
that blows a Tesla out of the fucking
Is
water.
it
That ain't-
BYD? Is
The
that what
cars
they
are
made?
crazy. The fake action figure market is crazy good. Like the whole method of like I guess it was like an early game shit
Yeah.
stat, but that late game stat of being able to copy your opponent's stuff at like at a weaker ability later in the game is like you get better and better at it until you could do full copies. So yeah, and
No,
I don't
you
know.
may be right about that. What I would imagine is that Trump, if he looks at Europe and how their leadership works, and then he looks at China and Russia and how their leadership works, he would probably much rather be a Xi or a Putin than he would like a Macron or some European leader. I think that does make a little bit of sense. And then maybe he could make some kind of deal with Russia he takes Greenland and Canada. They get all of Ukraine. You never know.
I don't think they're going to make that trade. I don't think.
What if the Russians help
we
us
can
with
even offer
Canada? What if the Russians came over the North Pole? to
First
help
of
us
all,
with
it's
Canada?
insulting you insinuate we need help with Canada.
Well, yeah, but see, they would surrender immediately though if that happened, because
Yeah.
that's what the Japanese did. The Japanese were holding out, and then they saw the Russians were coming from the north, and then they're like, "Hey, let's go and surrender."
Harley,
call
would
it.
Canada fall? I guess it depends what fall is.
What's
Yeah,
weird
maybe.
about Canada is like it is like, yeah, okay, Canada's very unified right now. Like even
Mhm.
the French Canadians are unified. But like I think about it, it's like you don't fall in the sense that like, yeah, if you guys came in like boots, it's like, what's Canada gonna do? Like, they're not gonna shoot back at you. But like, I made a silly video of this online, like halfway as a joke. But like, the truth is, like, Canada is a joke as a country. It's a joke as when it's a country. But like, when people talk shit to me as a Canadian, they're like, dude, we'll fucking roll on your ass. I'm like, okay, South Dakota. Don't talk about my country when you're South Dakota. You're not all of the USA. As all of the USA, you could talk badly about Canada. But if Canada is now a state, and even if you broke it up, we're talking about like, you guys just got 9 million French people. You're now, this state, Canada, is the state that's providing all the oil to the country. All the oil, like it's like Texas oil is practically dried up compared to Canada. Canada is going to be providing the oil as like, as like, it's like, how loyal are the people, the Canadian people, and what can they do along the way to fuck up and hamper the USA if they were that spiteful? And there are tons of Canadians that are like, hell yeah, I see like posted on like r/Canada flags that have the USA flag with like a maple leaf amongst them, like being like, yeah, Trump, and we want to be part of the USA. And then I see like French Canadians that never sing the anthem in English, like singing the national anthem in English along with the rest of the country, because they're so like, oh yeah, we don't want to be fucking Canadian, but
they knew the word full time, guys.
They're like we want to be Canadian more than we want to be American. Yeah. And so there is like, it's like as a state, Canada all of a sudden becomes like really powerful. Like, do you want like something like California has a lot of influence within the country, like something like Canada would have a lot of influence, in that you're getting a lot more liberal-minded people.
Like, I hope he does nothing in regards to Canada.
Nothing's going to happen with Canada.
I hope the United States and Canada renegotiate whatever needs to be renegotiated. And everybody goes back to being kumbaya. But you know, if he killed your government and put in a new government, he held elections, and then wouldn't you know it, the conservatives in your country won that election by a landslide. Everybody would keep paying their taxes, and it would seem like we're all Canadians because we'd still call ourselves Canadians and we'd keep the flag, but our taxes would suddenly be in US dollars and our economy would shift, and that would be that. Right.
But that's not what happened in Afghanistan. That's not what happened in Vietnam. That's not what happened in Iraq. I mean, we were able to take out their government, but somehow that still didn't win the country.
Not a lot of Islamists up there. I don't know. And it's not going to be a jungle war either. It's a lot of first world white people.
That's a good point. Let me hit it back.
There are a lot of
one thing. Hold on a second. I'm mostly quiet. Russia, what impresses me with that country militarily is not the shitty weapon systems they have. It seems like time and time again, they come up as second rate. But what the Russian people are willing to endure in the name of unity might be king of the hill. You know, those fuckers will lose 2/3 of their population before they raise a white flag. And in Ukraine, they just keep coming and coming and coming. People are signing up to be part of a meat wave, for heaven's sakes. Who does that? I don't know that Canada has that like Russia does, but it is a question. Like, you know, Afghanistan did, Iraq did.
Well, I don't think there's any. I don't think it's realistic that there would be like an insurgency in Canada in any way there was like Afghanistan or
Iraq. They were disarmed years ago. It's gonna be easy.
Yeah, they don't have any guns.
That's another big difference. Like, unless the Russians come in and give the Canadians arms against us, you know what I mean? Like I don't think it's going to be
quite the crisscross.
I think that Trump holds so many cards with this economic war. I think that we're going to look. There's going to be an economic downturn here, but I would imagine it's going to be awful in Canada over the next few months. I don't see how it couldn't be.
Damn! Just as eggs are back to normal.
They're still expensive here.
They're more than they were, but they're about 50% less.
Easter's coming up
than they were 2 months ago.
Easter's coming up in 17 days. You got to get those things down.
Oh, that's true. Big eggs. It's egg season. Yeah.
I didn't see any stats, but they must have killed hundreds of millions of chickens. Like, there must have been a chicken holocaust that no one said anything about that occurred.
How long does it take to make a new egg-laying chicken?
I don't know.
you might.
I would
Oh, I thought you
guess
might.
about a dozen weeks, maybe 16 weeks even.
That's not too bad.
But I don't know. That I've never been part of that business. It looks incredibly labor intensive when they've got to go in there and get the eggs every day in those egg laying chicken houses. It's a continuous grind. Whereas if you're growing meat chickens, broilers, just kind of check in on them every now and then. They're not laying eggs or doing anything. They're just growing. The egg thing is just a continuous grind every day. And if you take a day off, then then there's rotten eggs everywhere. You know what I mean? It's a disaster.
Shit.
What is this you just linked, Harley?
I put in there since we were talking about it. BuyCanadianGroup.ca. It's the first all-Canadian online department store who I've partnered with to help Canadians buy Canadian products. Because Canadians are very like, man, it's crazy. They like took Jack.
Wait, you were a
Daniels off the
patriot
shelf
30
and stuff.
minutes ago. This guy.
That's the thing about my people.
He senses where the wind is blowing. Yeah.
Like as soon as China's in power, every Jew you know is gonna be like, ni hao, shishi, shishi.
Yeah, yeah. Holding their eyes back. Yeah.
That's
Nice.
classic
Well, I hope we
kindergarten, eh?
become fast friends again. Canada, second favorite country. They brought ice hockey to the world. They're actually, then this is pretty devastating. They're about to lose the Gretzky record. That's
Big fan of New Zealand, though.
heartbreaking.
I like New Zealand a lot. That might be my second favorite country.
They're up there. They seem cool, but like Canada, they're our boys. They're up there. We play. I mean, you don't care about hockey.
Accent. They got that cool, like high pitched Australian thing where they hit
It's like,
certain
hey.
vowels weird.
With the sound a little odd.
Lord.
Speaking.
It almost like
Speaking?
leans into South African, a little twang
Yeah.
to it. It's weird. I
Mhm.
like it.
I think
they
I
got the
always
Lord of the
I know
Rings.
it's not Australia, but I did always want to go to Australia. I've never been. I know it's not the same, but like
Yeah, it's
just
close.
I would like to like I feel like I should go there. I feel like I just have people there.
Yeah.
I feel like I would like it there.
You gotta take the
Australia-
pilgrimage.
I don't want a big ass spider in my toilet bowl though.
I bet
Does New
Australia would be
Zealand
down to
have-
be a state. I bet if we asked Australia, they'd be like, cool.
Damn, that
Yeah.
sounds pretty
Like,
neat.
They'd be like,
So we
get
get our
back,
guns back.
get back, cunt. Get back,
As
cunt.
long as we can play in the SEC.
That would. Oh, just man, they're just getting blown out because they're traveling so much.
Extra Southeastern Conference.
Yeah, the southeastern. Yeah, that
they'd call like UGA the Northerners. You Yankees.
Yeah, Australia would be neat to get in the mix. Let's get them all in there. Who would we exclude if we're making an ultra United
I don't want Mexico.
States?
I don't
of the
want
whole
Mexico.
Western-
Crazy.
Mexico
The
stays
whole
there.
world.
The whole
whole
Western
world
world.
was the
The whole
USA.
Western world. So
The
like
whole
if we're
world is
picking
USA.
because like obviously like Somalia, you're not gonna be part of the US. But like England, do they make the cut?
No.
Don't think geopolitically, just think if they're cool enough. I say
No.
I think
I-
England is
Not if
definitely
they
cool enough.
not if they don't change their ways. I mean, I feel like that's going to be an Islamic country.
Just think of the
very soon.
people themselves because they're going to get their guns back when they join the U.S.
I like the
And
British.
I like the
on
British.
board.
I think that's-
feel
I think
they're
what- I think
plucky and
Ky-
tougher and they're underrated.
I like them. Ireland too.
I think Kyle's touching on
Yes.
something though when he keeps bringing it up. Is like I think it's like an unspoken thing, but I think is like and this aren't like I'm like lack of better words. I think like some people like in the government or whatever consider like Europe compromised. Like the Islamic presence is so heavy and they're
Mhm.
quite heavy-handed with their like the way they have explained that like if they were to invade or if they were to colonize, it would be legally and from within. And people always said that like if there was an invasion of the USA, it would be because California literally let them in. And like Canada is similar to that. Canada is like at a like you go to Costco in Canada and like someone may put down that the prayer mat and face Mecca and do their prayers in the at Costco.
Don't like that.
I am happy that this person has their religion and they can do their things, but I find it weird that there are so many mosques and you're doing it in the aisle when I'm trying to get those Uber gift cards behind you, and I
Yeah.
don't want to. I'm
trying to get to the pretzel barrel, and you're fucking bowing down for 6 minutes.
And they do
Enough.
it. They do it like they do it. They go to the park, like and they'll be like literally like a 1,000 in the park, and they have like this prayers on the loudspeaker, and they're doing it, and I'm like, oh, that's so nice to celebrate your religion in the park. But it's weird for people that aren't part of that, and like I think that is like it's a growing issue. I'm also like walking, even the way I walk around it, I feel like people feel a way about that. They're like, no, just say what it is. Like they're like, you know, it's like a demonstration and a power of
quotes around it.
It's a demonstration.
What
of
I
power
see
of
is
numbers.
Is it
and
an
it's like,
issue that there's giant Christmas trees in public and people are surrounding that and making a Christian holiday? It seems pretty
well,
parallel.
back
Not at
in the
all.
day, I used to be
Okay.
like, oh, this war on Christmas shit is so silly.
Mhm.
But I realized that like growing up and now being here in Florida, I, as like a Jewish person, I have like a lot of love for Christmas, because
Me too.
Christmas to me is like Canada in the 90s / USA in the 90s. It's Christmas trees, it's Christmas lights up. It's like, it is what it is. That's how it was. And whatever that identity is, I know it's just not Christian, but whatever the identity is, that's like Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays.
Mhm.
That's the Canada that I like.
It's Western.
And you know what? Like Happy Holidays, like, yeah, sometimes there's a menorah there. Sometimes you get a shout out to Kwanzaa. But
Kwanzaa
Merry
is such
Christmas.
nonsense. That shit was made up in like 1980 in California or something, right?
That is true. Yeah.
It's all made up to me. I just like that it's sort of a positive vibe.
It's not all made up though.
kind of
Like we're
thing.
celebrating historical events in some cases, and we're combining the like many cultures into one for those.
But
for
that's
these
why-
agreed
that's why-
upon holidays. This
but
guy in
that's
the
why-
80s came up with some stuff.
Dude,
But
do
you know what,
not
even-
tell Kyle that Santa is fake. He
But wait,
doesn't know.
He wasn't fake. He was a real historical character on
Yeah.
which the story's based, and it's a thing that
He
happened.
was,
Unlike
he
Kwanzaa,
was.
which was like
Mhm.
some made up shit from the 80s.
I-
He was.
But wait,
I know,
but on that
the
note,
whole gang.
Well, I've never seen a Kwanzaa thing in my entire life.
No, it's
but-
not real.
show
Yeah.
off.
But I know I live in Missouri. There's no Kwanzaa around here. I see what you're saying, Harley. Like the demonstration of like kind of taking over an area that's public and making it about your like religion.
Yeah, I'm in
like,
Florida right now, and
when
I
it's a
walk
foreign
around.
religion to like Western culture. Like Christmas makes sense. We're like Western, that's traditionally Christian. Like that's the culture of the West. And so
After 20, sorry,
that's fine. No, that's fine. I agree
After
with you.
2010, like around like that time after 2010 and stuff, like, and like all of a sudden, like an American flag became like some sort of symbol that meant you were racist or some shit like that, or people overthought it, or they're like, oh, you know, like if a truck has an American flag on it, you know, that guy is a fucking whatever. I'm in Florida and I like walk around and I see like American flags on houses, and I like that.
Yeah.
I think being American and liking America and liking the USA is cool. I'm not saying deport them, and I think it's really looks really bad for Jewish people or whatever when they're like deporting people that are, you know, American citizens and they have some shit going on. But there is an element of where it's like, if you burnt an American flag and if you're handing out pamphlets for groups that are like Death to America, then maybe America's not the place for you. And why should America pander?
Maybe America's not the place for you.
Such a polite Canadian like viewpoint on that. Hey, I think you may have come to the wrong place.
That's the Quebec way to handle that. Like where I would just be like, get the fuck out. Like, you don't love America? What? Fuck you.
Yeah, I for an American, like if Taylor wants to burn the American flag, like that's his right. I wouldn't cheer him on or anything, but you know, he can do that all he wants. There's no law against that. There should.
We need to pivot to burning other countries' flags.
I have never seen an American burn anybody else's flag. I really have.
No, I
When's the
haven't
last
either.
time you saw a white dude named Brent roll out a fucking flag from like Norway or something? It's like, you know what, Norway? This is what you get. Like,
Yeah.
You don't know what their flags look like. It's like, like really, you'd be like, people would be
I'm
like, what
picturing a
flag is
red
that,
thing with
dude?
some stripes
I
up
think
and
it's
down.
blue and white with a star in the
No.
middle. I don't know.
Norway is a white and red stripe.
That's the one I burn. I'm
I
trying
think
to fuck over
Norway-
Norway. I might be doing it wrong.
Yeah,
Norway might just be the
when I look
inverse
at
of
Europe-
Poland. I don't remember.
when I look at Europe, I think a bunch of bleeding heart social liberals who see Middle Eastern and North African migration and think, oh, those poor people, we must shelter them. And meanwhile, a big group of those people's mantra and religion is mix in with them, deceive them, lie to them at every turn. It's not a sin to lie to them because they're not human. Become part of their system and take them down from within. I think that is the majority of the people who are coming in there. I think that's what's whispered behind closed doors, and I think that that's a big part of their religion and a big part of their goal.
How do you know that? Like, where did you learn that?
The Quran.
You learned it by reading the Quran?
Yeah.
About how it's okay to lie.
Yeah.
As long as they're
Tequila.
Would you like
I
the
have
quote?
heard that. That is
It's called, it's called,
yeah.
You're making a silly face, but like I could
I
comment.
was
It's called-
surprised
it's
to learn
called
that you
tequila.
read the Quran.
Well, I read those parts.
I think it's called tequila, where you can like pretend that you're. Remember when I told you about that guy that drove through the Christmas market and said, yeah, people were like when they spun it on Jews. That's how I learned the word, by saying, because like he was like I hate Islam on a tweet before that or something.
Yeah,
Like
it's
the
tough
day
on
before
me.
he drove through it.
Like individually, I have sympathy for people who are refugees, who are, trying to flee a place that's a bad one and start their new life. And if they love America, I welcome them. Even if they're culturally different, I don't sweat it too much. Give it a generation. Their kids will be Americans. Their parents will hate it, and their kids will be just like all the other kids in school. I'm cool with that. But in mass numbers is a, sort of soft invasion. Suddenly it doesn't feel so cool anymore. That's what happens. And it's hard to be okay with it in small numbers, not in large numbers. I'd be cool with more controlled immigration, like, hey,
yes.
what if we didn't let any culture accumulate too densely in one place?
Yeah, like that's.
What do you think about the new thing they're saying they're going to do? They're saying that if they catch it, this is USA. They're saying that the people that we catch who are here illegally and the people going forward that we catch crossing illegally will now never be able to become citizens legally.
Boom, in the mix. Like it.
Elon
Yeah, I liked it too.
Yeah,
it
you're
seemed like a good idea.
the first act you take on our soil is to disrespect our laws. No,
How dare they? First thing he did was come spit on the flag. They bring a flag with them to spit on for special when they cross over. Yeah, that's how they are.
I've seen that.
I've seen it.
People are saying it.
Spitting flag.
I seen it. Yeah.
No, none of those things happened. But I think they are going to do that. It seems like, every now and then I'll see on Reddit, they'll be like, ha ha, we've won. This vote went our way. And I'm like, that's like the first of 8 steps for you to win. Like, what are you talking about,
This is the
bro?
Wisconsin thing you're talking about?
Yeah. Oh no, this Wisconsin thing's good. I think that's a good sign for Democrats nationwide and in every other kind of way. But I was thinking more they I think Congress or not the Senate but the House voted down the tariffs against Canada maybe, and they were like, good, they're voted down. It's like, well, now it goes to the Senate and then it goes to the president. I wonder what he thinks about it. Oh, are you going to get 2/3 majority against this? No. Well, let's see if Donald Trump wants to.
They sent a message, Kyle.
He's watching Fox News. He ain't getting that message. You think he's on C-SPAN?
I'm teasing. I don't think anyone's getting that message.
He said he watches 8 hours of TV a day and drinks 12 Diet Cokes a day.
I believe
that's
him.
a hero. That's a hero.
First time he's told the truth.
That's like that is the most boomer lifestyle I can imagine. Is like cable news, just constant propaganda slop from cable, and then just enough aspartame to kill a horse. Although that's an impossible number because there's nothing wrong with it at all. It can't be.
There's clearly not enough to kill Trump. And I'll say this about Trump, like policies and everything aside, he looks healthy, bright, and with it, and he still does. He's energetic. He's there all the time. He talks to the press every single day, whether he should or not. Impromptu, on stages in front of microphones, and you don't get a lot of those. I was hearing about. I think Barack Obama's writing a book, and it seems that he wanted an open primary. He didn't want to immediately endorse Kamala. He wanted a open primary, or at least a condensed one, and then whatever a convention where the Dems get together and they have a few rounds of voting to decide who they want. He wanted that, and his hand was kind of forced when some other people endorsed Kamala. They said that people were not taking Obama's calls so that they could endorse her quickly before they took his call because they knew why he was calling, because there was such a movement on one. There were multiple factions, and there was the Pelosi Obama faction. The Pelosi Obama faction was very much against Kamala, and then there was this other faction that was like, "Go! This is what we got. Let's go. Let's go." And,
I wonder who was right.
We know who was right.
Who did they want?
We know who was not right.
No.
Yeah, Kamala.
What we don't know is what would have happened if we did it Obama's way. We're comparing what happened.
We don't know, but we do know what happens if we go this way.
Yeah, so that doesn't mean the other side.
How could it get worse?
It could be equally bad. It doesn't make them right.
What was the Obama idea? So like,
it could get worse. They could lose by more, but it doesn't matter. I mean,
it's still a loss is a loss. At the end of the day.
What do they have? Like the narrowest margin in the House ever, and a very narrow margin in the Senate. It could get worse. There you go.
What is so what I don't understand what the Obama plan. You're saying
he
Obama
wanted to have a more a competition to see who would replace Biden.
Oh,
which makes sense. She was the worst.
That does seem like the better idea.
Like,
they were crunched for time.
Pelosi
That's
didn't want
the thing.
to,
they were crunched for time,
Trump.
and there's something I don't fully understand about what they could have done with the money raised so far. Like apparently only Kamala was eligible for it because her name was on the money raised as well. So she slid in there and was able to use all that fundraising for her campaign. Sense. Whereas if they put me in there, I'd be starting with $0 and
5 almonds.
And 5 almonds. I'd lose every House seat and every Senate seat. So we don't know how this alternate reality would have worked out where they started from scratch and tried to make it happen.
I would have voted for any of you guys over any of the politicians.
I was gonna say
that would be
crazy.
So fun.
It'd be crazy that all the red states like voted blue for the first time because Woody's running.
Yeah, you'd like fly into a field and land in like a photo op, and you'd be like, "Hi, Woodworth for America."
Have you seen
I mean, you come in a paraglider,
paramotor? It'd be my Dukakis moment.
You come in like that. You come in like that, they'd be like, "Hey, support some us. Let's vote him."
It's like I imagine it's still loud while it's turning down the fan, and you're like, "This November, turn out for me!" Just like screaming.
I'm
and
still
having to,
deaf from inadequate hearing protection.
If you'd like any Tech Tuesday shirts, there's a merchandise right over here.
Every Tuesday, I'll bring a microwave into the Oval Office, and we're gonna have some fun, boys. Yeah, that'd be great.
Stop me now, YouTube. You're just in the Oval, just microwave and paint cans.
Like and subscribe. It's the law.
Grapes
they
are
said
cool.
that they said that Pelosi did not want the debate to happen. That she told him not to debate Trump, and they said that
Biden's debate.
Yeah, and they said that Biden had been, what's the word? Not recognizing people for a while. Like he was not recognizing people he should know. That was like the first sign that like, oh, this isn't just him taking long pauses or getting sleepy. Because I could forgive that. Old people get sleepy easier. I get sleepy easier than I used to. Like, you know what I mean? Like all of us are like that afternoon nap seems like.
Tell me, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like so at his age, I wouldn't, if he hasn't had a nap or if he didn't get great sleep last night and he's dozing off a little in a meeting, I get it. It's like, get him some coffee. He'll be all right. He knows what's going on.
Trump
like once you rouse him and remind him, he's good. But if he's not recognizing the Joint Chiefs of Staff or if something like that, that's a rough sign because I don't know how else it could manifest when we're in the room where we decide where the bombs go or, maybe he forgets he had a call with the terrorist leader and we sorted this all out last week. And he's like, yep, strike him. So wait, sir, you already, no, we can't do that. It was scary. Like at least Trump is with it. His decisions may not be good. We may not like them, but he's making them with a clear head.
I don't like the lies. Like even lying me into a good decision, I still feel bad about it. Heck, the fucking yesterday, right? He goes up there with the chart, says these are the tariffs they're putting on us. These are the reciprocal tariffs we're putting on them. All the tariffs on us are lies. None of that was true. Every fucking number in that column was untrue. Not a single one was accurate. And I'm like, why are you lying us into trade wars? Is this fucking Trump W? Like, you're just lying us into a trade war? You fucking cunt.
So he exaggerated how much we were being tariffed.
What he did,
I screenshotted it so I would have it exactly. If I may. This guy says I just figured out where these fake tariff rates came from. They didn't actually calculate tariff rates plus non-tariff barriers as they said they did. Instead, for each country, they just took our trade deficit with that country and divided it by the country's exports to us. So we have 17.9 billion trade deficit with Indonesia. Its exports to us are 28 billion. So 17.9 billion divided by $28 equals 64%, which Trump claims is the tariff rate Indonesia charges us. What extraordinary nonsense this
That's
is.
my kind of math. You just nice and easy.
I don't like being lied to. And it shocks to me how like these MAGA guys are on their knees in front of Trump with their tongue out saying, lie to me, daddy, lie to me, daddy. I'll slurp it down. I'm like, why do you like being lied to so much? He thinks you're a fucking lie faggot, slurping them out of his cock. Like, why do you think this is so ridiculous?
You gotta sell that t-shirt.
Give me all your dishonest commies.
He thinks you're a fucking lie faggot, and he drops it on your tongue, your waiting tongue, as you sit there with your red hat on.
Damn, pretty good.
People like it so much, and like Kyle said, they just Vietnam. He said the tariff rate was 90%, and I was like, damn, 90%. That's a big tariff. Not true. It just turns out we buy a bunch of textiles from Vietnam, and they don't buy much from us because they're poor, and
because they can't afford it.
Because they can't afford fucking American routers or cars or Teslas or whatever they're making. So he's like, well, 90% of the trade imbalance is 90. It's 9-1. So we're gonna put half that, 45%, in tariffs, and it's like he lied us into a trade war, and the MAGA faggots are just on their knees slurping it down. And I don't know why so many people are so happy to be lied to.
Are you hopeful that it will return manufacturing and production and jobs?
Way, and I'll tell you why. It's because if you're an investor, right, if you put your investor hat on, then you need stability to make this decision. If you're like, you know what? I think that we can replace the humans in textile manufacturing, clothing, and do this with robots and make price competitive t-shirts with Vietnam now that they have a 45% tariff on them. No way would you build that facility. Donald Trump changes what the tariff rates are literally hour by hour. His rationale for what the tariffs are, Canada especially, changes literally hour by hour. I have heard him say it's fentanyl many times. I've heard him say that it's their tariffs many times. I've heard them say it's their food safety standards is the reason that he's tariffing them. I've heard him say that there's like immigrants. He makes up shit all the time. Would you invest $500 million in a textile manufacturing plant hoping that this stuff is permanent and trustworthy and that you can use it in your business plans?
No, that makes sense.
That's what's important.
Then you're not bringing manufacturing back here.
Yeah, so that makes sense.
We're not. That's not the goal either.
I agree with you on the that's kind of what's causing the stock market fluctuation is like the instability, the uncertainty is like, if he just would have said 10% across the board to keep it like easy numbers, there wouldn't have been as much uncertainty and fluctuation. It is, and I do dislike this, the like fly by night changes all the time because you can't make accurate decisions based on that. What it should be is just like a set number that's baked into the cake of our economy. Like this is what it is moving forward. And this way people can make accurate assessments based on what it is. And the goal of tariffs is to bring back more production and manufacturing. And so if it was a set number, it would be more likely to do that. Kyle, you are muted.
He wants to renegotiate the tariffs that they have on our goods. That's what this is about. He doesn't expect this to be the new norm because it won't work. It just won't work. It's just clearly to put those countries in a hard spot that we can afford to be in, but they cannot. And it's to say to them, do you want to completely remap your economy? Because we're fine without you, Indonesia, but you won't be fine without us. So give us a good deal. And that'll be the new deal going forward. I think that's what's happening. Whether it'll work or not, I don't know. But the hope would be, as far as bringing in manufacturing back, is that maybe after negotiations have happened and they've agreed to something, then maybe they would. But I don't think that textiles is in America's future. I don't think that we're going to be the big textile maker of the 21st century. Everything's robots now. I saw a robot that roofs houses the other day.
Do they do robots for clothes? I talked to my mom about this, who's a subject matter expert on sewing, but not robots, and said that something about fabric is particularly hard to get right. You kind of need humans to hold it together. But I don't know. Maybe she's out of date.
I would be
feel like
shocked
robots could
if
do it.
I would think shirts are there's not even a human hand laid on like in the process. If I would guess
Mm.
it depends on what kind of shirt, but I'm just thinking like
Oh,
a
it
plain white
depends,
T-shirt,
for
like a
sure.
Hanes T-shirt. I bet there ain't no people in there doing anything if it's made in the Western world.
Oh. I was like,
Yeah.
I really thought it was the cheap labor that was the whole foundation of the
Oh, I
textile
bet.
industry.
I mean, I bet there's
Yeah.
probably some poor fucking Indonesian kid working a giant auto loom or something. That's
Yeah.
some machinery that'll suck.
I mean,
him in half the
labor
time.
laws are a big reason we can't
Let's see.
compete in a lot of. And this isn't me saying we need to get rid of labor laws. It's good that we don't let fucking 11-year-olds into coal mines. But like,
Your 11-year-olds
we
are soft,
can-
Taylor.
they yearn for the mines. The children, there's just no way to be like, hey, we're gonna make American steel. Oh, we can't really do that because China has a bunch of people with like Saw 4 style explosive collars on them who get blown up if they don't, fill their mine cart with enough stuff by the end of the day. And so in that
Interesting thing about
situation, like,
steel.
you need to tariff it.
Do you know why recovering steel from World War II battleships has become so popular and cost effective as far as
Better
getting
than
that
the
steel?
new steel.
Do you know why they want that old steel?
Is it like a Roman concrete thing where like now
No.
we're not doing it as good?
It's not a Roman concrete thing where now we're not able to. It's not that.
Okay.
But
Is
it's
it
something?
so the steel is not better than what we have now?
Tell us.
It has a feature that is better. So before World War II, before the nuclear testing that happened for decades thereafter, all the steel now is radioactive. So if you need to make a piece of machinery that tests for, say, radioactivity, and all the metal that you have to work with to create it is a little radioactive, it's a problem, especially if you're trying to measure some minute amount of radioactivity for some sort of sciencey shit. So they get that World War II battleship steel up, and it doesn't have any radiation in it because it was made before there was any any nuclear weapons.
How many ships could there possibly be?
Tons. The Chinese are getting in a lot of trouble because they're stealing other people's ships, and they're full of dead bodies. So they'll go down and they'll get like some Australian
Off the
battleship.
bottom?
Yeah, they'll go down and like salvage.
And
it.
then they're selling them at wet markets. The bodies.
Fucking pickled Australian livers.
Yeah.
Oh, you make your cock so hard.
Don't you tell us to stop. We've been doing this for thousands of years. No, I don't think so.
You make you masculine, like American GI in World War II. Oh, speaking of American GI World War II, I was watching the thing last night about the youngest serving World War II soldiers from the good old USA, of course. We don't care what those other dirty people did. But we had I think he was 12. His name is Calvin. This 12-year-old named Calvin, abusive family, wants to get out of that, but he's a 1940s 12-year-old. So he's half a man already.
Yeah.
And so
rough
he goes to enlist. And the dentist is checking him out, and he's like, yeah, okay, 17, all right. And he's like, son, you got baby teeth. You have some of your baby teeth still. And he's like, yeah, they didn't fall out. That's just how we are in my family. We keep them longer. And I'll tell you the truth, some of those other guys you already passed, they're in my class. They're also underaged. I'll report you if you don't wave me through. At 12, he bullies the Navy doctor into drafting him. Next thing he knows, he's in fucking Hawaii at Pearl Harbor. Next thing he knows, he's in the Pacific, hauling ammo to 40 millimeter anti-aircraft guns, fighting the Japanese off of the Yorktown because it's being attacked.
Did you see a picture of him by chance? What did he look like?
Well, 5 minutes later, there's a huge explosion and he gets shot right in the face, knocking a bunch of his baby teeth out. But what does 12-year-old
Problem
Calvin
solved.
do? He
Grows
gets
new
back
teeth.
up. And he starts patching
grow
people
new
up.
teeth.
He finds his teeth, he puts them back in, and he starts applying tourniquets to all the men on the ship. So he was awarded, it wasn't the Medal of Honor. He was awarded like a Silver Star or something like that,
Okay.
and a Purple Heart. But then his Karen of a mom fucking reports him to Naval Intelligence. She calls and she says, you've got my 12-year-old boy in the Pacific fighting the Japs. And so they throw him in the brig. Next thing you know, they take all his goddamn medals away, give him a dishonorable discharge, and he fights for the rest of his life to get his medical benefits back for the damage he took fighting the Japs. That's him right there. It wasn't until 1994, 2 years after he died, when Clinton gave him his Purple Heart back. But I think Jimmy Carter gave him his Silver Star or whatever it was, Bronze Star, something like that. I don't know medals. Back in the 80s. And they also gave him his medical benefits around the 70s or 80s, something like that. But he had to fight every day of his life for the rest of his life to get his 12-year-old earned medical benefits. What a badass.
I wanted to say
I don't like that they dishonorably discharged.
You imagine fighting the Japs at 12?
I'm sorry to step over you, Harley, but yeah, I don't know what it is that's so awful about a dishonorable discharge, but apparently that follows you for life in a really big way.
It's like a bankruptcy, I imagine, but it's also you're not getting any of those benefits from the military. That he needed the medical because he was injured. He'd been shot.
I've seen it
in the
on
face.
employment applications and such. Like people look at that. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well, I'm really old. Maybe they don't do it anymore.
Maybe they just.
You're too retarded for the army. I don't know. I don't know if you're gonna cut it here.
No, like the army found you dishonorable. We don't want you here at Costco type shit.
Oh yeah, he fought in Korea. And then there was another kid. He was 6 when the Nazis came to his Polish village, hung his brother in front of him. His mother tried to intervene. They shot her with a machine gun. He fled into the forest for days. He was eventually discovered by local partisan troops who drafted him into their unit because they knew that at the orphanages, the children were starving. There wasn't enough food to feed the orphanages. So they said, hey, if we keep him in the unit, hell, he's another soldier. He gets rations. So they put a fucking uniform on him at 6 years old. And he was out in the field with a partisan unit fighting. And they were giving him, and he would like run the mail to the soldiers. He was like their mascot and stuff.
Yeah, he's kind of like a squire.
Yeah, it was like a squire, like a World War II squire. And
I thought they were going to use him as a spy. I was like, that's clever. Because I feel like a 6-year-old can move in and out and no one will suspect that he's like part of the system.
The Nazis sucked. They were killing, they were sweeping through Poland like raping.
Whoa, hot take.
Finally,
line.
Someone has been 10 years on this podcast. Finally, someone's.
That's crazy. I can't believe you would say that about Kanye's people.
Kanye's people they're just too loud for me. I can't deal with it. I don't know.
Kanye saw one picture of those guys in
topic of
Google Boss
Nazis,
and made his
I
mind
had something I wanted to say about Nazis.
sorry,
I did real quick before that. I did want to say that it was on the tariff thing. It's crazy because Japan, South Korea, and China are jointly responding to the U.S. tariffs together, and it's like, damn, that's crazy. You united Asia.
Yeah, so
And, like,
again,
you know,
China,
that's how
Japan and Korea,
And South Korea.
These places are not friends.
No, they're not. And so, like, it's funny because, like, Trump, I feel like is the type of guy to be like, yeah, I brought them together, part of the plan.
Part of the plan.
I did that.
I've been saying that for a while. I don't believe it. Okay, I don't believe it. But a genius, a genius from the comic books, like an Ozymandias, this is the sort of move that he makes to like drive the disjointed planet together. You need something for everybody to hate.
Is this Watchmen?
Spaghetti. Yeah, spaghetti monster. You need a spaghetti monster.
You need a spaghetti monster for everybody to hate. And then all of a sudden the communists and the capitalists, the Jews and the Arabs, they can all get along if we're dealing with this other existential threat.
And
so he just became
lasting. Yeah.
So perhaps he's becoming the existential threat. Well, a little piece is good.
I
don't know what's going to happen. It's awful scary. But it's also fun to watch. The news used to be boring. You always knew.
I think it's pretty cool to lose
happen.
about $30,000 to $90,000 a day. I'm enjoying it.
Oh, sorry about that. I forgot the $2 trillion loss of yesterday.
It's
hits
been a
everybody
blast.
differently. Well, that's coming back.
That'll come back.
There was this guy.
That war with Iran will rocket us back up.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's gonna make the stock
That'll
market
make things
soar.
all better.
Look, again, I don't know anything, but oil's about to get expensive. I promise you, oil's about to get real expensive.
How did we go from I can make this better on day one to grit your teeth, this is gonna hurt? I'm telling you, he's like, bend over, this is gonna hurt a little bit, America. Like, that's what you voted for? Okay.
I always thought it was gonna be that because what he was saying was like, we can hold out longer. He's like, I'm gonna hold my breath, and because if I don't breathe, you can't breathe, and we're just hoping we can hold our breath longer because we can.
Yeah, I'm not as worried about the tariff thing. I think most countries are going to fold pretty quickly.
Because we can thing is interesting. Like I mentioned a few minutes ago, that Russia is willing to tolerate an incredible amount of discomfort in the name of like national unity. I don't think America is. I don't know a country that tolerates less discomfort than America.
There's only one group of people who goes out in the street, starts fires, and starts burning down neighborhoods when they're socially unhappy. And those people don't mind what's happening right now. You go to black people Twitter and they're like, me right now. And they're just like dancing. Like they've decided that this not my problem. Not my problem. This is y'all's shit. That's what black people decided about this. So they ain't gonna burn nothing down. And we don't burn stuff down. I've never burned anything down. I didn't see any fires even on January 6th. If you think about it, no fires.
That's true.
I mean, if you limit it to fire, yeah, they did. The Capitol fell, but
no gunshot.
But there were no fires, so that's good.
The only person who fired was that Capitol police officer who murdered that woman.
Who was a black guy? Is a black guy? I assume he's not dead.
Wouldn't you know? When Trump talks about it, he's like, only one person died. A wonderful woman. I don't remember her name. It might be Ashley Babbitt. She's a person. But I get my like.
You get your political victims misaligned sometimes.
Yeah,
I can usually remember Ashley Babbitt. It's Laken Riley. Is that her name?
Laken.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or Lincoln. It's
Laken.
Right?
Definitely Laken.
I thought you were making
No, I'm helping.
Thank you. Yeah, she's the one I consistently forget her name.
Yeah. Although that thing we were talking about before the show, traditionally you've had a little bit of trouble confusing Liam Neeson, the Irish pants pisser, who's like 6'4", with Leslie Nielsen, the classic actor turned comedic star of the Naked Gun series movie.
He's trying to trick you, chat.
Police Squad.
They're the same person.
Nope. Well, only one of them is Mr. Magoo.
If it was complicated before, now it's infinitely more complicated because they are rebooting the Naked Gun series with Liam Neeson in the Frank Drebin role. And the premise though is that these are the sons of the actors from the other movies. So like you go down the line and Liam Neeson looks up at Leslie Nielsen. He's like, "Oh, Papa, I miss you so." And then it goes to like his partner looking at the other guy, and then of course the black guy looking at O.J. Simpson's character, who, if you don't know, was a star in these movies, and he's great.
Liam Neeson had some strong-looking thighs, I thought.
Liam Neeson? I didn't look at his thighs.
No, I looked at his thighs.
What'd you think?
They're looking strong. What he's right.
Yeah, they were pretty solid. They were attention-grabbing, in my opinion.
Show me again, Zach, because I bet they're not real.
Pop that up again. Pop those thighs up.
I acknowledge they may not be real, but it was the underwear scene in the trailer where you could like,
yeah.
His white and his polka dot underwear.
He had some quad definition.
Okay,
maybe it isn't real. I don't know.
Yeah, they're so good at that now. You can't tell. So just like they de-age everyone on TV now. They de-age.
That needs to be an OBS plugin. What the fuck? Get on it, boys.
Yeah,
ask him for a friend.
If you look closely, like you'll see something weird's going on. So yeah, I don't know if that's real legs or not.
Oh well, this doesn't look good. Not that he looks bad, but now I don't see the definite. It's
better not. They're not pissing that wardrobe. We're all gonna know. Gonna be running down his leg.
No. We were talking about Ireland and like their nationalism and whatnot, and it just made me think. I was watching YouTube Shorts, Kyle. And a lot of the stuff that shows up in my shorts feed is like that guy Niall Red, who does a lot of chemistry things, and then a lot of people who like build stuff and like create things either in like a prehistoric way or like the outdoor boys kind of guy, where like you use modern stuff but you're kind of out in the wilderness. And there's this one guy who's like an Irish woodworker, and it'll be a video of like him being like, "Today we're making a shillelagh, an item part of Irish culture and all of our lore, dating back thousands of years from the black ash plant, which was formerly thought to bring magical properties and protection. And I shave it down and get it perfect, and I use linseed oil to get the grain just the way I like it. And as I'm doing it, I'm thinking about how proud I am to be Irish and our history, and how this could be used equally to be the centerpiece of a room, or to smash the skull of some colonial invader." like all of his videos have little bits like that, where like, "Today I'm making a chair out of heath blossom tree. The perfect chair. Back in the day, gentry wouldn't allow us, the Irish, to have full pieces of wood to be carved from one large chunk. And so this was a way for us to fight back with ingenuity and show that these invaders wouldn't crush our spirit. And so then I use a 3-degree plane on that. It's like just like all throughout it intermixed. And I'm like, this guy fucking rocks. This is so fun. Yeah, dude, I love the Irish accent. Irish, Australian, New Zealand gets lumped in with Australian. Top 2 white people accents. Definitely. Russian's up there too, but that's not because it's like fun and whimsical, because it's like, oh damn, that's like, it's kind of cool how harsh it is. German's almost as harsh as Russian, so that's kind of cool.
Russians have anger in their voice.
They do. Yeah. Cyrillic is in all caps. Like their language is.
They haven't invented the lowercase letter yet.
No, they hate
only
it.
Peaceful societies eventually invent the lowercase letter. It's just, I saw the other day, like it was a new Hummer or something, a Hummer electric one, but they've got a polite horn to go along with the unpolite horn. So you've got your regular horn, so you can like let everybody know we're about to crash. But there's like a little horn like there too, like another little electric button. Where you
light screen.
Yeah. I like
that a lot. That's good.
My horn, it's like you can't just push it. You like hard. I haven't pushed it in so long. I don't remember how hard to push it. So I'm like pushing harder, and then I'm like, I'm like, I didn't mean to give you that much, brother. I wanted to give you like a bump.
Do you do this like fuck me? Fuck me for that.
That'll work. That'll work.
Yeah. Well, I want them to know. You know, I didn't mean any offense. No, I try to avoid any road rage incidents. Have you ever actually had a road rage incident where you melted down? And I have. I have.
It happened to my jujitsu instructor. I don't know how it started, but eventually my instructor and this other guy found their way to like this left hand only lane, you know, like the turning lane. And the guy gets out of his car and starts banging on his window. And my instructor, Jacob, is like, what am I going to do? Like, I suppose I could pop out, choke him out real quick and leave him on the grass, but I can't just leave him there, like confused. You wake up sometimes almost drunk. And so now I have to like babysit him if I go through with this. And that's awkward. Now I have to come to and explain to him, like as he comes to, he'll explain it to him. And he ended up just driving away. It was like, I feel like somehow so I did absolutely nothing and drove away. Like, this guy's so badass. He chose the coward's path willingly with his chin held high. I don't know. There's something strong about it.
Yeah, I don't want to fight anybody in the street. What if you kill them, or they kill you, or if like someone intervenes and kills you? Like it's everybody's got guns down here, especially.
It's possible. Like, this guy, it was almost certainly going to go his way. He's a professional MMA fighter, but he didn't show a gun. He maybe had one. Maybe he had a knife. Maybe
I would just move around. I would do a barrel roll. Kick.
You got to de-escalate. I do pads. Like I'll do at the boxing gym that I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the guys that does pads just looks like a random just Uber driver type person. And like whenever I punch and I don't bring my hand back, I'll get slapped like 3 times so fast. And I'm just like, this like 5'6" dude who's like 15 years older than me, looks like he drives an Uber, would fuck me up. You don't
think you could grab him?
Many people like that.
You think would he really? Are you being modest?
Even if I went to go grab him, he would fuck you up. Like an uppercut's coming up fast. Like there's like,
but
like your head is a target. But he's been like hitting targets so easily. Like
you're so much bigger though. Look,
I would have to be like because his fist can reach my chin.
Mm-hmm.
It's over. That's like, it doesn't matter. And look how much space how much target space I have here. Like if someone knows how to punch and put their body weight into it, like it hit my sternum, whatever my reaction is right after that is like primed to get punched in the face.
I have this idea that a level 2 wrestler can take out a level 8 boxer, because I think that the boxer has to be so elite that he has to be like a sniper. He has to be moving backwards and have that fucking death blow to like knock this guy out. If the wrestler's going to stand there and try to box with you before he shoots, that's a different story. But if the opening move is him coming for your legs, rushing, sprawl, like coming at you with a double leg, or just grabbing a single leg, and you're dancing now, I just don't know. I think
I agree with you, and I bet you would agree with me too, right? So you said a level 2 wrestler beats a level 8 boxer. However, if the level 8 boxer has level 1 wrestling, that can change the tide, right?
That's problem now.
Right? Because defensive
now.
wrestling is easier than offensive wrestling. Stalling is easier than progressing. And
yeah.
Opening a street
100%.
fight up with going for the legs is crazy, though.
you think?
Yeah, I think
I see it all the time.
I know. I think it would work.
What
but
I
it's
don't know what
crazy.
the I don't know anything much about wrestling, like not about like real wrestling. I don't know what the throw is called, but I see guys get fucking dumped on their heads in street fights, and that's the end of it. That I watch a ton of street fights on the internet. I'm sure you do too. The guys get dumped on their head, don't get up ever. They never get back up. And I don't know, the camera turns off if they're going to get back up. Sometimes they got dumped so hard. Like I don't care how hard you hit, you will never hit as hard as me dumping you on the concrete.
Kicks. I saw them win by leg kicks. They were like they're like in like fighting stance, and the guy like leg kicked, and they're there, and he like leg kicks again, and the other guy's like waiting to get that opportunity for the punch, and he gets like leg kicked a third time, and now you see his leg. He's standing on it weird, and it's like, oh, you're done. You've been damaged in the leg. Now you can't even throw a punch properly because your leg. Yeah, exactly.
I would hate that. I would want them to like if there were people watching, I'd almost rather get knocked out and fall down in some soft grass as opposed to like getting kicked in the lower quad and just being like, sorry, everyone, I can't fight. It smarts too much.
I have superhero fantasies, and in my superhero fantasy, as I'm a professional fighter, I determine how I win by how nice a person my opponent is. They're gonna lose. I don't let them win, but it's like, oh, this guy's really nice. He's got a family. He's never done anything wrong. Kicks to the quad until he's done. That guy's gonna be fine in 14 days. This guy, on the other hand, he's an asshole. He's taken a knockout. He'll remember this for the rest of his life, and then he'll always smile with one fewer tooth.
Break both wrists. Break both wrists would be a bad.
If I square up with somebody in a fucking parking lot and they throw a leg kick, I'm gonna start apologizing.
I'm
gonna immediately say, "Sir."
I underestimated what you brought.
I'm gonna be like, kick this gun out of my hand. I did.
I'm gonna bully them. I'd be like, gay tactic, huh? Oh, leg kicks. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's Street Fighter. I gave you the controller. You're just doing low kicks over and over again. You're shit. You have no combos.
You're just like rubbing. You're like, oh wow, I'm gonna do that like a freaking homo, huh?
The guy's gonna be like, I think I'm fighting a bard.
Yeah.
he's trash talking me.
Well, I was thinking I was going to kick his ass, and then he pulled out a loot, and before I knew it, I was just kind of in a great mood.
His legs are taking damage, but I'm emotionally damaged. I don't know who's gonna hold out longer.
You applied a negative D16 to all my attack rolls.
I'm looking at all the crowd. I'm like, look at this guy. How gay is this guy? Low kicks? And then it's like the crowd will remember that.
The crowd will remember. Yeah, this dude called him gay, held his quad, and then got the shit kicked out of him. It was wild.
Do you play Magic, Harley? Or not Magic? Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes.
You play Dungeons and Dragons.
Magic is cool. Dungeons and Dragons.
I played Dungeons and Dragons, and I went to the Quarter Digital guys. They had this crazy campaign set up. And it's online, 6 episodes. It's hilarious. They had because Sam from Quarter Digital is like a really good DM, and he had this thing set up where it was like, bring your characters and make your characters 17. And so we made these characters. Yeah. So you make your character, like you get a character profile, and it's like you have a certain amount of points and you put it in just like any RPG you've ever played. It's like Elden Ring, except that you choose like the background of your character and their name, and you're allowed to bring 2 items with you that you can make up, you know? The thing was, we were 5 buddies who just graduated, or no, it was like homecoming. And our thing was, we had these other 5 girls that were controlled by the dungeon master. And when we got to this mansion that we rented, the mansion was haunted. We couldn't leave until we got laid that night. So it was like a fun twist on the D&D rules, because it's like we were in D&D scenarios, but the ultimate goal was we had to get laid. And so, like, you know, that means
should live stream it.
Did you know that going in? Did you know that before you made your character?
No.
What kind of character did you play?
I made a I forget exactly what type of character he was, but I know I brought weed with me, so that helped. I brought like elven weed in a bag. So, like
You
that
brought
helps.
A long bottom leaf.
Some long bottom leaf.
And a pipe, and so like that really helped. Like
With calabash.
it really helped
Harley-
with consent. You know what I mean?
I would bring a boat. Take them out on the open ocean.
You can't leave the house.
Sure.
Yeah.
The implication.
Yeah,
Harley, I didn't know where this whole thing was going. I just knew it was Dungeons and Dragons, and I could make up any item. Would a Leatherman be useful in the Dungeons and Dragons world, or would I have made a terrible choice?
It could be useful, but I don't think like a dungeon master, like attack wise, would be a really weak attack.
What did you bring? What do
A
you, what's your-
Leatherman?
Like
I
a
can't help
Leatherman.
it.
What can your
Yeah.
Leatherman do, Woody?
I mean, I would keep my fingernails trimmed and
Okay.
open
It
boxes.
can file
Same
things
thing
down.
it does now.
It's a knife,
Okay.
scissors, can file things down.
So he could escape from prison if he was.
corkscrew.
I think it's going to
if
help
he was
him with his
locked up.
lock picking and maybe with his dexterity. I think
Definitely, yeah.
I think if anyone if any weapons are broken, your repair skill is clearly going to be up there. So I think we'll utilize you like that, right?
You guys are
And-
thinking like
Yeah.
gamers.
You know
He could,
how
like,
I don't.
Oh,
I
you can
don't
make
want to.
traps. I bet
I-
he can make some sort of booby traps with his Leatherman.
I don't want to spoil like if anyone did go watch the Node game that we did play, but like for example, Nico was the only one that hadn't got laid, and we just got like out of a battle with like spiders, and he was really severely hurt. And I was like, oh shit, like they said we have to lose our virginity, but they didn't really specify how. So I took the stim needle and I stuck it in his ass. And I was like, this kind of counts as losing his anal virginity. And it healed him, and we were allowed to leave. The dungeon master deemed that appropriate, and we were allowed to leave. And like that's what I like about Dungeons and Dragons is like that shit's not built into other games.
Yeah,
Like that type of creativity, you know what I mean?
You guys just
Yeah.
banged each other and left.
yeah, that's
I put-
true.
I-
You
I
could
put the
be like
stim
one
pack in his
step into
ass.
it and then just form like
We could have done that. That's
an
true.
elephant line and then just go around.
Now you
Human
fucked him.
centipede. Let's go. I'm the head.
I want to be in the middle.
Fuck! I'm always the tail.
We're all fighting to not be the guy with nothing in his ass.
Hmm.
Oh,
I
I
ended up-
asked one of my
yeah.
friends this. Would you rather? I want to like quickly run this by you, and I want to go back to the dungeon stuff if you want. I asked him, would you rather take a strap on from your girlfriend or be suspended? And if you don't know, I'm talking about hook suspension, where they put those large fish hooks in your flesh and they hang you from the ceiling in a BDSM scenario.
Oh, this is different than the one hanging.
Let me.
No, it's not. No, it's different because he had already lost and he knew he had lost and he wanted to present you with something completely different than what we had been talking about so that he could win.
Well, then his situation won. Sorry, go ahead, Harley.
Wait, so the suspension thing, okay? Can I go to do the suspension, like get like a hook put in and be like, oh no, I changed my mind. Because I would start with suspension if I can back out of it. If
There's
I
no
think
backing
it's
out
hurting.
of either of these. Once they begin, we are going to completion. And it takes a long time for her to come this way.
Do I have
so
to
ready.
come? So wait. But
Either
it's,
you or her.
hold on.
Yeah.
So it's over. The second I'm hanging there, like
No.
in the second I come, it's
absolutely
over.
not. We're going to do a 10-minute session of each.
This isn't even close. I would choose
I
butt
know it's
sex
not
by
even
a
close.
mile.
Butt sex by a
right?
mile. The fact they're thinking is
I've
so.
seen a lot
But
of
it's-
dicks,
I
and I've
haven't-
made a lot of poops. And you know, the large end of the poop kind of meets maybe dick size roughly. It's not that big a stretch. On the other hand, hooks through my skin, like.
But
I
you'll
can't handle
never
this.
two things. You don't know
I don't
that.
like either of them.
People like
You're
the
not supposed
suspension
to.
thing. Maybe there's something
Well,
that like
I'm not judging, but
It's my decision, right? And I'm just like, I think when it comes to like what the body is made to do, being suspended with hooks through the skin, like on my shoulder blades, right? That's where it would go.
all over your back fat.
and you said
is where
it's your
gonna go.
girlfriend, Peg. It's
We're
your
gonna go in
girlfriend
your back
pegging you.
fat, and if Zach could maybe find some photos that are like internet safe.
Girlfriend's
I don't even know.
pegging me. It doesn't even have to be full dick size. It could be
How
like
small-
70%. We
How
can
small
manage
can we
this.
go? Can I go comically tiny with it?
No. We're gonna pick like the average one that comes with the kit, whatever that is.
Well, what does that mean?
If you bought a strap-on kit, like whatever the average one is, not little,
Yeah.
not giant.
Don't go to
or
Bag
even-
Dragon and hurt yourself. Just go to fucking
you're not-
CVS or something.
Does it have to be? So my girlfriend is gonna have to see my gross hairy
Okay,
ass.
all right. If that's any sort
He's
of
gonna
problem,
cup the dent.
If that's
She's
the
gonna hold
problem,
the
I'll
dent
do
for-
it.
She's gonna hold that dent in your ass for leverage.
like a
Hey, I've split squatted that away.
she's gonna do like a rock climber. You put your you put your hand in, and then you make a fist so it can't come out. That's how you keep your leverage in your rock climbing. No,
it's
it doesn't.
terrible.
If you're worried that it's your girlfriend, like remove that and just make it any girl. I would think that it would be preferable to have it be your girlfriend because maybe she wouldn't like core you out.
cares about you?
I mean, if you let me pick the girl, she's gonna be hot, but I bet she's gonna be throwing it. She's gonna be slinging it. You're gonna.
I don't like this episode.
How many hooks does it take to suspend me? How many hooks?
Well, I mean, I don't know what you weigh, Taylor, but I would imagine you'd want that pressure spread out on as many hooks as possible.
I would 6 or so. Right?
That's what I was thinking. Like, it'd almost be
You want a
better
lot
to
of
do
hooks.
many small
little
hooks.
hooks,
Like,
yeah.
you wouldn't want to hang from like just one hook. That would be, I feel like the same way those Indians can lay on a bed of nails. If there was just like 2 nails there, you're dead because it's going to go right into your lungs or something.
Yeah. I'm looking at some people like all hooked up right now. I'm telling you.
How many
you don't
hooks
want-
would you estimate? 4, 8?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She has them in her kneecaps, her belly fat, her below titty
She's
fat.
hanging that
She
way.
has them in her titties and she has them
What
in her
a
face.
Freak bitch.
And she's up
Face?
Yeah.
Oh, she's doing it for the love of the game. There's no
Yeah,
hypothetical
there
there.
are things in boobs. I feel like there's danger there.
Yeah, you shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, titties.
I don't
There's
know
all
what-
sorts of
You got
plumbing and
titties in your
piping,
boobs.
and
You don't
That's
want
what
Yeah.
I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm probably they know what they're doing.
let's take a look. Ooh,
I mean, I wouldn't think these people make bad decisions.
yeah, they wouldn't have. Ugh.
It's not such a hard decision, is it?
That's so.
I'm gonna
dumb.
have to give up my gross
Yeah.
ass.
Is that bra CGI? I feel like the bra's fake.
No, it's just because it looks weird because she's almost become like topographical.
No,
Like-
it's real. It's just shiny in the sun. There's a little bit of matte. to it,
Shiny.
and-
Kyle, what's the name of the Vanta Black?
Yeah, it looks like-
Vanta
yes.
Black to me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
but
looks
it-
unbelievably
camera
dark.
effect. Oh, like look at her jeans for jean shorts. And look
Oh.
at the blacks. All the blacks are crushed. I don't know much
Picture
about
2
photography,
shows
but I-
that it's real. That
Like-
she has
like
an underwire.
Ugh.
Well, I mean, if there was a way to suspend yourself, this looks like
her flesh is
the-
tearing.
the
If you
worst
look carefully, her
possible
flesh
way.
is tearing at the hooks. Like
Yeah.
In
her
the
flesh is
above her
tearing.
boobs, right? The top of
Everywhere,
the-
everywhere I looked, the flesh was tearing. And she's a little
You're sick,
woman.
Kyle. You're
with 8
sick.
hooks.
You're just fucking sick, dude.
I'm not sick. I told you, take the dick.
You know, Kyle,
Yeah.
I see why you brought this back up again because during the hangout, Dirty won because he was
Scum.
like, you have to let our Scum won because he was like, all right, you have to get suspended by some hooks for a couple minutes,
Yeah.
or you have to let a man fuck you in the ass and
No,
come
he
in
said
your butt.
rape. I think he even said rape. He's like, either you get hooked or a full blown ass raping by King Kong. Now, what are y'all gonna pick? And I'm like, dude, you've changed the wood.
Yeah, that's a
He-
different question.
That was some interesting framing from him.
King Kong has a small
Which
dick,
makes it
though.
very easy.
Oh,
King
No,
Kong
because-
hey.
There's no way.
Be about right. Yeah.
No, because he's like 70 feet tall, and so
Which King
proportionally,
Kong are we talking about? Classic Kong or modern Kong?
Jack Black.
So that'll be like one of our dicks.
I'm back in, boys.
Yeah, equally hairy. Yes. Yeah, I don't like this question that fucking at all.
Well, okay then.
It's been too long.
I hate how much- I hate how much my brain,
I'm down.
my
No, that
brain's
was
like
fun.
hot. My brain's hot from thinking about.
Yeah, now my brain's hot, Kyle. I want
Did
another
Harley
one.
answer? I don't know that the
I'm
other two
straight,
boys.
dude. No, I chose getting
T-
ass fucked.
Everybody went to
Okay.
the dick.
If you guys are getting ass fucked,
Well, because it's not a dick. It's
We're all
a
gonna
piece-
line up
and,
like-
and Kyle, you said it. You said
Like
I
that
can,
scene in Walking Dead where they were in the trough. We're all gonna be bent over a trough just like that.
and I would want some control over the shape of it because I don't want any upsetting ridges that are going to make it more painful. I want the smoothest, most.
you
I
want it
want
to
the
vibrate?
smoothest,
Hey, do you want it to
just
Taylor?
the thinnest penis.
Taylor, do you want it to vibrate?
No.
You sure?
Can't enjoy this. Can't enjoy this one
Because
bit.
I'm taking the vibrator.
I'm more concerned about
Would
the
that make
tip
him-
shape. I want it
Oh.
to be kind of torpedo. I don't want a blunt object working its way in there.
Yes.
Wild card,
It's got to be
wild
almost
card.
sharp to
It
go
needs
Wild
to be
in.
card.
hydrodynamic.
We all
Yes.
clone our willies, and then that is the strap-on that gets used.
Yeah, that's fine. I feel like I would better understand myself and know how to better.
No,
pleasure a
not
woman if I
yours.
knew-
Not
oh.
yours. You get Taylor's, and I get yours, and Woody gets mine.
Well, why do you get why do you get the lucky one, the lucky Jewish little Jewish?
I don't know for sure that these
'Cause
two
he
are
made the rules.
circumcised, but I know for sure you're circumcised. And that's
I
the
feel
preference
like
have.
the actual Woody's onto something, and that like the inclusion of the head of a dick shape is going to make it more painful. And so if it's by your original rule that I get to pick a somewhat like whatever the stock standard purchase kind is,
Okay.
within that world, I pick one that's like Woody said, straight up torpedo.
Right, that underwater torpedo pool toy.
Yes,
That's
something
what I'm
like
going
that,
for.
where it's like it's easy entry, nothing traumatic.
I got you. She's talking about the slim strap-on harness dildo here on
That sounds about my speed.
Can I have a link?
Yeah, you're looking for one of these, I think.
That's too much. That's
I'm
too
out
much.
of work.
Oh, that sucks.
Wait, how big is this?
You said it's too much before you knew how big
well,
it was.
well, it's,
No, that
it's
does
because
look like- it
well,
looks
when
like
I'm
a
thinking
turd.
about
I've
it
shot
being
that
going in
before.
my ass. Okay, now I'm looking at
That's
it.
come out my ass before.
It's 4.5 inches in length and only 4 inches insertable.
What?
So okay,
That's
then this
huge.
is okay. This
4.5
is
inches in length?
5 inches in diameter. I can do that.
yeah.
Sign
I'm
me up.
gonna I'm definitely not doing the
I'll
hook
do that.
shit if this is the dick I'm taking.
You can do that.
Wait to see the
I'll do that without waking up.
The person putting the
That's
hooks in
because
is an
I
old
roofied
sea
you.
captain.
I do this without waking up.
The person putting the hooks
mild
in is an
upset.
old sea captain.
Okay, I thought you were gonna make it. I thought you were about to link something that really would push it to
you
the
were trying
limit.
to hurt us, not make us.
The thing
enjoy
Kyle linked
ourselves.
had a white background, so I really didn't get a vibe
Yeah.
for scale.
Exactly. Like I was imagining the word.
That site's
How did
got
this
new
come
models.
up? How did when you guys are playing D&D? How did this come up?
How did it come up? I think maybe I brought it up because the hook thing is, we know some people who do the hook thing, and I think we were talking about them, and it's just so in my like least interested in fetishes, I guess sounding. Now here's the other sounding or the hooks. I think I go with the
Hooks.
sounding, even though I am so against the sounding.
Do I get?
I grabbed my dick when I said that in defense, and I'm still would like.
Do I
I'm
get?
still
So
holding.
for the sounding, do I get? I'm the one doing it. I'm in full control.
I think we got to let her do it, man.
Ah.
We'll see. Is it more dangerous if I can't stay hard because I'm scared?
You're not gonna be hard. She'll
Get
just
me
like
out of
grab
Kyle's
and
brain,
she's
bro.
gonna
Get me the
wiggle
fuck
it
out
down
of
in there.
Kyle's brain. Get me out of here.
I hate. I
Stay
hate.
in here.
I think I take the sounding because I'm just so against the hooks and the flesh tearing. But man, I would rather fight. I'd rather fight the guy who throws low kicks than take the sounding.
I'd rather
go
take the
fight
low kick.
Ukraine on behalf of Russia than get sound.
I
I
would too.
of North Koreans, like it could be worse.
Everyone who opposes us becoming allies with Russia, that's fine, but you have to go to your local municipality government and get sounded for 40 minutes.
Oh my god!
Those are your options. Before you know it, like people are walking through like Putin. I would.
Yeah.
Sounding's
You could-
frightening. My only
Yeah.
experience with sounding is this little experiment I did when I was like 7 years old, and it hurt a lot instantly.
I got him.
That looks awful.
For those listening, I sent a link in the group chat, and it's an up close of a penis being sounded on extremerestraints.com, which is a good sex toys site. And Taylor just went, I saw the screen flash in his face when he opened it. He was like, ah!
In my head, I thought
really
it would.
short.
I thought it was going to be a smooth thing. I didn't
I
know
thought it
you'd
was going to
bridge
be
that.
longer. I mean,
I
I'm not
think that
into
there's a lot
sounding,
already
but-
inside the Oh, I see. I didn't even click the thing. Yeah, this is a different kind. Here, I'll show you the long ones.
Yeah, this thing is
And you're-
for listeners. Kyle's sounding device is less than an inch long.
I'll call it Kyle's sounding device.
Kyle's sounding
Okay,
device.
the sounding device Kyle likes is
But
less than an inch
Kyle's
long.
favorite sounding device also has a lot of metallic ridges on it. And there's no, like, your dick, well, I guess, strictly speaking, your ass isn't made to be fucked, but your dick certainly is not meant to have metal protuberances shoved in.
Yeah, it
and
is. They do
stretched
it all
out.
the time in the hospital.
No, they do it with, like, catheters when you have to, like, pee. And those aren't, like,
is
ribbed.
a catheter hard or is it like a rubber hose? It must
It's
be
It's like a
rubber hose.
it's like a rubber hose. Yeah.
But it's still like
How do they push a hose?
they lube it and they're like running it in you like plumbing or wiring. They're
Have
just
you ever had a catheter?
fuck
No.
no. I'm
That
so
sounds
afraid of
awful.
that I would avoid the surgery would have to be so necessary. I would avoid you don't really need that knee fixed. I'm so scared of catheters. I don't want anything going in there. I don't want
No,
anything
it's
going in
not
there.
that scary.
I don't think I've ever had one unless they did it while I was out.
Oh, thank God.
Right.
And if I woke up and it was still in, I'd be like, what are you doing? I was out.
Yeah. So I don't think I've had one. I'm processing it. And this is why. I have woken up from most surgeries actually with a really sore throat. And I'm like, that's the breathing shit they stuck down there. Like it must have gone bumpy or it's just harsh on you. My throat, it's like a level of sore throat that you rarely ever have naturally.
Yeah.
But I've never woken up with even a tender dick. So I bet they just didn't get it.
Yeah.
Ass would be killing me, but never. What's at the dentist of all places? Weird.
I love that this is going to segue into our ads.
Novocaine
Yes,
always
we've-
makes my ass hurt.
On that wonderful note, Kyle, it's time to hear from Prize Picks.
Oh,
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Prize Picks. What is Prize Picks? Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 1,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. It's almost playoff time, and it's now or never. Don't miss out on the last few weeks of basketball action with Prize Picks, the best place to win cash while watching the playoffs. It's the best way to get action on sports in more than 30 states, including California, Texas, Georgia, and Florida. So join over 10 million active members today. A great feature that Prize Picks invented is the flex play, which means you can still cash out if your lineup isn't perfect. You can double your money even if one of your picks doesn't hit. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Use promo code PAINKILLER when you sign up. Prize Picks also offers weekly promotions that can lead to big payouts like Taco Tuesday. Each Tuesday, Prize Picks discounts select player projections up to 25% to provide even more value in your lineups. So click the link in the description down below and get started on Prize Picks today and make your sports washing experience even more exciting. The link is below. Remember to use code PAINKILLER to get that going. And again, sign up today, get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't have to win to get the $50 bonus, guaranteed.
You just
Use
sign
promo
up
code.
and they give you $50.
You just sign up and play $5 and you get $50 instantly. Seems like a hell of a deal. And to get that bonus, guys, you got to use promo code Painkiller. So when you sign up for Prize Picks with the link below, use code Painkiller and then just play $5 and get $50 instantly. So check it out. Link is below. And remember, of course, to use code Painkiller when you're using it to get that $50 bonus. This episode's also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement taking the world by storm. You guys have heard of it for a couple hundred episodes now.
Lock and
And so
Load.
you're
Coating the world with a
absolutely,
thick layer.
everyone's loving it, guys. You're still not using it? I bet, as far as I know, I say, for legal reasons, people like Tom Cruise could be using it. As far as I know, Tom Cruise does not use this increasing supplement. No, but it's possible. You never know. That's the thing. If you were using this and you were a big celeb, you'd keep it on the down low because you'd want people to think you were just that naturally virile and potent. But guys, everyone can come more. Your orgasms could be better. You could be coming longer. You could be painting your girlfriend's tits, face, or ass, or just plugging her up with a little bit
all
more.
Three.
All 3 with Lock and Load. It's 6 pills a day, 3 in the morning, 3 at night. They're big pills. Stay hydrated, and it works. It actually works. We wouldn't still be selling this shit like we are if it was some snake oil. You would never find this in the 1800s. Some guy selling it to you and then leaving town a week later. He'd stay there for at least 2 weeks so that he could see the fruits of his labor, the giant loads. And so check out Lock and Load, use code PKA, use code Jizz, get 10% off. And of course, if you're trying to come big, you're probably also trying to get jacked, trying to make every part of you big and jacked. And so get protein powder there, get protein bars there, get energy drinks, pre-workout, weight loss supplements, dream supplements. Kyle's a big fan of those. Check out any of the supplements over there, even the collagen. A lot of people take collagen now. Good for your hair, skin, and nails, apparently. All the science seems to say so. And Derek is the only place where you can get them with good flavors. Everywhere else, there's fucking no flavor in that shit. So use Gorilla Mind, code PKA, code Jizz, 10% off. In our merch, of course, use code PKA10, get a hoodie, get a t-shirt, get a hat, mugs, stickers, anything you want PKA related. Use code PKA10 for 10% off of the merchandise. All of that's linked below. Be sure to check it out.
Their new sound.
And when you click Prize Picks, use code Painkiller. Make us look good.
Can we do that? Can we do like a sounding rod kit for the boys?
What is the fucking market for like hurting
Our entire
people?
fan base. Like these are the guys. These are the ones.
I do bet we have more sounders than the general population.
Taylor, what if we went by what if we said that like with lock and load, your loads are gonna be so voluminous, you're gonna have to increase the size of your urethra, and there's only one way to do that safely. The PKA sounding rod.
We're gonna get sued. Get the Jew back here. I need some advice.
we would immediately get sued.
You're gonna turn your cock into
I
a
was literally
blunderbuss.
thinking, I'm like, I'm gonna fucking sue you guys for the amount of fucking
Harley,
that I've seen
Harley,
today.
you need to know that the next day I got a full refund on those gummies. I was like checking. I wanted you to know that your superpower was effective. It got me the satisfaction I needed. Thank you for your help.
I just read
Dude, everybody needs a J in their corner.
Kyle, I got something.
Oh, what is this?
These are Iraqi U.S. troop playing cards.
Oh, nice! They came in.
Sick.
Yeah.
I want to see some.
So, for those who don't know, during the last Iraqi war, we passed out to our troops these decks of playing cards, and we put the face of a wanted Iraqi government official on each one of them. And of course, the aces were the more valuable targets, and down through the delineations of playing cards. But Saddam Hussein was an
I'd be
ace.
so annoyed if it's like, Mahmoud, you're only a two. You're a two of clubs. You're trying to talk to me.
Wild card, U.S. soldiers, I guess.
Okay, one of the troop.
Aces, also the U.S. soldiers.
Oh, see, you need to reveal them like you're a.
Aces is just, what the fuck? These are all like American things. I'm looking.
No,
this isn't what I was trying to buy.
That's what the Iraqis passed around.
These aren't even terrorists.
These are the Iraqi issue cards. Yeah.
This
is Chinook helicopter.
This is awful.
I think that's pretty cool, actually.
You got like kings, U.S. leaders.
That's sick. I like that better.
What?
No, we wanted terrorists on it.
I wanted fucking Saddam Hussein, Chemical Ali.
You gotta read those.
Instead, I got some. Oh my God! Do I have to?
What is that?
The nuclear
This is the commander and crew of the USS Columbia. Jesus Christ! The 6,900-ton Columbia, a Pacific Fleet attack submarine, has stealth technology and is capable of carrying Mark 40 torpedoes and Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles.
Yeah, well, we got
these
30
words
canoes.
are very small.
We have 30
I
canoes.
struggle.
Right, they're gonna come through with that.
Honestly, though, like this just means that your eventual terrorist pack is going to be even cooler because you'll have the complimentary pack with it.
I'm so disappointed.
That pack has nothing to do with what he wanted.
It's not even. Well, I guess it's close. It's the other side of the conflict, right?
No,
I don't even know if it's related to the conflict.
It's not.
Oh, I'm sorry, Woody. That stinks. I would have been
because Fish
so
is like
disappointed.
he's like, look, I got the holographic dove of peace.
Yeah.
Like there's a dove of peace in that deck. Like it's
Fish would like it. I
man.
think he's the two of hearts.
I was like, I can't believe these are only $8 for 2 packs. Fuck, I'm an idiot. Oh well.
Hey.
At least you didn't pay too much.
I got
for
a deck of cards
Yeah.
that can maybe be a good one for us now.
Oh, Innistrad?
Yeah, let's see if we.
I think I've got most of a booster box of Innistrad on my shelf over there.
What's that one card that's supposed to be a good one here? Gustav, Edward Gustav. There's one card in here that's like worth a lot in this pack.
I don't know the sets well at all. I haven't been into Magic as much the past couple of years, but I always find my way back. Magic's always
I made a 30-minute video essay on Magic, the history of it, because I was like talking to ChatGPT. I'm all stoned, a while back, and I was like, "Who made Magic?" Like,
Wizards of the Coast.
I was like, "Who did this?" And it was like this guy Richard Garfield, who was trying to sell a game called Robo Rally. He went to Wizards of the Coast, which was a really small company at the time, and they were like, "Nah, what we want is a game that, like, at conventions like Gen Con, when people are done playing their game, they could play this game."
Mm-hmm.
So, like, people are playing Dungeons and Dragons. They don't want to carry your box with your pieces and all your shit. They want something that's super modular and small and easy to do. And that's when he thought up, like, oh, like, what if, like, the game, everyone had different pieces? What if, like, the pieces were cards and the cards were your pieces and you might not have the same pieces or whatever? So he went and pitched that to Wizards of the Coast, and they were like, yo, that's fucking sick. So Wizards of the Coast went to this convention, and the guy who ran Wizards of the Coast at the time, Peter Adkison, he brought Magic, and he, like, salesman pitched it to this dude in a cowboy hat and was like, check it out. And the guy was like, that's fucking sick. Let me go get my boss. And he went and he got his boss, who was a guy with a bigger cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Actually, and that guy came and he was like, whoa.
Guy.
He was like, that's really good. That's a good idea. Let me get my supervisor. And he went and got a guy with a bigger cowboy hat. No, this is seriously part of the story. No, it's part of the story. And then he saw it. He was like, that's the sickest shit. Let me get the head honcho. And the guy with the biggest fucking cowboy hat
comes out with the sombrero.
Yeah. And he put 40K down on it, which was the first run of Magic the Gathering, which was like 2 million cards or whatever.
Mm.
And they sold it at Gen Con the next year. That's when they unveiled it. The Magic the Gathering alpha packs, which are like the most valuable ones. If you have an alpha pack now, you could open one for like 10 to 15K.
Mm-hmm.
And the first day at Gen Con, like the cards didn't show up. And like, but it helped build up hype because people were like, what the fuck? Like, they're all like, how do you play? What's it going to be? So the second day when the Magic cards showed up, gamers were so excited that they were helping load the pallets off. They're like, let us help you, because they wanted the cards so badly, and they were buying all the cards and they're signing like paper receipts there and doing it. And they like sold all of their cards at Gen Con. Then they had Magic the Gathering, their beta run, sold all, and then the unlimited run sold all. This made Wizards of the Coast huge. Dungeons and Dragons, which was made by TSR, which ran Gen Con, actually started to go bankrupt, and Magic the Gathering was so successful that in like this weird turn of events, like a circle of life type thing, they bought TSR and they saved Dungeons and Dragons from financial ruin by actually buying it.
Magic saved Dungeons and Dragons.
Dungeons and Dragons,
That's
like,
cool
basically
story.
like made Magic, and Magic saved Dungeons and Dragons in the end. And Wizards of the Coast obviously is so huge. Magic became such a big time thing. And what's really crazy was like Magic the Gathering was like, it was all like fantasy. And like, I used to just read the flavor text and look at the cards and thought they were so cool.
Dude, the
and
art
I
is
never
so
had-
good.
Yeah. And I never had any idea about what it was, but people were like touchy about the art. Cause like Magic the Gathering's not like Fortnite, bro. Like Magic is Magic. But then they introduced like secret lair, so they had like Walking Dead cards that they added to Magic, and people lost their shit because like not only is it fucking with like the Magic lore when your favorite Magic character is having interactions with like Optimus Prime and some shit, but like the problem was like when they introduced secret lair Walking Dead cards, there was like a Negan card or a Daryl Dixon card, and those cards had powers that are exclusive to those cards. Whereas in the past, anytime that they did like a different skin or an aesthetic change, exactly, you were never paywalled. Yeah. So now if you wanted this ability for your deck, you had to buy a Daryl Dixon card, which they're super limited
sucks.
at the secret lair.
I didn't know they did this.
Yeah, people were really pissed about it.
The whole point of a
Unfortunately-
keyword is it's like distributed amongst the set. Usually every set has a keyword or two that's new and novel, keeps the game
What does
exciting.
that mean?
So like a keyword would be like trample. Like if you have a creature that has 2 defense and I have a creature that has 10 attack and you block my attack, if I don't have trample, I just kill you and you don't take any life damage.
It's
If I have the keyword trample, it means that my card now has the ability to kill yours, and then all the remaining damage pours over onto your life. And so it's like it's a beneficial thing. So like
Yeah, that's
Like,
like
if you
trample
like-
is one example of an effect,
Yeah,
but
that's
it could,
one
it could even be like a theme or something thematic, like
Mhm.
there's like a dwarf one. There's like there's a
Yeah.
deck that's like
Oh.
the synergy is dwarves, and so
Yeah.
there will be one card that says something like play any dwarf card you have in your hand, and there is no mana cost. And, and so the point of like integrated within this new deck is like a dwarf meta that you can make if you truly want to, and you can like
Mhm.
lean into that with other
Yeah.
cards that
It-
support it somehow.
It's like
Yeah.
what Magic did was like they were like, oh, you like Call of Duty? Well, if you want to use the M4, you have to buy Nicki Minaj. She comes with the M4.
Yeah.
And so the only way to get the M4 is you have to buy the Nicki Minaj skin to use the M4. You have to like, it's like, and there's no other way to get it. Like, so they kind of paywalled it, which is so fucking lame, right? Unfortunately, gamers ate that shit up and they bought the fucking secret lair thing like crazy. So, and
I
they
hate
also, and what's really crazy is Magic's been around for 30 years. From the years 2016 to 2020, the amount of Magic players doubled in that 4-year period. And this was all like due to the secret lair shit and excitement and stuff like that. I do not have a deck. I have like this and a couple other Innistrad things, and I have like a 3 booster thing that I haven't opened.
You don't have any decks, like any physical.
No, I
decks?
never played it before or anything like that. Like
You
I
got to
never
get
played-
empty. We texted about it. You got to get MTG Arena.
I'm all over it. I played
Line one.
this.
You
I
do?
have this because I've been playing the shit out of Arena. I'm now like, oh, I understand the game.
Okay, well then
Like, I know how to
need
play.
I'll get your like player code or whatever after this, and I haven't played Arena in a
let's
long
bust it out.
time,
It's
but
fun.
I'll play
It's
you and
fun. I sat there and then I'm like, I don't understand how the fuck you could play this game, because sometimes it'll be like, this card, your target gets +2 +2 in the event that a flying creature enters the game. If blocking or block target has a copy card in your opponent's graveyard, then this character gets +3/+3. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then I play the card, and it does like 10 mathematical things, and I'm like,
Your connection's gone,
live.
Harley.
we're losing you a little
Oh,
bit,
can you hear
Harley,
me?
and it. Oh, now we can. Say some of that again. I was literally in my
Oh.
head. I'm like, we're finally talking about like magic or something, and he's fucking breaking up.
I'm like, no, so the
yeah, there's
so
a lot
like
of contingencies to know. You have to know the right.
contingencies
Yeah.
and the mathematical calculations that happen to some of the contingencies. And what I happen to find extremely appealing about Magic is how broken the game can be when you play a certain card.
Yes.
Now, like, it's the type of thing that, like, if I didn't know this through the app and someone played a card and they're like, oh yeah, this card, so I take that guy off your plate, and now my guy, these two guys get +10 defense, +10 offense, +10 defense. I'd be like, hold on, stop. What the fuck are you doing, bro? Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's not all that. But no, like some cards are literally like, yeah, no, like I was playing a game of Magic and I knew I'm using just the pre-made deck, the pre-constructed decks that they gave me. I haven't messed around yet. I'm just still learning. And I'm playing this guy who I could tell isn't using the pre-con decks because I could tell some of the cards are different and all that. And we get to a point where I have 46 health. He
you're
has
playing
5.
a white angel deck, probably.
He has 5 health. And I'm like, I think this is supposed. I think I'm walking into a trap.
Yeah.
It's like the guy he spent money in the game on Arena. I haven't spent money. He has
Yeah.
he has a pet walking around over there. He has like a fucking special avatar I don't have.
Yeah.
I have so much health. I'm like, there's no way I'm about to beat this guy 50-0. So I'm like, something's up here. And I see he's doing these moves or whatever. He's like exiling his own cards. He's like putting his own cards in the graveyard. We get down. It's
That's
like
risky business.
it's like 46-50.
We doing
Okay.
some necromancy thing, right?
dude. And then like he plays this card. I have like one like healing lifelink 1/1 attack character that's like a bird, just like a bird.
Yeah.
I have that, and now all of a sudden he plays a card. Every card in his graveyard and every card on my graveyard is now on his side, and they all have like plus extra damage chips and stuff. So I have this one bird, and he has literally like I have to like scroll the screen left and right to see all of his cards, and they're all ready to attack. My bird is tapped. Like I have like 46 health. He has 5 health, and like he goes all attack, and the damage is like 23.
Yep.
And it's like lifelink to him. So he's like, I'm like in one move, we're both 20. Just have my one bird. So I'm like, I go to fly. He lets it attack. It goes and I hit him, and I get 1 health, and then he's like all attack again. And like, but 2 rounds before, I'm like, good game.
Good game. Yeah, you never want to send a premature good game in Magic, because like if someone's sending their own creatures to their graveyard, like you better hope you have a way to exile that graveyard and get it out of the game. That's what I like about Magic, is that like everything is so unfair that nothing's unfair. Like they don't have the pretense of like, oh, well, unless a card goes bananas and is just clearly just ruining the meta, they won't ban it. Like so many cards are OP that they like. There was a card that was like meta in blue for a long time that like you could borderline play if you set up the right combo. You could play this card that like costed 7 that was like take an extra turn after this one, and then there were other cards that's like mimic or duplicate every spell you play when you pay this mana combination with it, and then you could like make that infinite. And so like they'd hit this combo and it'd be like, all right, well, I'm just gonna resign because I'm not gonna sit here while you take infinite turns. And like,
you remember Winona, Joiner of Forces?
I remember Winona. Yeah, I remember Winona when you got into it with me, and I was like, this is gonna be great. Kyle and Chiz are going to play Magic with me. And then immediately both of them were online. Like, what is the most powerful deck I can make right now in Standard? Oh, Winota, this like borderline busted card. Like, and now it's not even seen as that strong.
Well, they banned it.
Are they? I don't remember if they banned it or if they changed some game text or something on it. Maybe they
removed it from the
red
meta
list
or something. Like it was a thing. Yeah, it was so strong.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, let me see.
It was Winota.
Whenever a non-human creature you control attacks, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may put a human creature card from among them into the battlefield, tapped and attacking. It gains indestructible until the end of the turn. Put the rest of the cards on the bottom of your library in a random order. So basically, whenever you got that card out, you're just praying to find that one. And then you have to set it up a little bit, but then you like flip, get out 6 cards, and you play like 4 attacking cards that were indestructible, along with Winota at the same time. It was a cool knockout blow. It's just a nasty deck.
It's very cool.
I like playing red too. I like playing just like burn deck, just simple burn deck that's trying to run through their turns before they can get you. But I spent too much money on that game, and then I got disillusioned when I realized that it's just like, we're all playing with these cards that we buy from them for money, and they're not even real cards, and they just change the rules to make us buy more cards, and we don't get anything when we win.
To spend less money and to just like grind up and enjoy the path there.
And then you go on the ladder, and people stomp your asshole in, and you're trying to be competitive at the game, but this guy had $5 that I didn't have, so he beats me. It's like, well, I got $5, and then it like goes from there until you want to win, so you want a good deck.
And that's fair. But like I remember Harley in like 2000, because where I learned to play Magic was Gen Con 2006. I went with a friend. His dad took us because I was 15.
That's like ground zero of Magic's existence.
It was incredible. Like we were there to play the Lord of the Rings trading card game, which Decipher, the company that made that, was like going out of business. So it was going to be the last big tournament of it. And that was a bunch of fun. And after that wrapped up one day, literally what you said, a game you can play after they finish their game. I went over because my buddy was like, you got to try Magic the Gathering. And I'm like, all right, sounds cool. Like I'm all in. I had so much fun at Gen Con. I loved it. And this like really nice black guy was in the Magic section, and he taught me Magic the Gathering. well, my friend had taught me more, but like this guy was the only non-friend of mine who was like, yeah, I'll play whoever. And then like he beat me pretty handily, but I could tell he wasn't like clowning on me or anything. But I had a whole deck. I had a physical deck in like 2006 or 7 where it like plays into that whole everything's overpowered. There were only 2 creatures in the entire deck, a 0-cost 0/2 artifact creature, and I had a million ways to cheat that onto the field turn 1, and then a bunch of cards where it was like sacrifice a creature and then reveal cards from your library until you find another creature and then put it in for free. And the other creature I had was Progenitus, Master of the World or something. And part of his game text is protection from everything. And so if someone was like, I'm going to do this to it, it's like, no, that falls under everything.
I'd tear your fucking card out. Didn't work for that, did it?
Yeah. So like when it actually when the combo went off, it was always like, yes, this is so cool.
No, I can't get back into that. I like Baldur's Gate so much. I want more games that are built around Dungeons and Dragons like Baldur's Gate. Like I like Baldur's Gate and its story, but what I really like is the Dungeons and Dragons system of play. The rule set, the 5e, is that what it is? Whatever that is.
No, that's the newest one, I think.
That's what I like. Again, love the story of Baldur's Gate, but I would love to see that system of play applied to every RPG ever. Like it's all I want to. I want to play a Lord of the Rings RPG so bad, built on the Baldur's Gate system, where we play a party of 4. You have the 4 main characters, Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas, and maybe if you pick who the 4th is, probably need Frodo with you or something. And then based on that system that's already there, you just give hobbits, I don't know, gnomes or halflings stats. But it would be so fun to me to role play through that. I always think that whenever we find a new game that has really good bones, that what I really want is a Lord of the Rings flesh on these bones. Like when we play Total War, Warhammer, I'm like, man, this is fun, but can you imagine Helm's Deep and like orcs versus like 50 elves and 500 men? Like that'd be sick if we had
Lord of the Rings
characters.
Total War would be awesome.
Yeah. I love Lord of the Rings, like mythology and characters so much that I want that on that mechanical gaming system of Dungeons and Dragons. But Dungeons and Dragons is great to do anything. I watched the community episode where they play Dungeons and Dragons. It's amazing. That was so good. If you haven't seen that, I highly recommend it. Chevy Chase comes and ruins the whole thing.
There's a thing called Pathfinder that's kind of like Dungeons and Dragons. And I was doing it. It's like, I think it was card based. Like you get a deck of cards instead of rolling a dice. And they have the thing like that. But you could still do it. But the reason why I liked it was they had their character creation recipes was very interesting. Like their character creation recipes and skills were something like, so you can make a character that has like an ability, a weapon in the game called like a laser sword. So you have a laser sword. Your character can be like a monk mage, which means he's good at hand to hand, but he has some like magical abilities. You could have a pet as an option, and your pet is a copy of you, except half of your stats, and whatever you do, the pet does as well. And so people like make that a Jedi and a Padawan. So now you have a Jedi and a Padawan, and like it's built into the game. And then like there's other things, like for example, like you could look up like Indiana Jones, like your guy is good at driving and piloting planes.
That's where good mods come in sometimes too.
What
I really want though is the whole story to be fleshed out. Like I want Theoden to be there, to be voiced with AI, sounded like Theoden ought to sound and everything. Because in Baldur's Gate, like I've played as Darth Vader before. I've done a run through as Darth Vader, force choking people, and like they pull out a dagger, and I'm like, whoa! Like pull out my lightsaber, just cut him in half. But like, I need the whole game to recognize that I'm Darth Vader. They're still treating me like I'm Gale.
Well, I wanted
Gale is Snail.
I have a run in Gale where I just let him die right away at the beginning. Never pulled him out of the hole, but
cut his hand off.
The thing with that whole concept of knowing that you're Darth Vader, which is really interesting, is that I saw one of these Chinese games implemented AI in the teammates. So the teammates, and I know like Skyrim kind of had this going on for a bit, but like this was really interesting. Was the guy was playing with AI teammates, and he was like, he was saying to his teammates, and there's like a video for it. He's like, Alpha, go to the second floor, clear that. Bravo, go to the door on the side, open and flashbang. And he's like, got it. And that's cool. But what was really cool was when he was like, Bravo, shoot Alpha. And he was like, negative, no friendly fire. And he was like, okay, snake mode. And they're like stealth engaged and they lie on the ground. Like they knew you could say things to them and they understood contextually like what it meant. Like you could talk to your teammates. And what I thought would be so cool about that is if you played a game where like you were it's you and you have a teammate. And like you're there and like, like maybe you start off and it's like a military and your teammate's like, first mission. I remember my first mission. Yeah. So were you the cool kid in high school? And then you're like, nah, I was kind of gay in high school. I don't know. I got bullied a lot, but and it's like, so why'd you sign up to the service? And you're like, oh, cause whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then at the end of the game, maybe this guy ends up being the bad guy. And he's like, he's like, must remind you like back in high school when you used to get, and like you say shit that you said to him, and it's like a personal connection that you've invested with this like computer character, but it like the results could be so endless.
Did you ever play SOCOM Navy SEALs 2002, 2003 on PlayStation?
Probably my top 5 favorite franchise ever. SOCOM 1, 2, and 3, so fucking sick. 2002
game, you had voice command for your teammates. You could voice command the AI teammates in that game. It was
Alpha.
Did it work well?
Bravo. Yeah. Engage. It worked perfectly. It was insane.
I think you could tell them to throw flash grenades and stuff too. Like it was a little.
So there were some like canned lines it was listening for.
Yeah. Yeah. You couldn't be like, hey, Pete, I need you to run around the side of the building, hop on that car, and then go in there and check the bad guys.
You literally say like Alpha or Bravo, and those are the two teams, or you'll say like team. So it's like of those three, and then like the next thing will be like move to, stealth to, run to, or Bravo, set up Overwatch at Zulu, and you can put like a point down that would be Zulu, and they'll go on Zulu, stand there, and they'll Overwatch, and it's cool because they'll be like we're on Overwatch, and that game was so fucking sick.
23 years
like
ago,
one of the characters was like the translator, so you'll be there and the guys are all like, oh, the Americans are coming for the hostage, we must have whatever. But if your guy got killed earlier, you get there, that part they're speaking Arabic, you don't know because your translating teammate died. And this is just like so old school, and the game had one of the best systems. It was a weight-based system, so and this carried over to online. So if I wanted to have like a sniper rifle 50 cal with a thermal scope on it, and I wanted to have like a deagle, and I wanted to have 4 grenades and 4 smokes and blah blah blah, you had all that, but you were like slower, and it was such a nice trade-off. So like you would sometimes be like, okay, we're going to be fast. MP5s with silencers and like 1 grenade, 1 flashbang. Your guys are like super fast and quiet. And it's like just like a system that never really carried over moving forward. But I played the shit out of those games online. I loved it so much. I had the PlayStation Network adapter, and I was like absolutely so fucking hyped about it. I thought it was the sickest shit. And no one had the PlayStation Network adapter back in the day. No one played
a phone cord into your fucking PlayStation. It looked ridiculous.
Yeah. I had it. It didn't work well. But what are you playing now, Harley?
I do play Magic Arena now. I'm playing Inzoi. I'm definitely going to create you guys after this. I should have done it beforehand. That would have been something I do. I got caught up on The Sims too. I remembered making like what's his name from Usual Suspects, the guy.
Kevin Spacey.
Kaiser
Sose. I remember having Kaiser Sose in The Sims 2 and like building his mansion and doing all these things. And like, I absolutely loved the game. It was so fun. My buddies would come over there. I'd be like, what are you gaming? I'd be like, Half-Life. You? But like, really, I'm playing Sims 2. Yeah. the Pets DLC.
Really, you're angling for a promotion at Sims 2.
Well, I'm Kaiser Sose. They want a promotion from me. But like, I love that. So I'm playing Inzoi. I downloaded Repo and I tried it a bunch. It's like where you try and steal things. You're stealing things, so you're carrying it out, and it's 4 players, and like sometimes it takes 2 of you to carry something, and everything you bash it into, it loses value. So it's like funny because you and your dumb friends are like banging shit on the walls. You're like, yo, be chill. Slowly. But then like ghosts are attacking you. I downloaded Schedule 1, but I haven't played it yet. That's the weed selling game. That's
my friend, I have a couple friends who have been telling me that's a ton of fun. And
Schedule
it
1
seems like the entire game. Like I had him stream it on Discord the other night. He's like, bro, you gotta like give this a shot. It's a lot of fun. And then I watched him play for a little bit, and it has that like silly, like low effort polygonal like
looks
character
like Rick and
face. Like yeah, like even lower effort than that. And but that doesn't matter because that's not what the game's about. And he was just talking about his level ups, and he's like, yeah, dude, this is my apartment right now. I'm selling weed out of it. And he's like, it's messy because it included a lady who would come by and clean it. But I'm like, why the fuck do I need that? So I fired her to save a little money. So just a filthy drug den. And he's like, if I like level up again and I sell some more, I can graduate to meth. And then I can sell meth instead of weed. And so I haven't checked with him. I think after meth, you get to sell heroin, but like kind of an open world. Or see, it looked like an open world. I don't know all the quests and everything, but you're just trying to run a drug empire, sell as much weed or meth or whatever it may be, and like build a network of people, whether they're above you, providing to you like your plug, or it's below you like a, addict consumer on the street. Didn't jump out at me as like something I want to play, but he did say it was fun.
Yeah, I watched people play it. It's like also something that I wouldn't have really been excited about. But it looks like I watched people play it. I'm like, oh, I could see how you can get caught up in this. I did install Battlefield 2042 again because they had an event recently, and because Battlefield 6 is coming out, and I'm a huge Battlefield fan. And I'm playing it. I got this laptop here while I'm here in Florida, and like it's like such a fun. Like there's no game like Battlefield. Only Battlefield does Battlefield, where it's like.
I feel inconsequential though.
Like you mean it's not a good thing?
No, in Battlefield, I feel inconsequential as a player.
Oh yeah. But that's why when you do something like pilot a chopper and become the guy, like you really are him.
Shit, if I could fly a chopper in Battlefield, I'd be playing Battlefield. You think I can fly a chopper? You know as well as I do it. Shit's hard.
So like what I do like in Battlefield, like for example, like a perfect thing, because you're right, like you're inconsequential, and like this is why like a good squad could change things. But like Battlefield, like a lot of people like really discount smokes, and I like to be a medic, and I'm always like epic heal time. So I'm like a medic.
He like looks around in the empty room he's in.
But you guys remember 2013?
That was a banger.
2013, no one? Okay. And I'm like, and I like, the team will be losing, and I'll come into a room and it's like a losing match, and I'll like get on the comms, and I'll be like, yo, we're going to smoke out this whole ridge here up to Alpha. We're going to take it, and then we're going to smoke to B. So when you die, get smokes. Bring out smokes. Let's go smokes. And then, like, you don't really get confirmations from people and stuff, but you'll see the actions as smoke start getting popped there. And now we're all running, and it's like, oh, we're doing something that is, like, that much more effort than, like, 90% of the other team. Then that shifts stuff. And like this happens, like I love Hell Let Loose and Squad. I like these games because like
let me interrupt you. I want to get into Squad. Like I keep watching Squad, and I feel like that's what like the people who are my age who used to be Call of Duty kids, like Squad's the next step. It's the old man Call of Duty.
You get real military guys in there.
I know.
And I like that. But the thing for me is like, I'm not like, I like, I spent a lot of time like running a team, leading a team in my work life. And sometimes I'm with people and they're like, they'll look at me and they'll be like, oh, sometimes because you're a loudest guy, they'll be like, what should we do? Yeah. Where do you want to go? Like, you have to like make decisions. And so when I boot up the game, I'm like, I just want to be a stupid fucking grunt.
Tell me what to do.
I want like someone to tell me what to do. And more often than not, about halfway through, I'm just like, so it's got to be me, eh? And then I switched to the squad leader. I'm like, all right, guys, listen up. And I'm like,
You
why
see
is it
the
happening?
colors
to me?
can't touch the ground. And all of a sudden, you're standing on a pile of bodies, waving the maple leaf. Everyone, rally! If those who don't know, I don't know if you know, Woody, Squad is fucking borderline military simulator in the tactics, the team sizes, the scenarios. Even they often do like Iraqis versus coalition, you know, and they'll be in the city, and you got to go into the city and get them, or vice versa. And it looks, the gunplay and everything reminds me a little bit of Tarkov, but even more hardcore, maybe. Like if it seems like the saw just doesn't have any recoil, because it doesn't. Saws don't have recoil. They just sit there like laser beams killing things. Looks fun to me, but I definitely need somebody to hold my goddamn hand, because I don't think you want to jump into that by yourself.
I bet you'll get it now.
What's the team sizes like in squad?
It depends. It depends like on what the game is, but they go really high. I thought they were like 100 people. I thought it's like 100 people in there.
Yeah. So the reason that appeals to me over Battlefield, because they both have like these big battles and everything, is that in squad there is always, every video I've ever seen. Let me say that, because I've never played squad, maybe once or twice, but every video I've ever seen, there's a command structure and there's a plan, and there are like people below whoever's calling the shots who have called the shots before, and they've got like squads, and it feels very much like real life. It does. I mean, people will shoot the shit a little bit, but there's a lot of people talking army talk, like you know what I mean? Like, and it's very much business and not play at times.
They're actual like military dudes. I shared this video from this guy, Moy Dog. It's like a 1 hour video, but what's cool is he has like a server, and he like does a drone shot. And so he flies over, and you could see like a big picture of what it is. And it's cool because it's like, they're like real, like you might see like the Australia military versus Canadian armed forces in like a war exercise thing. And it's like how it would play out, but they all limited to their camos and their guns and their vehicles and stuff like that. And this guy does like a great job of like flying around, and like the graphics look so sick from like the air when you're watching it, because it's like,
I've watched these before. This is how I know about the game mostly, is this guy's videos.
Yeah. They're awesome. They're really
that
cool.
appeals to me a ton, you see, because I feel like we're all working together. We're being serious about what we're doing. Like one of the things, like I'm okay if we're going to play a silly game, and we'll all be silly in the silly game. But if we're going to play the serious game, I don't want anybody being silly, because I'm not being silly. I'm trying. Aren't you? Because if not, what the fuck are you doing here? That's my attitude. Like if we're gonna like run a 4-man Tarkov or something, or if we're gonna agree to do a 150-hour Baldur's Gate playthrough,
dude,
you better mean it.
I play Valorant sometimes, and I've gone onto Valorant, and I don't normally get on the microphone. So I get into Valorant, and like this happened not that long ago. Is I get in there and I'm in the room, and this kid's like, "All right, guys, so let's rush bomb site A." And this other guy's like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna rush bomb site A, you fucking loser! Shut up, bro. What are you, gay?" And then I get on the mic and I'm like, "Yo, dude, you shut the fuck up, okay? I'm sitting here. I don't have much time to game right now. When I game, I want to win. I'm sure you're here because you want to win also." He's showing some balls. He's got orders for us. He's got a strategy. And unless you got something better, shut the fuck up and listen. And like sometimes when you come in with like that attitude and energy, like teacher voice.
Exactly. I was going to say, you sound like a teacher.
They're literally like, and they stop.
You know, Harley taught, right?
Yeah, that's right.
You know, there's a lot of people in games.
So fun to see Harley coming. Like at my school, we knew the substitutes. They had the same lineup. I know that I'd be praying, like, "Oh, I think we got the big guy. Oh, I hope."
I used to do that in COD, like provide a little leadership. You know, all right, guys, we're pushing here, whatever. And people would line up. And like you said, you know, they didn't always reply, but sure enough, you see it in their actions. Like, and the team gets a little coordinated, and not always, but often.
Yeah, most people want that. Most people want that. They've been playing that mindless COD all day, and to hear that there's a mission to do now, it's just like it's single player. Like when some NPC's like, "Hey, I've lost my grandfather's hammer, adventurer. Would you explore the shithole over there? It fell in one of the latrines." And you'll be like, "Actually, yeah, I was looking for something to do. I'll dig through shit with your grandfather's hammer." You just want something to do, some order, some discipline, some structure. And so, like, somebody tells me to do something in a game, I'm like, "Yeah, how you want me to do it?" I'm happy to be part of his team.
Yeah.
Working together is my favorite part of gaming.
That's very true. It's more satisfying to get a win when you had a plan going in, even if maybe you would have won without the plan.
Do you ever have any AOE like hammer anvil moments? What I mean by that, in those games, you'll have your anvil will be some infantry up front who's like stopped the enemy, but in from behind comes a cavalry charge to hammer anvil, and that kind of motion is just destroys them. If you can imagine.
Yeah, you'll do that. It has to be like pretty quick because it's real time strategy.
Yeah,
but usually like it'll be something like, all right, you're the flank player, which means you're further on the outside than me. I'm the pocket player, and so I need to make sure you're going archers, and I'm going heavy cavalry, because it's going to be easier for you to get to the battlefield and easier for me to be responsive, whether it's you or someone else on the battlefield that needs help. I can do that. And then it's very frustrating when someone just doesn't know what the fuck they're doing and like talk shit over chat. And because it's like text chat in AOE and it's an RTS, which means like every second you're typing a message to someone is a lot of time you're not clicking a million times and doing things and producing and this and that. And so I had this like rude piece of shit just a couple days ago I was playing with, and it was a 3v3, and I was the pocket player, which means I'm in the middle and the other two guys are on the outside, and then they're obviously mirrored. The other team's mirrored to us. And what that means is it's their job to weather the initial storm of attacks from the other team's pocket or the other team's flank side players, or to attack themselves. And it's my job to not fritter away time and boom up my eco so that by the time they've weathered the storm or done their own little attack, I can show up a bit later with a huge meaningful army and shove them back wherever it is. And this guy on my left flank was being a fucking cunt retard and not playing well at all.
I believe you.
Yeah, he was. The guy he was like saying, and the guy on my right flank was like playing correctly, doing a good job. And like the guy on the left was like, I'm being attacked. Pocket noob. Pocket no help. Pocket noob. You suck. And I'm like, calm down. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, and it bleeps any mean word. And so you have to like in the AOE chat, you have to be like, you scoundrel, like just some way to get around it. And like me, I was yellow, red was being the cunt, purple was my boy doing his job. And I realized as soon as I hit my like max army amount, or not max, because that would take forever and I would have left him to die. But once I hit a sufficient amount, I was like, I got to pick a direction here that we can like almost roll over our opponents, hopefully, and just destroy them before they can rebuild or do anything. And so I'm like, I'm obviously picking that I'm going to help purple. Like, fuck red. He's being a douchebag. And I looked at his base. He had 7 idle villagers, no farming eco. And so I'm like, even if I save this guy, there's no benefit because he's a million years from being able to meaningfully produce army. Meanwhile, my other flank's doing a good job. And so like I sweep in, crush the enemies that are attacking purple, and then purple and I together clean sweep 1.5 bases until the other team resigns, because it's become clear, like, I've killed so many of their villagers, I've killed so much of their shit, they can't rebuild from it. It's an impossibility. And afterward, we won. Red is like chatting and being like, pocket noob, pocket, you suck. He goes, he's like 1,000 or 950 elo player, and I'm over 1,400, which is significantly better than him. And he's like, how you 1,400 elo? You suck, pocket noob. And I'm like, I was the top scorer of all 6 of us. Like, I was the number 1 scorer in the whole game. You're the one who didn't.
I don't know, man. You're sounding like a pocket noob. This is some pocket
noob.
energy.
No, actually, no.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, if I was Zach,
pocket
would be next to your name right now.
Oh, no,
gamers,
don't you fucking tell your pocket noob. No, that
but gamers
guy,
are fucking
that guy
stupid.
had his villager max was 30, which is pathetic. His
Put his elo
military
score
max
next to his
was
name,
11. I was like usually those games, the way it goes. No. Usually those games, the way it goes is everyone's like, good job, you did a great job. And Red was like, yellow pocket noob, no help. He left me. He not help at all. And then purple chimes in and he's like, well, yeah, yellow was helping me, like, because I was more set up. And Red's like, you both noob. You both. And meanwhile, he was like, of the 6 people in the game, I'm far and away the highest score. Purple's second. Red is at the bottom. And he's like, everyone knew but me. Like, it just, I was like, literally like going to bed that night. I'm like, I'm not a fucking pocket noob. Like, just
There's it right there.
yeah. Well, let's fucking change that. No. But yeah, that does happen. The nice constructed strategies when they come to a head are very satisfying in any game.
Did you
So,
see
yeah.
Dusk Blood, the new FromSoft title they announced today?
Oh yeah, I saw it was announced, but I didn't click anything. But these are the guys that did Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Did I tell you my hot take on Elden Ring?
Not sure.
Oh,
I don't think so.
I think it's a good game.
I do remember this hot take. Yes.
Yeah,
It's risky territory you're out there.
Is there a butt there? I was waiting for a butt.
No. I think
Well,
it's
not a
a
lot of
good
people
game.
like it. It's not a popular game. You don't hear anybody like singing its praises ever. I don't know if it ever won Game of the Year or anything like that, or any awards.
That's my point. Is that like I think Elden Ring is a good game, but like let's calm down now. Is this really gonna drag Woody back to Twitch and have him streaming again? Like I don't know if it's that fucking good, but apparently people think so.
Now he's into all the Souls, not just that one.
I have a beautiful connection to Bloodborne because when I played Bloodborne, that was the one where I was like, oh, I understand Dark Souls and Demon Souls now. It showed me the loop properly. I played Dark Souls and Demon Souls and I was like, I don't like these games. I don't think they play good. I don't think they look good. I don't know. Everyone's retarded and I'm chill. And then I played Bloodborne and I was like, oh, I get it now. I understand that and I like it. But then I have this deeper connection to Sekiro because I hate the constant rolling. I think it looks like it really takes me out when the whole concept is like every fight you have to be like huh, and roll and huh, and roll. It's like it's not nice looking. It's not, everything is so beautiful, but then I'm playing the boss as if it's like a Super Nintendo game where I roll everywhere. And Sekiro was deflection based, so it looks much more real when the guy goes to hit you and you like deflect the sword away. That in my brain looks cool. Or in Sifu, and I know it's not a Souls-like game, but in Sifu, when you're dodging, he stands there and like dodges the punches as they come in, and it looks all cool. And if it's the constant rolling that takes me out of it. Maybe also add it to the fact that I'm not that good at it. I'm sure that plays a part also.
You beat Sekiro? You beat that game?
No, I got very far in Sekiro. I got pretty far in Bloodborne. Sekiro, I got to the first guy that kills you at the beginning of the game. I beat his first form. So like I'm fighting his second form there. Right? Yeah, like in that temple up there. So I beat the girl, Lady Butterfly, and all that shit. I had to go back to the game 3 times when I got far, but I liked that. And then I was like, maybe I'm just a shit gamer. But then I went back and I played Ninja Gaiden, which I used to love. And I was fucking that game up. And I'm like, oh, I'm a better gamer now than I was as a kid. Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Well, for sure.
But yeah, so like I think
seen
like
this game? This sword.
But I'm excited for this.
Is this
for Duskborn?
Crusader?
Oh yeah, this game. I watched people play this game like crazy. I haven't played it myself. But yeah, this is sick, this game.
On Duskborn, it's a Switch 2 exclusive, and it has me boiling. Like,
wait, I did not know that's a Switch 2 exclusive.
Yeah, Switch 2
no
is
one
going to
said that part.
Yeah, it's a Switch 2 exclusive, and I'm like, fuck FromSoft, fuck your game, fuck you. Like, I'm ready for someone to take FromSoft's title from them. I'm no longer loyal. FromSoft.
Oh, let's talk Switch 2.
Is
but,
the
yeah? How is it even a Switch?
Wait, what is FromSoft
that good?
FromSoft makes Elden Ring and then Dark
Souls.
Souls, and it's sort of the king of the Souls-like genre. I don't know my history that well, but I guess is it like Oblivion or something that was the predecessor to FromSoft's being the king of this sort of space? And they made a bad game. FromSoft came in, made a great game, and now they've been the champions for, I don't know, 15 years. I'm making it up.
Okay.
And I'm like ready for someone else to take this title. If these guys are going to make a game like every 3 years, and half of them are going to be exclusives, like Bloodborne was a PlayStation exclusive, Duskblood is a Switch 2 exclusive, then I'm like, fuck you. Like,
well, I'm annoyed because like
a game 2030
Switch 2 exclusive is just like Like I like the Switch 2 is not particularly powerful, is it?
Oh, there's
I
a
know
new
it's
Switch.
expensive.
I think you
They're
got
not out
60
yet.
FPS and you've got a
It
mouse.
does
keyboard.
120 FPS.
Oh, is it? Okay. I saw it was $450 and the games were $80 a pop.
Mhm.
And everybody seems to have
Fuck
a
off.
meltdown of it. Oh, he says 4K 120. Goddamn. Yeah, that's great.
I'm skeptical.
$500.
Well,
for
the
a
games
Switch
being
2?
80 a pop is the thing.
Yeah,
I think-
but like,
And
I always think
$500
I
is
feel
a
like
lot also.
Nintendo is cheaper than the other ones. Like, wasn't the Switch cheaper than the concurrent PlayStation and Xbox at the time?
well, they're competing with the Steam thing now. Like at that price point and that price for
The
games,
Steam Deck.
you're competing with Steam Deck.
Pricing in games
Steam Deck.
is weird. Like $80 for a good game is dirt cheap, but $80 for a bad game is really expensive.
Yes.
And you don't know until afterwards.
Mario Kart is an $80 game to me. Elden Ring's an $80 game.
Isn't you said?
Is not. And to me, you almost need to be an RPG or an open world sandbox forever game like GTA 6.
For most people, Mario.
I don't know what
Kart
Rockstar is going to
weird.
charge for GTA 6, but everybody's holding their breath.
I'm not going to storm that beach. I'm going to let it come out first. I'm going to see if it looks as good as GTA
Bro.
5.
What are you talking about? You can see the tech demos. It's amazing. They spent $2 billion. They spent as much money on that as a stealth bomber.
I've literally only seen the GTA content you've sent me, and that was like a cinematic trailer, and so I didn't.
I've heard
I don't
that
know.
said elsewhere.
It's $2 billion. Yeah, they spent $2 billion on GTA 6.
Oh, where do you
They
see
spent-
4K? I'm seeing 1080p 120 hertz.
Oh, I was reading what Zach wrote there. So that's my source.
Supports variable refresh rate, HDR10, 2 USB-C ports, 7.9-inch screen, which is quite big, and comes with a dock. I love my Steam Deck. So the day I got my Steam Deck, I never touched my Switch again, and I loved my Switch. I really enjoyed my Switch. Okay, so this just different reports. Zach shared something here that says it does 4K and 120, which is from GameSpot. Which
Does
I
it do it at the same time, I wonder?
That's a good point.
And which games does it do? it on?
no
Like, maybe
4K is fixed at 60 frames.
Okay. And I'm also like, shucks, 120 frames, the PlayStation could do that, right? But it seems like a lot of the games don't do that. Probably because it can only do it with the simplest cartoon games.
I would
Yeah.
imagine, but that Switch has never appealed to me anyway. It seems, first of all, I don't have the use case. It seems like it's meant for someone who's like, I don't know, commuting and they like sit on a train. They have downtime where they don't have access to a PC or
It's
a game
good when you have
console.
company
Literally,
over.
It's
Is the
literally
Ow.
good.
Like
We're
that's
gonna
the only
we're gonna,
video.
all gather around this handheld.
No, because you
console?
plug it in the housing, and then like a game like Mario Kart can be fun for everyone to sit around and play. There are no games on my PC or Xbox or I don't have a
Yes, but
PlayStation,
you
but like there's no other ones
play-
that you can like play socially. Like Mario Kart.
Yeah, you could play Jackbox like on your phone.
But all right, well then we've come full circle now. Now it's a console and not a hand. We're using the console
Yeah.
part, not the handheld.
I've never really
part.
used. I have
As
a
a-
Switch. I've never
I
really
have
used
no
a
use
handheld.
for a handheld though. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Oh, you
none.
have a Switch and you never use it as a handheld?
I pretty much
my
only use the
situation.
Switch. Even my girlfriend who was playing Pokemon Scarlet, like she never played it on the handheld. Like it was plugged into the TV, sat in the housing, and then playing it with like one of
See, the
those.
Switch was
controllers.
huge. Switch was huge during pandemic for me when I'm like playing Xbox on the TV and she's Animal Crossing on the Switch.
Oh,
And then like, oh, her show comes on, she goes on the TV and like I'm taking the Switch. Like, and that's where it was great. I travel enough. I'll be honest with you, like for the cost at my big ass age, if like in the existence, if I only flew like on 6 flights, I'll fucking take the Switch.
yeah.
For $50 a flight at that point to have a video game thing with me that's pretty fucking sweet, like I'll do it. I thought Metroid, the 2D Metroid was such a sick ass game. Animal Crossing was my first time with Animal Crossing and it was great. I've played some cool games on it. It's awesome. As soon as the Steam Deck came out and I got the Steam Deck as a gift, I did not, and not even because I didn't want to. I had Zelda 2 there. I never even took it out of the plastic. And the reason why the Steam Deck is so sick is because I have a library of games. So not every console do you get, and it comes with a library of games. So if someone's there and they're a PC gamer and they're like, should I get a Switch? No, you should get a Steam Deck because you have a library of games. And the reason why that's a good thing is because now when you get your Steam Deck, you have hundreds of games. And I know what you're thinking, that you're like, oh, I'll play maybe Elden Ring, which is the most played game on Steam Deck. But like, that's not necessarily the beauty of it. The beauty of the Steam Deck was at some point in 2014, my stoned ass bought Max Payne 3 and never played it. I booted up Max Payne 3 and I was like, oh, I wish it's 2013 or whatever, 2015. So I'm like, I wish this game was open world. I'm thinking some gay shit. It's like back in the day. I don't know. I'm fucking tired of open world games now. But if I sat down at my desktop and started playing Max Payne 3, it'd be like, bro, what's wrong with you? What the fuck are you doing playing Max Payne 3 on your big ass computer? But if I'm on the plane or I'm on the couch and my girlfriend's watching Temptation Island and I take out the Steam Deck, Max Payne 3 hits so fucking hard, straight up just a bald, pissed off guy like, fuck these thugs. And you're like,
you almost said it. I heard that pause. You almost said it.
I was not going to say that. I was not going to say that.
No, that makes sense to me. Like
that was the first time in my life where I felt a PKA clip happened in real life. I
bet it runs well too.
Fuck
right?
these fellas.
I don't know the specs on the good Steam Deck, but like I bet Max Payne 3 runs pretty good on it.
It runs perfect, like 60 frames. Like any game from 2014 runs on like ultra settings, like 60 frames. If not, like you mess around a little bit, then you're at 45 frames, which is perfect in the handheld. I've played games even like newer shit. I played Helldivers on like the lowest settings. It looks like a Nintendo Switch game, but like it's still fun or funny. It has 2 touch pads, which are great for precision, and it's a touch screen. I don't know if the Switch is a touch screen. Yeah, it is, for sure it is. And it has like really good like so many games, like it has it built in the pinch zooms and stuff like that. And I just got to like, what I love about the Steam Deck is I got to go back through all my old games, all my old games that I've abandoned, that I bought from summer sales or shit like that, and I thought I would never play them, and I've got to go clean them up. Tomb Raider, like the old Tomb Raiders and stuff like that, like games that like I thought were one thing and then like I didn't. I played like games like Warhammer Rogue Trader, which I probably wouldn't have played on computer.
How did you like that?
Like that, pretty cool.
It's like cool. CRPG, right?
It's CRPG. It's like Baldur's Gate. It's
That's
the closest thing I played to
it.
Baldur's Gate, but like you'll feel limited in terms of options.
Yeah.
But story-wise, it's really cool because there's certain things that like you'll get to a planet and it'll be like all the people are dead, and then there's like a little note, like a little asterisk, and if you open up the menu, if you're confused or curious, it'll be like all of these people are dead, by the way, because you went to 2 planets before this one, even though they told you that it was important to come here first. So then you're like, shit, what if I came here first? What other different options would there be?
Yeah,
so
they'd all be
like
alive.
Rogue Trader has a ton of like, oh, you chose that, here's a drastically different outcome from what you said.
All right, I'll
Like,
get on that next then.
Yeah, it's cool.
I'm currently doing a 4-player like co-op of Baldur's Gate, and it's so frustrating to get our time schedules to match up.
I can't. How do you do it? How do you even do it once?
So like one of our guys owns his own business, so he can pretty much make his own hours. The other guy, he works 9 to 5, but he's happy to give his evenings and his weekends. And the other guy has no excuse. He's just like, I don't want to play every day. And it's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? We have to play 12 hours every day. I was like,
is that dirty?
Dirty.
And I forgot to tell you, Baldur's Gate. That's I played that 100% on Steam Deck.
Oh,
my
wow.
Baldur's Gate experience is 100% on Steam Deck. And I went to my buddy's house. He had it on PS5, and it's on his big ass TV. And I was like, wow, that's beautiful. What a beautiful game. And it looks really good. It does look really good on Steam Deck. But it looks like fucking amazing on, like, I'm sure a great computer or a PS5 Pro or whatever. But like on the Steam Deck, it looks so much better than anything that's ever been on Switch.
You're going to get a 5080, Harley? They ask me that constantly.
A 5080?
Yeah.
I would love to. This is what's fucking really hurting me right now. Okay. Have you seen, I think it's called the
Dow Jones Industrial Average. Yeah, I've seen it.
no, it's the height Y70XL. Have you seen this at Costco?
No, I don't know what this is.
Mm-mm.
Okay, the height Y70XL, it's like at Costco, and it's so annoying because it has like a 4080 in it or whatever, or a 4070, but like it's this big ass fucking computer with like a touch screen on the outside. And it's like so big, it's like, oh, this is for a fucking gooner to put like his like a little figure of his waifu inside the fucking the chamber or something.
What is it called? I want to Google it. The height, HEIGHT.
Yeah, here I put it in the chat. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, if you could find the at Costco, because you'll see it at Costco, you'll see someone walking by it, Zach, and it has like you'll see like how big it is compared to a person. And it's like a big ass computer, and just the fact that they sell it at Costco is always cool because it's like, hey, dudes, you could bring that back within 90 days. Yeah, you ever want a computer for a quarter of a year? Yeah, there. Look at that. Look at that thing, bro. Come on.
What is the purpose of a computer that big?
Like I said, I think it's for lagooners that wants to put their like a waifu figure inside their
if they're a gooner, aren't they looking at pornography on the screen, not like jacking off to a Japanese figurine?
You have your porn everywhere. You could stick it everywhere you want, I guess. I don't know. Even though I look and smell like one, I'm not a gooner.
What is the use case for it if you're not a gooner who wants a statue of fucking some lady named
Do you have any idea how big the 6080 is going to be? It's like like 2 books.
Yeah, you'll be ready.
They get bigger.
You will be ready.
All the time.
You will be ready for any graphics card that you put in there. And it looks so easy to put it in. You just fucking open it up and
it's a door. You walk in and then you
Is it that big? It didn't look that big to me.
No, you can't walk.
But it's pretty huge.
It certainly would not fit under my desk the way my computer very conveniently fits under my desk now.
Google Image doesn't have a single like size.
Well, did you see the Costco? Did you see when Zach pulled it up?
It was on top of a stack of boxes.
Yeah.
I didn't.
But then you see that bitch walking by it. How stupid and small that bitch looked.
She looks like a stupid small
I missed it. It was like 3 seconds of a computer on top of boxes. I
hate that bitch. just some lady trying to get a good deal on fucking protein bars.
You can get Magic the Gathering at Costco.
Really? Is it a bulk?
You can get a couple packs there for $48.99.
Oh my, it's bigger than I realized.
It is. It's huge, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
look at the shopping cart.
And she's in the foreground.
Can we fast forward 2 seconds and get her closer to it? She's in the foreground.
The size of that shopping cart.
What in the fuck is that?
It's a computer.
No, it's not. That's a jacuzzi.
It's an aquarium. Woody can keep his fish in.
That's the Iron Dome.
That is like a 60-gallon computer case.
What is that? That's ridiculous. That's a real thing, huh? They're selling that at Costco?
Yeah.
It comes with a 4080.
It's on 2 pallets.
That's the worst part, that it comes with a 4080.
They only sell it to people's trucks. You got to have a... Yeah.
What's wrong with 4080? That's what I've got.
No, it's
you
awesome.
have a 4090, by the way.
Oh, wait, I have a 4090.
Yeah.
You look down your nose at 4080s.
Yeah.
I don't know. They're all probably the same.
You play Costco's a 4070.
Say it again.
I think the one at Costco's a 4070.
Oh, I thought you said it was. I
feel like any of that 40-something class is excellent, right?
I have I have a 4080 and I never lose frames. Like even in Baldur's Gate, I'm running 144 frames at 1440 and like settings are real high. I get good frames. When there's explosions and stuff, they dip a little, but I only notice because of my frame counter. I don't see any tearing or anything.
I'm playing a game that came out 2 weeks ago now, and it's pinned at 120. That's its frame rate limit.
How can I see my graphics card on this laptop?
Oh,
where do you do that? Where do you find something?
That's one of tech mysteries. Who knows? I have it all plugged in for mine, and nothing ever stutters or messes up. So I've never looked into it. Why else would I look into it?
I got this recently, because I got it at Costco because I'm literally here in Florida, and I was like, okay, I need a computer, And I was like, yeah, I'll get one, and then I'll be Jewish and return it.
Oh,
Don't do that to Costco.
I've done that, but then I didn't return it. So I've got like a junk laptop in the trunk of my car that cost me $200 one time at a Walmart so I could do this show.
Yeah, well, you know what?
I've made a purchase like that before.
I did that. That's what I'm saying is like, I don't want to give this laptop back. It's sick. You know, it's a 4060 inside this laptop.
I was just about to tell you I figured it out.
It's
Damn it.
In like a few keystrokes.
Me too. I did those same strokes as you.
So for
Control Shift Escape.
It's a laptop card. It's different.
Oh, you did that?
CPU. Yeah.
Oh no, I typed system information.
Is it not as powerful, Kyle?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Yeah.
What
NVIDIA's
not
confusing that way. They should give the laptop GPUs and
Different designation.
Yeah.
Like they get a 4065, so you sort of know where it stands. Maybe?
Oh yeah, this is a 4070 laptop version. There's
Yeah.
not the same as a regular 4070.
Of course. Yeah.
But I'm still like, I run all my games, like I play Helldivers, everything like super sampled and everything like, and I just blast them and I stream it. So I'm like, oh, this is far better than, it's far better than my computer at home. But Helldivers isn't a taxing game.
I guess not. It's quite well optimized, which you don't see a lot these days. It seems like most developers, I guess it's easy not to optimize or cheaper not to optimize. So they just expect everybody to buy $5,000 computers to run their game. But Helldivers runs really, really well and on everybody I know's rigs. Nobody has issues with that game. I'm kind of burnt out on it now, but that's another game that has good bones. Like you could change the scenario. You could change what those characters were doing. And you could change the enemies and the weapons, and you'd still have like really good bones for a game where you drop down 4-player co-op on an enemy planet and fuck shit up. I don't know if they've expanded on the Illuminates since the last time I played, but when they dropped them, they only had like 3 or maybe 4 variants of the Illuminates.
Yeah, they usually do that. They have like, it's like they do this interesting thing that's kind of cute is the first time you encounter the enemies or whatever, or all the enemies, they have like a scouting party kind of thing that is a certain type of enemy. And then after they get upgrades. So those guys that walked like on the ATSTs that were the automatons, they have full armor on the back and sides now. You can't just shoot them off the back. It's like they get better. The bugs, they have all these black variants that are invisible and way faster now.
At night.
Like they do crazy things that are like that they add to it. So I expect them to do that with the Illuminates, but when I go on, I usually do a bug run and then I do like a bot run and I call it, but like I feel like you guys don't watch anime because you're straight, but there's this really popular anime.
Oh, I don't watch anime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
No, Kyle doesn't watch
Solo. It's called Solo Leveling. And it's like very popular right now. It's a Korean anime, so it's not like Japanese anime, and you could tell because like right off the bat, the like intro theme song is you're like, oh yeah, this is Korean. There is a difference. It's like it sounds like a K-pop. It sounds like
Did the
K-pop
train die? Yeah.
But the main character, basically the premise is like, oh, in this real world, portals have opened up and there's magical beasts inside, and these portals cause chaos, and so people who are deemed hunters, half the population became hunters, which means that they can go into the portals and they can fight with their special powers, and you might be an E class hunter, a D, a C, a B, an A, or the most rare, an S class hunter. S class hunters are crazy, and it's about this E class hunter who's so fucking useless and lame, but he's like trying to raise money. He goes into these dungeons with groups, and like he gets fucked up, and the healer has to heal them constantly, and they're like, you're so shit, you're not pulling your weight, like I'm fucking healing you, stop coming in these dungeons. And other guys who are like tanks that are like C class tanks are like, huh, we're getting held back by this shitty E class hunter. But his heart's really in it. And then what happens at one point when he's about to die, this is all like first episode, is he gets like a notification that pops up like in his vision that's like, do you want to continue? If you don't, your heart will stop in 0.05 seconds. And he's like, I do want to continue. So it like brings him back to life, and he is still an E-class hunter, but he has the ability to level up. And he's the only person, because once you're given your rating, that's who you are. So he goes into groups now, and he kills, like he used to get killed by like one goblin. Now he kills goblins, and it'll like pop up a notification. It'll be like leveled up. And he's the only one with like a heads up display, and he like puts his points into strength. And when he like at one point, like these like 6 humans decide they are gonna like kill him and another weaker hunter, so they have a better share of the pile, because whatever of the loot, because whatever happens in a dungeon stays in a dungeon. And they go to like kill him, and then he has a pop-up that pops up on a screen, and it says like, these 6 humans want you dead. 0 out of 6 humans killed. Kill all the humans to escape the dungeon. And he's like, guess I gotta do it. And like, so it's like really interesting because he's leveling up. It's making him look better and look cooler, but he's still an E-class hunter. So even though he's like an A class or maybe S class at heart now in ability, the people that see him talk down to him because they're like, get behind us, E class hunter. You're a piece of shit. You're trash. I'm saying all this to say that since I've been down here, I play Helldivers on PlayStation 5, and I'm like a level 150 with like 800 hours. I don't think I've played a game as much as I've played Helldivers 2. I am very, very good at it. And I don't say that about many things.
I believe you. All right, before you continue, why did they make it easier a while back? They made it easier, right? Like 6-8 months ago or something?
They changed it. They found out that people have more fun with this power fantasy type thing than they did before. So people like you and I are trained on we're trained on Malevolent Creek, where our best abilities are running. Yeah. Running and it was
scary.
Moving. Yeah, scary. You die. Yeah.
So you can only get the super samples, or used to be only get the super samples at the higher difficulty levels. And you need those super samples to unlock upgrades. It's important so that you have more fun. Your fun is capped by your skill. And it's like, fuck, man, I can't have the extra fun you guys are having because I'm not good enough. But I was good enough. It was hard. So hard.
No, they added your guns are like, for example, now like a lot more guns like penetrate like chargers. And I'm like, they're playing. I'm like, back in my day,
it's hard.
Two of these would kill all our lives because someone didn't bring rockets or something. We don't have the right weaponry.
Dude, I loved that.
Fuck up your whole scene.
I liked it more that way because you couldn't really do a power fantasy. You needed to be like, all right, who's bringing like armor piercing? Who's bringing rockets? Like, I like the disposable rocket
Me
thing.
too. Love that.
I run that all the time.
In properly, the drop can kill something.
Yeah. And you're just like, boom, boom. There's no reload animation, and they're laying everywhere halfway through a game.
Exactly.
Anyway, I liked it when it was hard, and when I found out that they made it easier, we're playing the hardest difficulty casually, and it's like that's not what I want. Like, instead of making level 10 difficulty easy mode, which is what they did. Level 10 is easy now. Like they should have added it. They should have added a level 12 if they were going to do that.
The Helldivers 1 does go up to difficulty 15. Or 12 or 15, but I know it goes up to like, it's called like Inner Ring of Hell or some shit. And I'm just like, release it now. Throw more enemies on screen. Whatever it is you got to do it. Make it frustratingly bad. Because like, even when the game adds something that's kind of game breaking that a lot of people bitch about, I happen to like it. Like at one point they added this like ship that bombards the planet.
Yeah, that was
so now just
I didn't like that.
Yeah, it was so broken and fucking dumb. And I'm like, why did we work so hard for this fucking punishment? But I used to play it because it was like, well, the only thing that's going to fuck me up here is if I randomly explode right now. Because other than that, it's going to be a walk in the park.
I find the difficult parts of that game to be the fluttery, quick things that can stun lock you.
That fly at you. So I always carry a supply pack now because like more than anything, I just want to have stims. So I always want to be running. I stim myself all the time. I used to take the shield pack, but you could just get like overwhelmed. And I bring a Punisher to like stop the stalker bugs, the ones that can one shot you.
Yep.
And everyone else is fine. But I brought up the whole solo leveling thing to say, because like now I'm on my computer and they don't let you cross progress. So I'm a cadet on the computer. And they're always like, they're always like, hey, let's help the cadet unlock his achievements. I'm like, no, it's okay. We could just do the mission, guys. They're like, all right, dude. And they're like, look at him. He brought smoke grenades in a supply pack and also an orbital smoke strike. So cute. He doesn't know what he's doing. And we're trying to do like the mission where you're raising the flags.
You got the perfect kit.
I got a great smoke build set up for it. And like the bugs are just fucked in the smoke. So anytime we get to the flag, I'm just like constantly keeping it in smokes, and they're there and they're like, "Where's the cadet? Where's Harley place?" And they're like, "Oh, look at him. Hey, he's keeping it together. All right." I'm like, they have no idea that I have 1,000 hours. I look and like I also, because just to keep with it, I keep like there's a million different skins and stuff you can wear. I just keep wearing the default skin that comes with the game.
Yep.
I'm like keeping my power level hidden. And what's so cute about it, and what I do like about that community, is you really see how nice they are. Like now I'm level 20, so I can like call in whatever. But before that, before I can call in backpacks, the game would start, and a guy who's like level 65 will call in a shield to be like, hey, Harley, grab that shield, put it on. I'll be fine. I could wait 10 minutes. And I'm like, wow, thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
Hope I can
everybody
be as good
plays.
as you one day. And like,
Yeah,
I'm like, so, and I'm
because you need him.
Yeah, exactly. Like he's looking out for me because he knows.
Yeah.
And then like sometimes the game starts and like you choose boosters. And I always choose Hellpot Space Optimization. I love that booster, but it's like the first one you unlock. So I get in the room and I'm like a level 18. These guys are like 60, 75, 100. And like one of them has Hellpot Space Optimization. One of them has Vitality. The first two you unlock. The third guy is something else. Those first two are the most important ones to bring on. They can be very important. But now I have nothing. And I sit there waiting for like 10 seconds. And I'm like, I know that if I were one of those guys, I would realize that I have one of these boosters. I should choose something else. And I'm waiting. And I got my chat there. I'm like, chat, I don't even want to have to fucking tell these guys how to play the fucking game right now. But I got and then I'm playing it like a liar. I'm like, hey, can one of you guys change off the Hellpot Space Optimization? That's the only booster I have. I'm a widow boy.
Seems like you're playing with like cool people.
Everybody's cool.
Kyle killed me.
Oh, you didn't play long enough to understand the dynamic of the game.
I gotta tell you guys. I gotta tell you guys about Amir.
He blew my ass up.
Let me tell you what Amir did in Helldivers when Amir, chef of epic mealtime, mentally ill, psycho Arabic man.
I like it.
He's fucking awesome. What he did when he got tired of Helldivers is the most twisted, nefarious thing, especially since it's such a beautiful community. Okay. He was like so tired of the game, he would get like wasted and he would join like a room that's like on medium difficulty, like level 4, level 5. So the people, it could be their second game. And he would drop in and then he'd be like, hey, it's a level 78. He's here to save us. And he would kill them. But here's the thing. He wouldn't reinforce them. And he would get on the mic and he gets on the mic and he's like, running around. He's like, yeah, sorry, bitch. This is Helldivers for you now. You watch me play Helldivers. So you can win and lose all the progress you got, or you can watch me play a real Helldiver. So this is the game for you now. Sorry. And they're like spamming X, so it's shaking their name like, please reinforce. He's like, nope, watch me. Watch me. And he goes, oh, you need samples? I don't need samples. Not even picking those up. Sorry. He's telling me this, and I'm like, bro, I hope you go to hell.
That's so funny. That's great. That's some funny trolling.
That's evil as shit.
That really is, because it genuinely would.
Can't they just leave? Just leave and start.
They lose their progress. Like they've been playing for 30 minutes.
Yeah, they could have been playing for quite a bit there.
If you pick the right mission, then. Like,
no, that makes it funnier, don't you see? Like,
like some missions are like really quick, like 8 minutes, but some of them are like 35.
And I know I've gamed with him sometimes, and like I know the gaming is gonna be fucked when I hear like ice clinking around in a glass because he loves drinking. So I know it's bad. So I know he's like, yeah, you watch me now. You watch me. That's your Helldivers experience. And I know they hear the glass clinking around.
Did you ever play Vermintide?
Yeah, I think I played it with you once.
That's right.
I did. And then I played also Darktide.
I love those. Well. That's my jam. Like games
did
like
they ever
that
fix that game now?
Yeah, it's very good now. It's beautiful, deep. I bought it for Larry just so I'd have somebody to play.
Taylor might be talking about Warhammer.
Darktide.
No,
Darktide. Yeah.
Darktide. That's what I'm thinking of. Did they ever fix it?
Yeah. I mean, it only took a year, but they've got it. It's way, way, way better. It's not as scammy, and like all the menu, without going like super nitty gritty into the way the game's built. Like the way you get better weapons, the way you craft weapons, the way you change your perks and your profile and like tailor your character to how you want it, they dialed that system in. The stuff that usually is mostly in the background, like where you put your skill points and how you like they had a real issue where, and I'm probably going to explain it not exactly right, but you wanted the highest rarity of weapon, and it was one of those things where the weapon has like 3 or 4 stats, and you want at least 2 or 3 of them to be really high. And there wasn't a way to, you'd have a weapon that was like 3 out of 4 perfect, and there wasn't a good way to re-roll that 4th stat without just, it was a broken system. But they fixed all that. Yeah, I love Darktide, and moreover, I love those co-op, everybody stick together. We can't do this without every man swinging all the time. Say, I need a lightning storm, please. I like that shit. I like when we're...
See,
It's
it looks
also
like,
much harder
like,
than Helldivers.
It looks like they added
a
different Ogren tree to make their melee build more viable. Because if I was playing an Ogren, like, I'd want to have melee as a possibility. Like, that's kind of the fun part of being the tank, is like you're in the mix, swinging things. I like playing the tank in a lot of these games because I feel like just my existence is helping the team a little bit. Like Kyle can be Mr. Skill and Woody can be Mr. Critical Hit, but as long as I'm in the mix as the tank and not dying, it's like, yeah, I'm helping.
See, that game has a great system. I can't remember exactly what the verbiage is, but coherence. It's called coherence. So coherence is that when you and I are near each other, I'm giving you a little boost and you're giving me a little boost. So when the 4 of us are all together, we're all like boosting each other with this coherence thing. And the moment you split off, you're weaker and we're weaker. So like sticking together and being this cohesive group, call outs. There are these specials in that game. Like if you played Left 4 Dead, like the whatever character would normally wrap you up at the smoker, the thing that would wrap you up with the tongue, like those specials exist in this game, or at least their crowd control abilities do. But they have very perfectly. Keep in mind, there's a war going on where all the characters are screaming, and there's badass music playing. But you'll hear click, 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 and it's the noise of the igniter on like a propane tank, like an electric igniter. That's the flamethrower enemy, and you heard it right where he is, perfectly directionally. And you'll immediately see one of the whoever's job it is to deal with those guys. That person will immediately stop what they're doing, snap, and go bang. And like kill that thing in a quarter of a second, and never skip a beat with what they're doing. You're juggling constantly.
What was Woody? Woody, you played that like cool paladin looking guy when we all played together. What was his thing?
I don't
like
remember his name.
You were the armored knight. I don't remember what your core or what that character's core competency was.
I remember either. I always wanted to be the elf. That was the downside of Vermintide. If 2 people wanted to be the same thing, one person could go fuck himself. And I thought that was a game-breaking bad lead decision. There's I'm psyched for Nightreign. Nightreign is the new like Elden Ring coming out, but it's like if Elden Ring and Left 4 Dead had a baby. It's a 4-player co-op where you work together to get to the end and fight the big bad boss.
Okay.
My concern is, how does a new player get good? Right? Because in Elden Ring, you can sit there and bang your head against that boss again and again and again and again until you get good. Get good is a Souls-like term they use, where you just got to put your time in and lose so much that you eventually figure out a move set, you get your timing down, etc. But if fighting this boss is something that takes 40 minutes to get to, and you only get to it every 4th try, how does it ever get good?
Yeah.
Is it like you can't just try again? Well, they released a trailer yesterday, the day before, of an archer character. And I'm like, oh, this is nice. Now we have someone who doesn't need to stand chest to chest with the boss and dodge perfectly 14 times before he gets his punish window. We have someone in the back who can shoot from there. And he can be part of the team and he can be helpful, but he's an archer class.
Sure.
And the way that you revive a teammate is you hit them. Well, even that is a tricky thing because I have to it's kind of like reviving in zombies, where like you got to clear out all the danger before you pick this guy up, or now we just have 2 downed opponents, unless he's an archer. That way that fucker can stand on a cliff and revive a teammate.
Oh, hit as in like he shoots you to revive you.
What would normally cause damage resurrects a teammate.
Okay.
And as the more you go down, the longer it takes to revive that guy, which is mechanic. But I saw the archer and I was like, I have hope that perhaps not every new player will be an absolute anchor dragging the team down. Maybe they can play archer And
Yeah, I agree with you on the Vermintide thing too. It was a drawback and a feature. If you didn't like it, then you hated it. And
It was
if
a feature
you did
for
like
you,
it, then you
Mr.
loved
Archer.
it. Well, I mean, it was my only character I had ranked up. I was playing the Archer. I was hosting the game. It was my
No,
game.
you were good. I liked that I
I had a
basically
max level
chose
Archer.
I chose my character in that game when I started playing with you by like process of elimination. I was like, what's left over? The Zealot. Okay, this guy seems pretty cool. He's just a lunatic, and it seems like the more damage I take, the more damage I do. So I just run around and get hit a lot, and also swing the mace a lot. And
I like the mix though. I like.
It was like, this is Kyle's friend group. Kyle invited me to this game. Kyle invited me to play with him. There's no way socially it's acceptable to be like, okay, Kyle, thanks for the invite. I'd also like you to be your player. You're level 1 now. Like, you can't do that.
I've never played a troll before.
So,
you'll learn quick. You're good. but with Vermintide, everybody you can have 4 Ogrins going in there, fucking chest to chest, 8 feet tall, 400 pounds. Darktide, yeah. So that's again, there's pluses and minuses. I usually prefer a team that has at least 1 Ogrin on it. I like a mixture of characters. Somebody needs to be casting evil magic in the back and frying stuff with lightning, and then I definitely want somebody up front just chopping and slicing and dicing. I like the allocation of tasks and responsibilities in a game too. That's why squad appeals to me. I'll be a truck driver. You need to get this truck across that bridge? Fucking, I can do that.
Battlefield, baby.
No, you'd want to be the fucking truck archer. And take all the glory of the elite kills.
I do transport. When I'm getting used to a game, I'm always like, the first thing is I'm like, hey, what's something that I'm not going to fuck up? What's going to be all right? What could I do? And then later down the line, that first simple thing ends up being so important. And like, you like, there aren't people around to like Battlefield. If you take like your flying transport ship that can carry like 8 guys, and if the enemy gets control of it and like they park it and protect it, you'll never have that ability. It's not going to spawn again for you. So you never want to fucking let that shit fall into enemy hands. And like, I'll sit there flying, picking troops up and dropping them off at parts and like giving people lifts. And like, it's sick. There's that game Foxhole. I haven't played it, but I've had it downloaded. Oh, yeah. And it's like a huge scale war game, like top down. And like, you have to like spend time like packing ammunition. Like you have to set up logistics and like supply lines. You have to like drive a truck to the front line filled with bullets for your teammates, and you have to like pack those bullets with like gunpowder and stuff. And so there's this whole process, like part of the war that is not just like shooting and stuff like that. And like, I think that's cool.
Yeah, you have to like keep an economy going, like it's a real-time strategy game,
like an RTS.
Dude, I have brought this to your attention multiple times and begged people to play, and nobody will play with me. I own it. I'm down. I've played it.
I own it also, and I have not played it. And
it's sick. It's sick, but it's one of those games where it's like I'm a tiny piece in a puzzle, and none of the other pieces will talk to me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm blue and I've got a straight edge in the corner. Where do I go? And there's just silence of the universe. But if you had a team, and especially you usually need a guide for a game like that. But it seems like you've got people in the back like fueling the economy of war, genuinely like making armaments and then getting them, transporting them. There's that supply chain thing, and it looks very in depth.
Oh, do you just play your individual role, or are you kind of like I think
you play your individual guy, but he can do anything. So you can choose what he does, but you're not going to be, say, shooting people on the front line while you simultaneously
and running eco.
Bullets. You're going to do one thing, like you're, like RL. Yeah.
Let's say you're playing a new game. It could be secure. I don't care. Do you like it when your chat gives you advice, or do you push back on that and say, don't spoil anything for me? I want this solo experience.
Oh, it has to be like, I'm really touched. I used to watch a lot of Man vs. Game, and I always thought he's a streamer back in the day. And I always thought it was so funny when someone came in and gave him a tip, because he would get fucking mad at that shit. It was like instant permaban if you ever gave a tip. Yeah. But me, like, if I'm doing something and I'm like stoned and I just like died to this boss, and my buddy or like a person in the chat's like, if you press circle, by the way, his attack is not going to work. I'm like, oh, thank you. But if he's like, after this, there's a second form where you're gonna have to make sure you equip a shield because he's also your father. I'm like, shut the fuck up. But like, if someone like sees, like, if you see me like misstep, or it looks like I don't know it, you know, so it's a case by case thing. I'm comfortable with someone pointing something out because, like, even if you know the buttons or the right thing to do or the right sword to equip in a game like Elden Ring, it's not going to help you that much. I mean, it can help you quite a bit, but it doesn't mean you're going to win.
Who was your example? Man versus Game? Is that his name?
Yeah, Man versus Game.
I'm the opposite of him. When I play, it is every game's a co-op game. Me and chat are trying to beat this thing together. I want so much help, and I am my particular brand of retardation seems to involve getting lost in video games, and I get embarrassed. I feel like everybody knows that I was here already except me. Everybody knows that, like, where I'm supposed to be going.
Why I'm the same. Why does that happen to us?
What's happening? It's the part of your brain that would normally keep up with your travels and remember where you've been. You're using that for something else right there, because that happens to all of us, and the viewers don't know because they haven't done it. But the part of your brain that's like that does that remembers.
Chat reading brain.
I walked down the blue hallway. I made a left at the Emeralds. I walked past the sarcophagus, down the stairs, 2 floors. Oh, yeah, 2 floors. It looked like 1, but it was 2 because the staircase was broken. That part, that's talking to chat. That's thanking people for donations.
That makes me feel better. Yeah. There's the game I'm playing right now. There's a mechanic where when this stylized red and black P, the first Berserker Kazan, there's a letter P on your back. I don't know what it stands for, but you can do a particular kind of counterattack when you see it. I played for hours, and my wife kept pointing it out. And I never saw it. I am hyper focused on this guy's palms, trying to watch the attacks come in. And I never noticed that there was a P on my cape. And so it kind of makes sense. Like, yeah, you're so locked into this that you're not seeing this in this particular game. There's so much copy paste in every table, and table settings look the same. All the walls look the same. These steps look the same. I'm like, brother, throw me a landmark, would you? Like, I can't. This looks just like the other room I was just in. It's not helping a guy like me who gets lost so easily. Anyway, when chat helps me, there's a guy, Austin, in my chat.
Shout out to Austin, bro. Show us your dick. Send us your dick.
He held my hand through Sekiro so tightly, I could not.
You like Sekiro?
I seem to like it less than the rest of the Souls world. I like the combat.
It is very different for sure.
There was I don't like gank fights, like when a bunch of people team up on you during boss fights, and there was a lot of that. There was a mechanic where one of the bosses, he'd blow a whistle and like 4 rabid dogs would come after you all the time, and he did that like repeatedly in the fight.
Dogs in that game,
yeah.
Like if you get knocked down, their attacks are perfectly timed to like have you stuck in an eternal amount of like constantly standing up and dying. And
Stagger
it's
is so
like
frustrating.
It's a frustrating noise too in games when your guy keeps getting hurt. And like, yeah, it is that, like, that game definitely. I never put my finger on it, but that is one aspect that fucking.
Do any of the Souls games have like a get out of jail free card? I use that term in like various games. It's like when you're in the corner and they're all over you, and it's the last thing. Yeah, but my character turns invisible once per round, so poof. do you ever have like one of those buttons?
You have a grappling hook in Sekiro. Sometimes
it's
helped before. But the game knows enough to not let you do any, like, they're just like, no, you fucked up. But like Sekiro is like one game where like the first guy I came across that I was like, fuck this. I thought this game was going to be fun and cool. Because at the beginning, I love stealth games because I'm so big in real life. I can't hide in real life anywhere. So I could hide in a game. It's fun.
I imagine you have heavy footsteps. I bet people in your life know it's you who's walking nearby.
He does. Yeah, he booms around.
My loud mouth breathing, even just like in the dark. It's like if I were Sam Fisher,
you're displacing so much air pressure.
When he goes up the stairs, everyone knows that was Harley on the stairway.
Well, like in that game, it starts off the first mission. You could stealth kill like a bunch of guys. You stealth kill like for 10 minutes, and I'm like, oh, this is pretty sick. So it's like a Souls-like game, but I could, if I'm stealthy enough, whatever. And then you get to this guy who's a giant, like stuck in a wooden board in front of a fucking door. And I'm just like, oh, so I have to fight him. And maybe you snuck up and get the first stealth kill on him, but he has the second health bar. And that's when I realized, like, oh, I'm going to have to learn how to fight. And I was just doing it. I was doing the Elden Ring thing. I was diving around and I was doing all blah, 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 blah. But it's when I learned to deflect and when to roll and when to, which is such a hard thing. It's like when they do a lunge at you, the forward jump. Yeah, because it's like it's the most, you're like roll away or deflect, or in the rarest case, jump at them. And it's enough to like fuck your thing up. So like it was finally like the third time I went to the game, I was good at that Mercury counter. Is that what it is?
Yeah, that pronunciation's 90% right.
Yeah, something like that. But I know it was something like that. But like, yeah, then I finally got to enjoy the game. And then it's just like anytime like there's one moment in that game that I'm just like I found so interesting. It's after playing it for so long. It's like the third time playing it. And I get to that one guy, you know, where you can like fall down the hole and like there's a boss there that wants to fight you. But like before you get there, you talk to a black guy. And I remember being like, no, actually, I was like, what? A brother here? Cool. Like I've been talking to Asians.
It may take you off guard that I am black. But rest assured, I am a real samurai.
Kyle, you muted.
Kyle, you're muted.
Oh, probably for the best.
Sometimes the Lord work in a mysterious way. Keep you muted. You say something racist.
Probably for the best. Yeah.
Do you ever feel like with those like hyper complicated games that you're like, all right, I've mastered Souls or Sekiro or whatever. It would be so difficult to transition back to a this game because I'm so clued in on how this one works. Woody, do you feel that way a little bit?
And now that I'm doing it on stream, I have to get over this. Like I started streaming Elden Ring and I had like 1,200 hours in the game. So I was pretty competent at it, you know, and people were surprised that I had built any skill up in gaming. They're like, holy shit, Woody, like, wow. That doesn't always happen now. Like this is a game I've never seen before. You had
a 1 year head start on the other race. You show up to work out and you've been killing it for 1.5 years. And you're like, yeah, you know, like basic. I don't know why I never see that. The guys in basic training show. I watch those shows and there's always like fat people at basic training. It's like, how the fuck did you not plan this out? How did you not plan this out, dude? There is dude, tell me. I have basic training at almost 40. I promise you, I'll be ripped.
G. Gordon Liddy used to say that. He's like, you want to be an attorney? You go to law school. You want to be a doctor? You go to med school. You want to be in the infantry? Hit the gym. And it's like, fuck, okay.
Yeah,
I get it.
You better hit the stair stepper with like a weighted pack or something and just grind.
Just think about like, if you're a drill sergeant and you see that, like, I'm thinking 2 or 3 steps backwards now. I'm like, okay, so this person knew he was coming here to work for me, to be a Marine, and he showed up like that. This person has no forethought, like this, or he's a moron. Like immediately, I'm thinking that of you, or you're a loser or a piece of shit. Like I would think so little of somebody who showed up to basic to do this job and like fat, like legitimately, like can't hack it.
Or you see the guy who's fit and who seems to be at the top of the class. You think, you know, this guy's taking it seriously. Maybe you think a little higher of that guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
That show I was watching about the World War II children. This one kid, he falsified some shit. He had an abusive stepdad, and they didn't believe him. He went and he's like, yeah, I lost my birth certificate. But I'm 17 though. He's like, kid, you can't be 14. I think he was 14.
Yeah, why are you holding a balloon?
So he goes back out to the truck, and he tells his stepdad, he's like, they didn't believe I was 17. He's like, let's go back in there. And his stepdad winds up a whole lie to get rid of him. He's like, there was a fire and we lost the birth certificate and his little brother died in the fire. And now you're not going to let him fight for his country. And they put him in fucking World War II. Again, another child that they sent to fight the fucking Japs. His story was interesting too. What did he do? Oh, Okay, so they found him out when he got to Pearl Harbor. That's like the midway point before you get to the Pacific to fight. They found him out, and they're like, I'm going to make you a truck driver. How about that? You're going to drive a truck here on the base, but we're not sending you to fight the Japs, son. And so he wastes away for like a year and a half driving trucks at Pearl Harbor, wanting to fight the Japs. And finally, he's like, fuck this shit. I'm getting on that boat. Because
he's 13 now. It's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
He's 16 now. He's 16 now. And he sneaks aboard the troop transfer. He says, where are we going? I don't know, something called Iwo Jima or something. Oh, okay. So he fucking lands on Iwo Jima the 3 days after he turns 17. And he wins the Medal of Honor, diving on grenades and saving his men and killing 4 Japanese.
Did he? I mean, he's dead now.
Well, now he is. So his eye was blown out of his head. He had like 200 shrapnel wounds. He pushed the first grenade into the sand and he curled the second grenade under him and told everybody to run. The one in the sand went off and just decimated him. They eventually put him back together, though. He looked okay.
I wonder if you put a helmet on it, what would happen?
Those
cartoons tell me you'd be launched upward, but I don't.
Kevlar, like the move is to put your, like if you've got a Kevlar helmet, like 100%, I would be putting that on it. But those World War II helmets, you're probably just making more shrapnel.
A lot of these drone footage has shown me how far less effective grenades are than I once thought.
Big time. Yeah,
we've talked about that. Grenades are not that cool. Well, they're cool, but they're not that deadly.
They're not effective
all the time.
They don't shoot an even frag pattern out around them. Not all of them shoot frag. Some of them are concussion. It's just a pop and pressure and overpressure and sound and light. And like sometimes, if it's laying on the ground, so it's not going to shoot this perfect sphere of death out. And even when it does, like, you gotta be right next to that thing or get unlucky. And I don't think a lot of people die from grenades. They get wounded and get peppered.
When the drones dropped them, I was about to say, but they were mortars, weren't they? A lot of them. What drones were dropping in Ukraine?
Yeah, they were dropping all sorts of stuff. I remember early on they had some VOG grenades. I knew VOGs from Tarkov, and but they were definitely. They have a drone that drops mines. They take like a car mine, a vehicle mine, and it's sitting there like a big pancake on the front of the drone, and the drone just sort of flicks it off. And any explosives they have, right? They're loading onto those drones. The new thing is the ones with the carbon fiber tethers. Those things are like 30,000 feet of cord or something like that. It's like 10 kilometers or something of fiber optic cable being fed out from behind their drones now to avoid any electronic interference and signal jamming and all the ways that drones are being countered right now.
How does that work? I don't understand.
Fly by wire. I'm connected by a wire to the drone.
Them.
The drone has a spool of.
If they're detecting the drone
has a
it's way
spool
past by the time the spool comes over.
No, you're misunderstanding.
Okay.
So the drone has a spool of wire on it. And it is unspooling the wire as it flies away from me for 10
drone's
kilometers.
like plugged. The drone's plugged
I'm
in. I'm
controlling it via that wire, like a wired controller.
So it's plugged in.
They can't jam it or interfere with it or knock it out of the air because I'm still flying that bitch, just like a pilot would. That's why we still want people in our F-16s for the most part.
But they're gonna know where I am. Like they're gonna.
No, they won't. Where are they gonna? Oh, please! The 10 kilometers of fiber optic.
There's a minefield and a bunch.
They're this way.
But I feel like somebody with a drone. Like I worry that
you
is
can't
a
see it.
trail back to me.
No, it's
no. But I think they know. I
Okay.
think they know. I think they know
like
where you are,
wire.
anyways. Though,
like fishing line. Like it's so little.
Like where you are is like just knowing where you are is like half of it. Like how they getting there?
I'd say it's more than half of it. I'd say it's most of it. Like knowing where you are as far as counterattacking.
But it doesn't mean that you can like get that attack like you can execute it there.
Because they're probably doing it from a place where there's protection against that sort of thing. I would think.
Yeah, I feel like there's like probably minefields between that, or you have like this is where your army is. This is where your front line is.
That's crazy. I didn't know they had 10 kilometers.
Me neither. I had no idea. It makes perfect sense in like a really weird and simple. I can't believe how
they're making them themselves. Like I saw the factory where they're like figuring it out. It's like, it gets tangled sometimes. I'm like, fuck. That'd be the worst. Like, you ever go fishing?
Yeah, I bet
and
it gets tangled fucking all the time. It's
well, you don't reuse it. It's going on a kill mission. It's going out there popping and blowing some fucker driving a truck up, and then that's it.
Yeah.
I saw a Russian try to kick a drone today. The drone, he's like in his bunker, and the drone comes down, like hovering in front of him, and he like threw a front kick at it and hit it, and then it exploded him.
It must be such a terrifying sound.
Imagine at
I
the
saw
end
one
of a
better.
workday flying drones, having like 27 wires headed back to your secret hideout. Like, dude, this doesn't feel safe.
They're gonna find us. It's like, there's a lot of wires. Well, then spool them up. I'm not fucking spooling up. It's 10 miles long.
Tangle in it. You know how long that takes to untangle?
I mean, maybe they do. Maybe they do. Like once they're done, like reel in as much as they
For
can.
sure, you press rewind. It's like rewinding an old VHS.
Yeah.
It's like,
But I'm just imagining. If you
Yeah, it's like a
get
vacuum cleaner. You hit that button and it just.
that shit is not. You can imagine what would happen if you uncoiled 10 kilometers of fishing line and then tried to start reeling it back in. After you flew over a forest or two?
What a pain in the ass.
It's not.
Yeah,
happening.
it would
It's
get
not
hooked on everything.
Yeah,
If it
they're
doesn't
not,
have anything on the end, it might slide right back the way it came. Maybe.
maybe.
But I would imagine
I don't
in
know.
like a war like that, the Russians wouldn't be like, where could that guy possibly be? It's like, well, he's in that giant compound in Kiev where they do these from, or not Kiev, some
they're
this
10
from this
kilometers.
military
They're right.
base.
The drone operators are on the battlefield. They're getting fucked up as much as anyone. They're not using those GPS controlled global drones that we use.
it's not like in the USA
jamming
where
there.
some 20-year-old with cat ears controlling them with a PS5 controller.
Yeah.
and like an air
Don't
conditioning
worry,
fucking-
Trump's gonna end it.
Dude, I
Any
bet if some of those
fucking
hardened
day.
ISIS like
think he'll get
killers
it done a few
knew
months
that a
ago.
cat boy took them out, they'd be so ashamed. Like
My brother was taken out by brave warrior. It is Western propaganda that says he was taken out by castrated homosexual.
Officer Garfield's our best.
Officer Meow. Yeah.
once you get over the stink of the litter box, I'm gonna tell you that cat right there can pile them up. It's something to see. Like I want to see that show. Like it is a cat boy, and we all hate it, but he's just so goddamn good. We can't get rid of him. We need him.
Right? He's hitting
We
on
need
his
him.
commanding officer, and he's just like, I just let it slide.
He's over there burying a huge turd in the corner of the control room.
Sir, your favorite drone operator
Full
has some
eye contact.
questionable Google searches, sir. Doesn't matter. He's a warrior. Let him look up what was he looking? Ooh, that's young, but we need him.
Sorry, he says you should keep in mind that they're dog years. It's 7 years for each one, sir. So technically,
Soldier, I've been reliably affirmed that is a 3,000-year-old vampire.
yeah, you gotta let some stuff.
That is
slide
not a
from
toddler as it appears. I find it distasteful as well.
you. Look no
He
further
just
than
killed 60 Ruskies.
look no further than professional sports to see that if you want to win, sometimes you got to deal with some shitty people, right?
Oh, yeah.
Wife beaters, murderers, drug dealers. That's just the NFL I'm talking
Mhm.
about.
Dude, there's a basketball player named Ja Morant. He got in a little hot water because he would do things like point laser pointers at the opposing team in the parking lot to make them think there were red dots trained on them. And by the way, there might be. He was flashing guns to people to intimidate them, and he got into trouble because he flashed a gun accidentally on an Instagram reel that he uploaded. And then he got into more trouble when he did it the second time, got suspended for like 40 games. Anyway, he just lost the other night, and he's making like handguns at the opposing team. Like he's going to make them pay for beating his team. And I don't know if anything's going to happen for finger guns, but
Yeah.
Have you ever heard the song about him?
no.
Oh my God, G-Mac Cash, Ja Morant. He's like, I got 30 in. He's like, fuck 30 on the court. I got 30 in the clip. Bitch, I'm Ja Morant.
Dude, this guy.
It's great, dude. The
He
whole
decided he
song,
was
you're
gonna
like,
stop dunking. He's an NBA player. He doesn't dunk anymore. That was like the bulk of his game. His numbers are down. He's not the star he was.
man is a firearm
Why doesn't he
enthusiast.
dunk?
I'm sorry.
Why doesn't he dunk?
He feels like it's too injury prone in activity, and then he'll have more reliability if he doesn't dunk anymore. He's this like he's skinny and he's really athletic. He's like this high flying, frail basketball player. And he feels like if he doesn't dunk anymore, he won't constantly land on his wrist, posting out, shit like that.
Yeah. At least that's not a huge part of the game.
Or
Like
the
a
appeal
veteran.
of ticket
I
sales.
don't shoot.
Right?
I was watching. It was the guy that LeBron came in and sort of replaced in Cleveland, Evans or something.
I don't know.
He ended up going to Philadelphia after that, but he had this great quote where he's like, "I thought LeBron was coming in to help me win. I didn't know he was coming to take over." But he had this famous moment where he shot on his own goal to get the rebound because he wanted the triple double.
Oh, who did the LeBron or the replacement?
The shitty guy who like
Oh,
LeBron ended up replacing. I saw the clip. He's just like, "Doop, oh, there we go, isn't it?" Another
There's a
rebound.
WNBA player who's a horrible shooter,
Might be
Angel
Tyreek Evans.
Reese, and she was a rookie last year. Anyway, she set like the record in the league for rebounds, but most of them are her own misses. And it's like a lot of people hate on her for that. I hate on her because she's mean to Caitlin Clark, but whatever.
Yeah, it seems like a shitty person.
For sure. For sure.
She
She's
said
hot.
beating Caitlin Clark changed her life forever.
She beat her
That's
in
the
college,
first headline.
I guess. Yeah.
Y'all see Caitlin Clark's beaver that time?
No.
You have my attention.
Oh, it's a good video. She's like in the shower.
But there's so many websites. Like which ones? Which ones?
Oh, I don't know. You know how the Republicans are, fewer and fewer by the day.
Where's that bitch's pussy?
Yeah, I'm in Florida now. Like if you go on Pornhub, they're just like, nope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
North Carolina too.
Wow, you guys live in the gay state.
Tell them
You
where to
get
go.
a lecture about
Dude,
your elected officials?
This is my
Nope.
entire home, eh? Do you guys know that this is my home?
Nice, man. I
That's
like
your
you got your
home?
like mixing board thing over there too.
Oh yeah, right here. But this is
Only the bare essentials when you travel.
this is my this is my
What a
trailer.
nightmare.
I'm living in a trailer in a
Mhm.
trailer park, and
Yeah.
that's where I live because my boxing coach is in Florida.
Well, I'm just glad things are going well.
That's it's so funny. I was at like we did a video with Pagani, like the supercar, the Italian expensive supercar, like 2 years ago. And like I put up a vlog, and someone was like, "Oh, damn, my man went from making videos with Pagani to fucking whacking off on ketamine in a trailer in Florida." But the
Yeah,
truth
both
is,
equally fun.
there's a saying that says like it's very hard to wake up and do your training and exercising when you're waking up in silk pajamas.
Mhm.
And like that's the truth. Like every day I wake up and I got to go do training and stuff like that. I wake
Yeah.
up and I'm like, oh fuck this box.
That's a Mike Tyson thing.
It's like easy to get outside and go do what I have to do when I'm waking up in this shithole.
There might be some training there in the park. You know, my
Your neighbors here.
he wasn't my uncle, but he was my cousin's uncle. That's what it was. He lived in a trailer park, and we got in a fight one night, and we needed some backup. And Scott was like, "Let's go get Uncle Terry." And we went to a trailer park, and that guy was the bare knuckle boxing champion of the Royston Trailer Park. They would put up cases of beer, all the entrants would, and the
sounds
winner take all. And then there'd be like 15 guys boxing in the trailer park for a pyramid of beer, and he never lost.
Wow. And Terrence was just hammered all the time. It's just free beer.
And with every punch, he got more retarded and became more retard stronger.
That's
So
it. That's why he
everybody was,
won.
like, further
Like that,
away. Yeah.
He
He's
has that
doing-
Homer Simpson film around his brain that protects him
Solo
from
leveling.
CTE.
I think he went away for armed robbery a couple years after that. He was a rough character.
Yeah, well, certainly not for robbing a liquor store. He had no need.
I think he
I'm
was
surprised.
liquor store actually.
Oh, I thought because he didn't want beer.
Might have been a gas station, but they had liquor there. If
Man.
it matters.
Mm.
Yeah, he was a rough character. I had never been to a trailer park at that point in my life, so I really
Dude,
felt like a fish out of water.
It's actually awesome. Like I actually love it. I sit here and I've been living in this trailer and I'm like, why do I have a fucking house with a basement? What the fuck do I need all that shit for? Why do I own a home with a basement and an upstairs?
Bet your house back home doesn't have wheels, does it?
Nope.
No, but neither does
bitch
wheels.
ass no wheeled house.
I mean, I can
Wait,
put
your
with-
trailer has no
awesome.
wheels?
Oh.
No, we took it off. There's blocks under it right now.
You're in a high class trailer. Fucking
Wow.
pinkies
La
up.
di-
It's an
Oh,
I'm in an
man.
RV kind of like a trailer type thing. It's not like fully like I'm in like a mobile home park type thing, an RV park.
Well, that's
It
totally
has
different.
it has the word resort on it. Like right. But
Yeah,
right
you're
outside,
next to vacationers in like on
Right-
their way to the Grand Canyon or some shit.
oh no, all these people live here. They're set in.
Old,
right
what's the
across-
age group? Is it old folks or is it just like trashy people?
Do you have
a
gonorrhea?
bit of a mix. What's really crazy is like someone came to go move in here, and the person, there was a kid there, and the guy was like, "Oh, do you have kids with you?" And they were like, "No, I'm just watching the kids for whatever." And he goes, "Okay, because if you have kids, I wouldn't recommend coming here." And they were like, "Why?" He's like, "We have a couple of people who are registered for stuff like that. That this is where they are." And I'm like, "Oh, cool! I'm in the pedo trailer park."
Yeah.
They're like,
look it up online.
like,
All right, so you can't
they're like,
you
we
don't
have a
wanna tell-
couple guys. They're like, we have a couple guys out here that are, they're registered for
They're
stuff
on a
like that.
certain
They're looking,
list.
and I'm sitting there like hanging my clothes up on the thing. They're looking at me. I'm like, it's not me. I have this mustache. I'm like, no, I swear it's not me.
Harley, use this website to find out how many pedophiles are near you.
Oh,
That's the
boy.
Florida sex offender registry.
Oh, just Florida.
Oh.
Yeah, he's in Florida.
So where can
No,
I?
I
look
thought it was
for-
going to be like national. I didn't know how that
Oh.
worked.
I want to know where they live.
I have to put their name in though.
Oh, I thought you could do your area, like your zip code.
Me
where
too.
you are.
Yeah, I thought that also.
It's not very useful if you like already know, Jerry Stevenson is a pedophile.
No, but that's crazy if you're like literally like you're like putting in their full name. Like you can like just see if someone is.
That's.
I mean, I like that. I mean, they're on a registry. That's what that's for. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I want to be able to look up, like, imagine if you're like a single mom, right? What, I'm
Pump in
gonna have to hire a
just your
private
zip code in
detective?
there.
I did.
Really?
I put in. I put in just the town. Oh, this guy lives fairly close.
You know,
Fuck. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah, there's
I
a
always
lot
wonder
here.
about that, like what life, the difficulties of life of a reformed sex offender. Like, are there places that you just can't move into? I think some of those people in some localities have to self-report to the neighbors. At least I see that in media. That can't be made up. So that would be the ultimate, like, I couldn't do that. Can you imagine how humiliating that would be, Taylor? To go and tell every one of your neighbors that, like, hey, I'm required to let you know that, I used to be a bad boy.
Well, I'm not one of those pissing in public guys. I'm the real deal. Keep an eye out. Oh, just kidding. Not really.
Oh no. Okay, I put in my I put in
so
my
unnerving.
zip code. I put in my
You have to
zip
kill
code.
that guy.
You're in. He'd ruin the nearby parks.
You'd have to
You never
move.
know where he's lurking.
what'd you find, Harley?
There's a lot here, but what let me see what crime. I should probably put a crime or something or an
Oh, I
offender
thought you could
type.
search sex offenders.
You
on
have to
that
put a
website.
whole specific crime in there to find it.
Well, let me
Aren't there
put
like a
let me
billion of
put
those?
the
I
offender
think he's
type
trying to
is,
filter his giant list.
Oh yeah, sexual
Florida.
offenders and sexual predators. Okay, I'm including that as both.
Yeah, that's-
Released. Okay, I'm going to put released and supervised and in-state people. Okay, and I put my zip code,
You'd want.
and we have 480 results.
480.
Yeah,
You could like fill a minor league baseball stadium. With
I
pedos.
wonder. Damn, this guy says
I'm gonna
predator.
I'm
under
gonna take
his
a
name.
wild guess and say you're in Tampa.
Yes.
Yes,
Winner!
sir.
Winner!
Damn.
Why does that strike you as Tampa instead of like Jacksonville?
Jacksonville would never, bro. Come on.
Much classier place, Jacksonville. Oh, we're over
This
4
is pretty
hours.
crazy.
I didn't realize. I was just having so much fun. Just having so much fun.
Pocket
Having a
player
good
Taylor.
time.
Never
Yeah,
left.
I got to go do my Baldur's
It's not
Gate
pocket
3
news.
campaign. It's time to go
Yes.
fight some monsters and ghouls.
I'll play
Yeah,
that.
and actually, Predator YouTube views are up, so I'm gonna start getting some views up on my channel by knocking on these trailer doors.
Dude,
What you do to that
no,
kid?
bring them to your place. Live
You're a big
stream
guy, you
you
should
like
do it.
inviting like dirty men over. That'd be great.
Dude, you
You gotta
should treat them
dress
like
up as-
they're kids.
No, you dress up as the little kid though. That's the funny part. Hey,
Yeah, skinny hat and an
Dude, that'd be the
oversized
best
lollipop, short shorts,
You're
suspenders.
describing a retard.
Well,
Me,
You
if you're
can do it.
6'6"
I have faith.
6'6" with a spinny hat, you are a dangerous retard.
I bet those guys don't discriminate.
No, they don't. All right. Well, I've just had a slew of fun. Good luck in it. When are you fighting again? What's the date it's happening?
June 28th. Creator
Okay.
Clash 3, thecreatorclash.com. If
The.
you guys, not you guys, but people listening, you want to check out pay-per-view. Yep. And also, I got a 30-minute video essay on Magic the Gathering on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/Harley Moore, History of Magic. If you want something to watch next time you have a meal or you take a shit, something like that.
I'll
And
watch.
double tested discussion. Taylor, you're up next, bro. I said, guys, on my podcast, everyone here has to come on at least once whenever I ask. No complaints, Woody, dude. I've done so much for you, Woody.
Wait, what?
Because last time you were like, oh, so you come on and then all three of us have to come on for you coming on.
This never happened.
Wow. Indian giver Woody.
This seems like fibbery.
Yeah, this didn't happen.
Yeah, right.
Dude, have
like
me
I,
back
a
anytime.
Jew, the most honest people would lie.
All right. Check out links in the description except Harley's PKA 746.